the first episode, too much revealing content and emotional violence, and I know that you would be devastated and embarrassed by your behavior in that house. I know you don't want me to see the ugly part of your home life. But tonight's episode will be better, and if not, I'm just the man to retool it. I did it, Mary Kay. I am the mouse in your house, and you can't figure me out. You keep trying to get my attention. Your rat had a gig on New Year's Eve, but you stayed home to be with your meerkat. You sent me glad tidings after midnight, and I responded with a "you too," and I watched you stare at your phone, typing and deleting, ultimately tossing the phone on the couch. You've also been angling for my attention in our library. You replenished the quiet ones with a few short story collections and a Richard Russo novel that came and went too fast, according to you. But I didn't knock on your door to give you an "atta girl." A day later, you announced that you were walking to Starbucks, an obvious play to get me to follow, but I stayed right where I was. You carry the frustration into your home every night. Good job, me. And you're going through withdrawal, which means that your show is getting better all the time. In episode 3, you were grumpy. You miss me and you can't have me, so you were slamming cabinets, apologizing to the meerkat, retreating to your bedroom, and avoiding your rat. And tonight, episode 104, you are in full-on Stepford mode. You don't sulk and stare at the walls and think about me. You are in non-stop motion, rifling through the rat's nightstand and his drawers because you live in fear of him falling off the wagon, and you think he's hiding heroin in his guitar case in the bottom of his amp. He isn't hiding drugs, which means you're not finding drugs, and you want to find drugs because that would make it easier for you to force him to check into rehab, which would pave the way for the two of you to split up. It wouldn't be about the drugs, it would be about the lying. So now I'm off island at a bar in Poulsbo called Good Old Days, which is poppin', as bars like this are on Thursday Really Thursday. It's easy to spot Aaron the drug dealer, aka Ajax, aka not all kids who grow up on Bainbridge turn out to be angels. I read about him on the Bainbridge Island community Facebook page. People blame Ajax for the untimely death of a guy named Davy, and Ajax holds court at a table in the back with an overall lack of shame about his purpose here. He wears a brown leather jacket that screams 1987, and Bruce Springsteen wails about hungry hearts, and the barmaid pours stiff drinks in dirty glasses. I met Seamus for a beer at Isla and pretended to have an urgent call and sneak out the back so Oliver won't see the work I do for you, Mary Kay. And then I drove into Poulsbo. I order a shot of Jack and make my way to Ajax, who mad dogs me when I stand there at his table, shaking. "What of it?" he says. I heard, "Are you Ajax?" Ajax scans the bar to make sure this isn't a sting, and I tell him I knew Rudy. Thanks to Facebook, I know all about R.I.P. Davy's bad influence buddy Rudy. And before you know it, I have a seat at the unsteady table with Ajax. A couple quick exchanges about the gosh scene at the bar. Ajax was hoping to find some company tonight, and then we're in the bathroom. And just like that, I am the proud owner of 10 highly toxic, no-good little M30s. It's bone-chilling, Mary Kay. A man is dead because of these poison pills, and Ajax doesn't warn me about the fentanyl. He really doesn't care about me or the dead guy. But then, that's the world, isn't it? The fecal-eyed family doesn't care about me either, and this is why we need to find our tribe and take care of each other. He tells me I can go now, and so I do, out the back door, into the rain, past a couple engaged in intimacy in a Honda, past a woman crying in her car, bell-bottom blues, you made me cry, and into my car. I'm shaking for real now. It's scary to be in possession of all these fatal little pills, and Ajax's paranoia is infectious. I adjust the rear view and turn on the interior light, and I put the really pills in the trunk. I know it's irrational, but I don't want to die from M30 fumes. It's a straight shot home once I hit the 305, and I play Simon Garfunkel to wash the good old days out of my brain, but I drive too fast or too slow. I can't stop checking the rear view. It's really raining tonight, not drizzling, and Shortus is going home. You were luckier than I was tonight. And my wipers aren't working quite right. It's a 2-lane road, always quiet and dark at night. It's really Bainbridge. And I tell myself that the set of headlights a few car lengths back is nothing to worry about, because this is the way to the ferry.
I turn up the volume and focus on bridges over troubled waters, but my heart is beating fast. Can you catch fentanyl by touching a tainted plastic bag? Am I ill? Home at last, and sweaty as anything. I shouldn't have worn your favorite sweater. And I walk into my house and I call out to my cats, but my cats aren't dogs. They don't come when called. I grab some paper towels and head back outside. I stare at my car full of poison. I don't want an accidental contact high, and I sure as gosh don't want anything to happen to my cats. I pop my trunk, and the paper towels aren't plastic, but at least they'll provide some boundary between my skin and the fentanyl. I fold 4 paper towels and pick up the bag of death, and my heart thumps faster. Is fentanyl airborne? And I walk back to my house. And then I hear the sound of my guitar. I clench the paper towels. "Oliver, in here," he says. I walk around the corner, down into my sunken living room, and there he is, on my couch, strumming my Gibson. Chills, flashbacks, all of it. "Did you have a good night, my friend?" "It was okay." He's tuning the guitar again, and he's pure Angelino. He's not a great writer. And he's not a great private detective, and he probably put his detective hat on tonight because he hit a snag in the spec script he's no doubt writing in his downtime. He eyes the wad of paper towels. "What's that, Goldberg?" "What's up, Oliver? Did my bid on the Frank Stella not go through?" I dump the paper towels in the trash bin. I pray my cats don't find a way in. And he tosses my guitar on the floor and man-spreads on my sofa in the spot where you sat. "I saw you in Polsbo," he says. And needless to say, I am not pleased, my friend. Of course he followed me. Of course tonight had to be the night that he threw himself into his work. "I don't know what you're talking about." He just shakes his head. "Don't mess with me, Goldberg. We had a deal. You stay out of trouble, and that means you stay clean, away from trash like Ajax." In some really messed up way, I forgot that he is what he is, a private, really detective, a dancer for money. But that's not my fault. It's easy to forget the origin of our relationship because most of the time he's just on me about art. I flop into a chair. "Oliver, I'm telling you, it's not what you think." "Oh, so I suppose you got the pills for a friend?" "Yes. No. Look, I heard a rumor that bad stuff was going around. I just wanted to get it off the streets, so some kid doesn't OD again. Saint Joe of the stockyards. I'm not calling myself a saint, but it's true, Mary Kay. I did save a life tonight, maybe more than one." Oliver lectures me about the danger of drugs and people who deal in narcotics as if he's my 10th grade guidance counselor, and he won't let me keep my stash. He forces me to fish the bag out of the garbage, and he reminds me that he's watching, always. And then he sends me a link to a really David LaChapelle photograph of Whitney Houston called Closed Eyes. And this is the first item that doesn't show the cost. Price upon request. And I should be buying this for you, not for Minka, but really I should be buying it for no one because no one needs this really photograph. Riffick trots into the room and hisses at him. "Good cat. Sorry," I say. "But Oliver, this is getting out of control. I buy you every little antique you want, and you break into my house because I go for a ride? It's like a bolt of lightning hits, and Oliver the artistic and Oliver the detective become one. You seem to forget that I have video of you holding a dead body, my friend. I did not kill her. I didn't forget. But you said we were in this together. Joe," he says, "I'm a little disappointed in you. I thought you were smarter than that." "Really, Oliver? I have you on a loose leash because when people feel free, when they feel relaxed, they mess up. And now I know what you're up to, and now you know that you can't go out and cop a score. It's not just about your health. We are in this together, my friend, and if you blow your money getting high, that's no good for my art fund, is it?" The pills weren't for me, and Oliver is never going to believe me. And I contact the seller and request the really price of Closed Eyes, and now I have to wait for an answer, and Oliver is watching me, Mary Kay. He really is. More than I knew. The worst and most dangerous eyes in this world are the private ones. And I could stand up and knock him out and end his life, but then his brother would end my life. "Well," he says, They hit you back yet? What's Whitney gonna cost us? By us, he means me. And I dream of my sunken living room imploding, pulling him into a sinkhole. But like my plan of Phil testing the waters with M30, it's not gonna happen. I refresh the First Dibs app and think of what Dr. Nikki would say right now. Something trite but true. Everything happens for a reason. I am a good guy, and good guys find the bright side. It's like that Stephen King quote on the sign by the gas station near R.I.P. Beck Road. It was the possibility of darkness that made the day seem so bright. Maybe that's true. Maybe the universe sent Oliver into my life to teach me a lesson. He picks up Lashicious, and Lashicious doesn't fight him. And you were right, Mary Kay. Lashicious is a stupid, really name. Well, he says, any word yet? The guy says he'll get back to me tomorrow. He takes a selfie with my cat and sends it to Minka. Ugh. Oliver is a jerk, yes, but he's trying to make his girlfriend happy by fixing up her home. My heart races, in the good way. Not paranoid about fentanyl in the air. I Googled, I'm fine. I have to be like Oliver. When he leaves, I bring my kitten cats into my bedroom and give them a loose roll of toilet paper. They play on my bed, so really cute. And I send a video to you with a simple, guess I have to get more toilet paper. You like the video and send me a smile, and now you've seen my bed. We need these moments because you maintain your distance at the library. I get it, but I won't let you forget that you love me. I exist. I hightail it down to my whisper room to watch you. You're in bed next to your wrath, only taping his gosh show 3 nights right now, and he doesn't go downstairs until Nomi is asleep. And you're eating tortilla chips out of the bag. Yes! And he pokes you. Do you have to be so loud, Emmy? You shove chips in your mouth. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Your wrath rolls over, and you pick up your phone and scroll, and then my phone pings. Lady Mary Kay likes your photo. You messed up. The picture is old. You unlike it and hang your head. And Stephen King is the master of darkness, but I am the master of your darkness. I turned off the lights inside of you, and your wrath reaches for you, and you swat him away. No more intimate moments. You don't want him. You want me. We're making so much progress, Mary Kay. Oliver got invited to an extended bachelor party in Vegas. It's one of his best friends from home, and he whined about FOMO. And I stole a page from R.I.P. Melanda's playbook and worked him over with reverse psychology. Sucks you can't go.
That's life, being a difficult person. Poor Boys Club rules. Gambling is for trust fund kids who don't know the value of money. Imagine Ray's face if he found out you left me here on my own. Not that I'd ever tell him, but man, he would snap. So of course, Oliver is in Vegas to prove he's not a difficult person, and we're in this together. I promise to be good, and I'm a man of my word, Mary Kay. You've been going to couples therapy somewhat religiously twice a week for 2 weeks, and your shrink, Lila, should be disbarred. She's oblivious to the pain you're hiding. And she leaves the window of her office open as if there isn't an alley right by the building. That's a really echo chamber. I'd expect more from an MSW who lives in a semi-city, but at some point in life, I'll learn to expect less. Lila advises you and your rat to fill the well and nest, and I know what she means. Talk, bond, connect intimately. But you don't want to talk to him. You don't want to have sex with him. You just want to buy a whole bunch of new, really furniture. You loved nesting when you were preparing for Nomi to arrive, and you're extrapolating like crazy, claiming that you and Phil nest well together. Your therapist thinks this is positive teamwork. Such an idiot. And Phil made his feelings about material things clear 100 years ago when he lambasted you in song about a crate in a barrel in a gun. Remember the summer, the end of all your fun? The trouble is, he doesn't want to lose you, so he sits in the therapeutic box nodding as you wax on about the symbolic value of buying a new dresser, like the heartless slab of phony baloney that he is. Whatever it takes, Emmy. Anything for us. So you bought a brand new blue dresser, and it wasn't made in America. Nice job, China.
It doesn't have cedar linings or metal undermount drawer glides. It weighs less than 200 pounds, and the wood is manufactured. They take real wood and disintegrate it, and then mash it back together with artificial additives. Like your marriage, it's not real. It arrived a week ago, and your cheap, lazy husband wouldn't spring for the white glove delivery and assembly. So it waits for you, for him, in 2 giant boxes of unassembled slabs of fake wood on your back deck, where all the passing hikers and tourists can see it sit there festering, growing moldy. Dank. Symbolism much? I watch from the whisper room as you stare at those wilting boxes. Phil's around more these days because of therapy, and you nag him about the dresser. He's avoidant. Just ask your buddy Seamus. He gets off on that kind of stuff. And he tells you he's too worked up from an NA meeting. Part of working on your marriage means focusing on your past. The rat won't go to the meadow with you, and he won't hike up to the bunkers at Fort Ward. You know I have lower back issues, Emmy, and I can't take a pain pill, obviously. So you've resorted to other sadder gosh. You're hosting a Reality Bites TBT screening for couples in the library's garden. Gross. Sad. Just no. All you need him to do is agree to show up, and yet he grouses. Man, are you trying to put me in an early grave? And you counter, it's just one night. But he wants to go out that night because the boys are back in town. He picks up his pen. That's a good line. I gotta write that down. And he puts down his pen. It's someone else's good line, you moron. Nomi stomps downstairs. She can't concentrate with all this bickering. Don't worry, kid. The Edward Albee gosh ends soon. And you lower your voice to a hiss. I need you to grow up, Phil. And he tells you to chill out, Emmy. Don't take out your Melanda gosh on me. I'm not your whipping post. I clap my hands. You tell her, Phil. You steal from those Allman Brothers and drive her right into my arms. You groan. You tell him that he's the one who needs to grow up. He can't choose his boys in some band at the tractor over you and your work. He huffs that the bands are playing new songs and you're playing old movies, and he snaps his fingers. That's a song. And he picks up his Gibson and he's strumming, and you miss me. Your cell phone rings and you want it to be me, but it's Shortus, and Phil stops singing to give orders. Please tell me that jerk's not coming over, Emmy. I can't listen to him go on about CrossFit. And you are an obedient child bride. You send Shortus to voicemail, which means that he texts me. Shortus, Isla later? Me, sure. See, Mary Kay? Unlike your rat husband, I have empathy for single dudes who may not have the most scintillating personalities. I know it's hard to be alone, so I'll suck it up and have a beer with Shortus because I feel for him. It was friends when R.I.P. Melanda was around. It was okay for the 3 of you to be together, waxing nostalgic at the diner, always popping by. But 2 is not 3. And now that she's gone, you ice out Shortus. Phil resumes playing his non-song, and you pour wine. Did you fix the stove? And Phil is a child. Right after I finish this song. You hate your life, and you plod upstairs to your bedroom. It's a minefield. Your old dresser is in the front yard. What must your cul-de-sac neighbors think? And your sweaters and your tights are mixed up with his clothes in big black trash bags. You can't deal with those really trash bags, and you close your door and climb onto your bed. You read your favorite parts of Murakami, all but sucked inside. And you look at my Instagram, I can't see, but I know. And then you put on a silk sleep mask. Your hand delves into your Murakami, and you tap your lemon head. And I'm not a pervert, but this sex fast isn't easy. You reached your peak, I reached my peak. For now, this is good enough, because it has to be. The next day when I get to your house, I climb onto your side of the marriage bed, and I put on your sleep mask, and I imagine you here. And when I finish, I'm dizzy. I smack my knee into your end table. Gosh. And I rummage in a trash bag for your tights, but I wind up with his gosh-stained underwear. Double gosh. And I rush into your bathroom to wash my hands. I'm getting tired of this gosh, and I dry my hands on a plush new hand towel. You are trying so hard. And I check your Instagram, and it's all TBT of you and your rat. Your nostalgia is misguided. You should be looking toward the future, me. But here you are, circa the late 90s, hanging all over your man. Instead of being sad about Melinda and the state of your life, you are snarky. You take a picture of yourself in your puffy 90s prom dress. This is okay to wear to work, right? Reality Bites screening tomorrow night. See you crazy kids there. Date night. You really do need to get some boundaries, Mary Kay. This is your personal page, and public library events have no place here. We need boundaries, both of us. My alarm on my phone goes off. It's almost 1:45, and it's time to get to work. The work I'm doing now is not unlike my work at the library. Nobody is paying me to do this, but the feeling I get from helping you is payment enough. I open my notepad. DiMarco Home Renovations, Day 8. Pour Phil's almond milk down drain. Return empty carton to refrigerator. Delete Monterey Cop from DVR. Loosen screws in the leaf of dining room table. Jack up heat on thermostat. Disable Phil's nonsense fix on the stove. Move charcoal to deck so it gets rained on. Hide the coasters. Turn on all the TVs. High volume. VH1. Yes, I'm your handyman. You're welcome. And you don't know that I'm the prop master, staging things to advance the plot, so that you blame each other when things go awry. When you come home to a hot house and he swears he turned down the heat before he left. I like the way he flies into an indignant rage, accuses you of being crazy. I hate the way you recover. I know I'm moody. I'm still in shock over Melinda. But soon you will jump off the building, away from your 45-year-old man baby. And he is a baby. Of all my tricks, it's the milk that drives him to slam cabinets and rail on about his vocal cords. Your selfishness. It's not like I ask for a lot from you, Emmy. Jesus Christ.
I need my almond milk. I finish my projects and I get home and I fix dinner, old pizza from Ben and I head down to the whisper room and turn on my TV to settle in for my favorite sitcom. You things are especially ugly in your house tonight. I signed you up for Pottery Barn catalogs, Restoration Hardware, and of course, Crate Barrel. The rat is on a tear. What is this gosh? And you can't find your favorite sweater in your trash bags? I moved all your things around, and you want him to assemble that dresser now, but he can't because he threw his back out at the guitar store. Thanks for playing, Phil. And he can't take a pain pill. He won't take a pain pill. Right on, brother. And Nomi is fed up. I can't wait to get out of here. And congratulations, Mary Kay. You're in the 20 Years Later sequel to Reality Bites, and there's a reason why that movie doesn't really exist. In real life, Troy and Lelena split up 3 months later, and Lelena realizes that Ben Stiller actually loved her, but Troy only wanted to control her. Right now, your poor man's Troy Byer picks up his Gibson and you grab it out of his hands, and is this it? Are you going to ask him for a divorce? You sigh. I don't want to fight with you. He reclaims his guitar and strums. Then don't. You stare at his Michelob Light. It's not on a coaster because I hid your coasters. You walk into the kitchen and tear a paper towel off the roll. You pick up his beer to move it onto your makeshift coaster, and he kisses the back of your hand. Sorry. And you rub the top of his head. Me too. And I scream at my TV. No! For a little while, you coexist, living your separate lives. But then you try to start dinner. You turn on the stove, but nothing happens. Phil, writing. The stove's out again. Nope, fixed it, Emmy. He did, but I unfixed it today. And this is the final act where it all comes together. Because the pot isn't boiling, you can't cook, and now he's playing the almond milk card. Good boy, Phil. And he shoves a Pottery Barn catalog in the trash. And you grab your phone. Do it, Mary Kay. Lawyer up. What are you doing, Em? I'm gonna find someone on Craigslist to assemble the dresser. Oh, come on. I dig the trash bags. It's like the good old days. You groan, kick him out, and you collapse onto your old blue sofa. Did you finally give up? Do you finally see what needs to happen? Okay, you say. Should we just order sawwadi? I'm exhausted anyway. You can order all the beef and broccoli in the world, but it won't satisfy your desire to eat beef and broccoli with me.
And Phil is fine with Ty, fine with anything, and you lecture him like he's your indolent teenage son. We do have to finish the house before Nomi graduates, and he huffs, "It's only March, I'll stick the boxes in the garage." And you are calm. We have 100 people coming to this house, and he is a child. To hang out in the backyard, in 2 months, relax. No one likes being told to relax, and you harangue him about the minefield in the bedroom. He snickers. "The party's not in the bedroom, and grabs his guitar. That's a good line. That's gold. He buries his head in his music. "I'll take care of the dresser tomorrow. And you pour more wine. I'll hold you to it." But you won't hold him to it, Mary Kay. You never really do. You go upstairs and experience intimate tension. I shut off this bad TV show, Frumpy Husband and Foxy Wife. How original. I don't have it in me to experience intimate tension. Not tonight. I have to work harder. Oliver bugs me for an update. He's easier to deal with when he's out of town, and I tell him I'm at home, the truth. And I don't complain at him for stealing my M30s because Ajax sold me some heroin, and sadly, we're gonna have to use it now. I am back in your house less than 12 hours later, and I am retracing your footsteps. You're always sniffing around his nightstand because you are married, worried. I plant a baggie of horse in the copy of Catcher in the Rye that he keeps in his nightstand. There's a sticker on the cover, "Property of Bainbridge Public High School." And oh, Phil, grow up. I cross the room and slip another bag under an amp. Who keeps an amp in the bedroom? And then I walk over to your nightstand. This is where you keep a little book that I can only presume must be your diary. I know I shouldn't read it, but we're in a rut, so I open your drawer and I pick up your diary. The first few pages are to-do lists. Almond milk, sell dresser, find one that comes assembled. And you are a fox, sneaky. The good stuff is in the back. The dresser, the very dresser. It's like a box of Joe, and it's like he's on my porch in those very boxes. And what am I doing? I am punishing Phil because I want to be with Joe. And I can't be mad about Phil about Melanda because, come on, I knew. And in some sick way, I felt good letting it go on, because we all know that I really did steal him. And maybe I hoped he would leave me for her. But he didn't, and now he's never leaving. But what about me? When do I get to be happy? God, I miss Joe. But is that only because I want what I can't have? Joe in the bunkers at Fort Ward. Joe in the meadow. Joe, no! The danger of a good book is that it swallows you whole. And animals in the wild don't read, because if you get lost in a book, you lose sight of your surroundings. You don't hear the predator. For all of Phil's laziness, the jerk did do one thing you asked him to do last night. He sprayed WD-40 on your sliding glass door, and I couldn't reverse that fix. That's why I didn't hear the door open. But now I hear the footsteps above all the TVs. Someone is here, inside this house. The floorboards on the stairs whinny beneath feet. Dad, is that you? It's your daughter. It's Nomi, the meerkat. When I was a kid, my mother didn't read to me. She was always groggy, tired. I work a double and now you want me to read to you? No one was going to read to me, so I learned to read to me. You can do that. You can read the story out loud, and if the story is good enough, you transcend the limits of your ego. You split. You become the reader and the listener, the child and the adult. You beat the system. You beat your doom. Reading saved my life when I was a sweaty little kid, and it saves my life again today, because I always carry a book. I'm carrying one right now, Robert McCammon's The Listener. You gave it to me last week, Mary Kay, and come on, book, work your magic and save my life, because Nomi is at the bottom of the stairs clutching her chest. You scared the living gosh out of me. You scared me too, Nomi. She grips the banister. What are you even doing here? I walk, one step at a time. Your mom gave me this book, and I was bringing it back. I thought someone was home. Do you guys always leave so many TVs on? She sighs, the fear in her voice waning. That's my dad, and they wonder why I always have my headphones on. I reach the bottom of the steps. I'm sorry I scared you.
She shrugs. I thought it was just Seamus, she says. And oh, that's right, that jerk is like your handyman, and she really isn't scared, not anymore. She yawns. Can we go outside? It's such a relief when I have the place to myself. I open the sliding glass door, and it glides. Very you, Phil. And Nomi and I sit at the table on your deck. It's my first time hanging out here like one of your friends, and Nomi picks up my book. So why didn't you just bring this back to the library? I won't let her ask the questions, and I smile. So, you're home early, yeah? I caught her good. And she begs me not to tell her parents. I won't. My phone buzzes, and she yawns. Who's that? Oliver, an old friend from home. Oliver found a 35,000 bedazzled horse at some gallery in a casino, and I tell him it's tacky, and he tells me to really go away. And then he fires back. Oliver, being good? Me? Yes. And you do not buy art in Vegas, Oliver. Rookie move. I look at the meerkat. Her eyes are glazed and she's puckering her lips. And wait, is she stoned right now? Well, that means she won't tell you about our little run-in.
Nomi, I'm not a narc, but I do have to ask, are you high? A narc? Are you high? She laughs and pulls a bong out of her bag. It's legal, she snaps. She barely knows how to work the thing, and her lighter is almost dead, and she's awkward, uncoordinated. She coughs. They say this stuff makes you paranoid, but I was born paranoid. Maybe it will make me normal. She shows me the new book she's reading, a reissued copy of In Cold Blood. And it pains me to see a young woman filling her mind with more darkness, but at least it's not Columbine, and I smile. So then I assume this means you're all done with Dylan Klebold? She bangs her bong on the table. I told you I just like his poems. A lot of good writers are nut jobs. She coughs, and I hope she doesn't overdose. And she asks me if I live alone with all those cats, and I nod. And she coughs through a sigh. I could never. I would be so paranoid. I would go nuts. And cats can't even protect you. I won't be insulted. Of course she has issues. Her father is a playboy, and her parents aren't in love. It's not so bad. You get used to it, Nomi. Cats are good company. She shrugs. I always told Melinda that she should get a cat. Wrong. She couldn't keep that condo clean as it was. I think she went nuts from being alone so much. Well, that's closer to the truth. It's cool to be alone in a city or whatever, but here? No offense. None taken, I say, and I have to remember that this is a child, a minor. A mess of perfectly well-adjusted people live alone. They don't pair off, but still the family people act like there's something wrong with us. So, I say, Melinda moved? She smiles at me in a way that reminds me that she came from inside of you. Her grin is pure Alanis Morissette, a little too knowing. Yeah, she says. Maybe she took off 'cause she was pissed when I told her how much I loved that movie you told me about. I am the adult, the authority figure. That's crazy, Nomi. Don't blame yourself, not for 1 second. She's a kid again, scratching her messy hair. Yeah, she probably just got sick of my parents. They're so annoying. I can't agree with her, so I don't respond. But I can't imagine living in that house either. Did you know her? She asks. Did you know Melinda? I don't like the question, and I might be getting a contact high. Paranoid. I steer us back to the safe water, after-school special Cs. Nomi, your parents aren't annoying. All parents are annoying. That's biological design. Otherwise, no one would ever want to leave the nest. She takes off her glasses and wipes them with a napkin. I can't wait to get out of here. My parents, they act like everything since high school blows, like they'd get in a time machine if they could. It's so sad. I mean, life is all about what's next, you know? I wish you were more like your daughter, Mary Kay, but it can't be me and Nomi talking gosh about you, so I defend you and your low-grade nostalgic depressive fever. I remind Nomi that we grew up in a different time, before cell phones and Instagram. Your mom's not living in the past. People our age just miss the way things used to be.
She huffs. Well, excuse me. No, Nomi, I'm not saying we were better than you. I'm just saying we were better off. Totally disagree. I want your really meerkat to listen, and I snap my fingers. Think of a meerkat. Okay, a meerkat in the wild is just living her meerkat life. But a meerkat in a cage, well, she needs people to feed her. She tries to do meerkat things, but she doesn't have the space. And let's face it, she wants people to look at her because she learns that's the only way she gets to eat. Your meerkat gives me a, she's thinking about my metaphorical meerkat, but maybe not, because now she's staring at me again. Alana's eyes, piercing. You want to know something sick? No. This is one step too far, and I steal your words. I should probably get going. But she leans in like the little meerkat that she is. My mom is so paranoid about my dad that she put cameras all over the house. All my blood stops mid-flow. She knows. She knows. Do you know? So yeah, I think she kind of likes capturing the moment. I put my hand on the listener, and I will McCammon's strength to funnel into my veins. I will not turn red. I will not cave in to paranoia. Wow, how do you know? She rocks back and forth in her chair. Well, I don't know. It's just a vibe. Thank Christ. And I pick up her bong. The rumors are true, Nomi. This really can make you paranoid. Once I got so high that I thought there was an earthquake in New York. I called 911. She's a listener, and she's backtracking, doubting herself. Yeah, I guess you're right. And my mom is so bad at technology, she wouldn't know how to work cameras. We're in the clear, I think, and I take a deep time-to-go breath. But she pulls her knees to her chest and keeps talking. You know, my parents started going out in high school. Can you imagine? I can't leave, not when she goes there. I didn't know that. Everyone thinks it's so romantic. They have this Nirvana ticket stub framed, and she swears she remembers the night. And I'm like, do you even? Or do you just stare at that ticket stub so much that you think you remember it? She acts like her life is so good, like that's how it works. Like posting the ticket stub every year isn't pathetic. She's like, do you have a crush on anyone at school? And it's like, no, Mom, boys my age is stupid. Do you think that means I'm gonna die alone? But then I'm like, whatever, I don't like the guys, and they don't like me. I mean, Dylan Klebold was like, bad? Yes. But it was kinda like mistaken identity. No. And I hate drugs. I do. Okay, Nomi, but see, if I had been that girl he was in love with, I mean, I would have gone up to him and like, who knows? Eric would have bugged him to help with his psycho mission, but Dylan would have been like, no, I'm good. I mean, nobody had to die, you know? Like that girl, she could have saved him. That's a fantasy of a child who thinks that love can cure anything, even mental illness. And I relate on some level. I tried to save borderline Beck, and my parents were like Nomi's parents, minus the nostalgia. But there is nothing for me to say to fix the damage that Phil has done to this child. You're complicit, Mary Kay. She's a soulful kid, an artist without a medium. And for all your Nomi needs me, you don't seem to be getting into it with her. And does she really mow about my cameras? She yawns. Sorry, she says. This is why I can't smoke pot. I get stupid. Don't be ridiculous, Nomi. Don't ever be sorry for talking. She squints, a meerkat again, a child full of doubt, wonder. Do you know my Aunt Melanda? She asks again. She committed suicide in my basement. And I nod. Not so well. I heard she moved. Well, do you know why? Because she thought she'd never find true love, and she realized she's not Carly Simon. I think it was something about a job. The meerkat fights a smile. That's what she said, but everyone at school says she was, doing this freshman kid, and the parents didn't want to press charges, so they were like, leave. This kid in my Orgo class says he saw her engaging in an inappropriate act with him on this trail where we went to release salmon eggs when we were little. I mean, I believe it. And my mom's not speaking to her, and she was always in my face about stuff, but now she's like silent. I bet it's true. What does your mom say? She says I can't believe everything I hear, but I mean, I'd go crazy if I was her age, alone here too. No offense, none taken. I tell the meerkat I have to go, and she says to wave goodbye to the cameras. Chills. And I am offended, Mary Kay, but not in the way you might think. The meerkat is high, pretending to be so cavalier about her aunt disappearing. But beneath that adolescent bravado, your daughter is in pain. R.I.P. Melanda wasn't perfect, but she was Nomi's really aunt, and she was a regular in your home.
The meerkat misses her aunt, and she wants to believe the bullshit story about the freshman because it's easier than thinking that one of the only people on this planet who cares about her just walked out of her life. That would be like if Mr. Mooney had shut down the bookstore on me and skipped town without a word, and you just can't really do that to a child. I would have gone nuts if I had lost the only mentor in my life. And don't you see, Mary Kay? Phil isn't just bad for you, he's bad for everyone. Because of him, Melanda is dead to you, not to mention dead in real life, and you have to cover for her. You have to encourage Nomi to believe an outright lie because you're a good mother, and you've wondered what's worse, your daughter knowing that your husband was intimate with your best friend, or your daughter thinking Melanda was a sexually deviant spinster child molester. I get it. You don't want Nomi to despise her father, and I know you can't tell Nomi what Melanda did to you, what she did with Phil, but Nomi is in pain. You're in pain. You women suffer while he tries out guitars, man, and enough is enough. It's time for reality to take a bite out of Phil. But then I hear the meerkat in my mind. Wave goodbye to the cameras, Joe, and I hope reality doesn't bite me first. It's 12:36 p.m. and I'm at Starbucks, and it's one of the stranger things about this island. You'd think people would look down on corporate coffee, but it's always packed in here. And that knit-cap jerk from the ferry is blocking the mobile order pickup spot with his stroller. And what can I say? I'm in a mood. Oliver's back 4 tables away, as if all that trust we built is gone. And my favorite hate-watch TV show is getting canceled. Thanks, Nomi. And people get grumpy when they lose their binge shows. I push the knit-cap dullard's empty stroller, and he glares at me as if his really stroller is in the really stroller. Sorry, I say, just trying to get my coffee. He looks through me, Seattle Freeze style, and I grab my latte, and I really am trying, Mary Kay. I wait outside, and sure enough, Oliver is out the door. You seem a little moody, my friend. Do I have to worry about you snapping? Oliver, no one likes to be stalked. I don't know about that, he says. Minka got 2,000 more followers after this bikini shoot, and when those pervs DM her about coming to get her, that gosh makes her happy. I laugh and fake a sneeze. Oh, right, I say. Seth MacFarlane follows her, doesn't he? I don't know if Mr. Really Family Guy follows Minka, but it doesn't matter. Seth MacFarlane has the career that Oliver wanted, so Oliver's backing away, muttering about emails that need sending, when we all know he's going to take a nice, deep, time-sucking dive into Minka's verified followers. He waves at me. Have fun with your cats, my friend. Stay safe. He's starting his car and opening Instagram. I knew it, and thank God for that, because I do need my space. I've been trying to make things better for us, but your daughter is a paranoid truancy case, and I don't have a choice, do I? I have to scale back my renovations on your home as if she issued a stop work order via some state compliance agency. I studied the footage all night in the whisper room, and Nomi never once looked directly at the cameras, so I do think we're safe. I don't think she actually knows about them. But Shel Silverstein's what-ifs are upon me, and they will not be ignored. Nomi's at school, and you and Phil are with Layla. Sorry to miss out on our therapy, but my car needs to stay in the driveway in case Nurse Oliver pops. I slink out the back doors of my house, into the woods. I make it to your house, thank you, Woods, for the camouflage, and I walk into your house, and I put my coffee on the counter. I go room to room, and I remove every one of my high-def cameras. And it's not fair.
Even with this kind of access, you shut me out. I didn't know about your little talk with Nomi about Melanda, because that must have happened in your car or at the library. And now how am I supposed to keep up with you, really? I've got all my cameras in a reusable tote bag, and I leave the way I came in. And I won't be like Phil and allow myself to turn blue on you. I've always been good at lifting myself out of the muck. Okay, so the TV show is over, but you know what? I was getting a little sick of watching the three of you anyway. Last night it was more of the same, and I can remember it word for word as I walk on the trail by the sea. You swore you'd get almond milk, Emmy. You swore you'd assemble that dresser. Well, I would if the Allen wrench was where you said it was. Are you calling me crazy? Am I that stupid? Hell no, Miss Perfect. I know I can't call a woman crazy. You know what, Phil? Maybe this hiatus is bad. Maybe you should go back to your very show because your moods are out of control. Well, maybe I wouldn't be in a mood if there was some coffee in this house. I bought coffee. I told you it's in the freezer. Emmy, I've been in the freezer. There isn't any coffee. Coffee. My coffee. I drop my tote bag, and the cameras fall out, and oh heck, it's up to my neck. And I shoved the really cameras into the really bag, and I am backtracking, running faster than I did in New York, faster than I did in Little Compton. And this isn't happening, but this is happening. And it's not as bad as the mug of mess. It's worse. It's a paper cup of coffee with my name on the label, and it's on your kitchen counter. And this trail is fighting me every step of the way. Roots and other joggers, get out of my really way. And this is why all you people drink your coffee out of travel mugs, because my name is on that cup. My. It's a common name, but there's no Joe in your house. And now I'm in your house. And the cup of coffee is a mug of mess, the one that nearly ruined my life. I grab it. Yes, but no, because the front door just opened, and it's you. It's him. I can't open the slider, and I slip into your guest bathroom, and there's no shower in here, and there's no window, and I can't turn on the light because what if there's a fan? I close the bathroom door. Was it open when you left the house? And what if you have to pee? And is this how it ends? Because we're all slaves to caffeine? Well, you say to him, not to me, and you should be at work. Should we do it? Oh no, this is not a time for you to get closer, not while I'm so close. He mumbles, and you open a drawer and you riffle with your hands, and every sound is an engine in my head. Okay, you say, so the contract. I promise to stop nagging you about stupid stuff. Stupid stuff, he says? Can we get a little definition here? Christ, Phil, don't nitpick already. We have to start somewhere. No, you don't, Mary Kay. You can leave. He sighs. Well, all right then. But what do we mean by stupid stuff? You rat. You are the stupid stuff. And it's hard being a statue holding this mug of mess. Coffee. Coffee. You know what it means, Phil. You were there. The dresser. House stuff. He is silent, and the silence is worse than the engines, because what does the silence mean? Are you making eyes at each other? Are you noticing that the bathroom door is closed when it's usually open? Your voice is flat. Okay, just say it. What's wrong? And don't bullshit me about how it's hard to be vulnerable. This only works if you are vulnerable. I love you like crazy, and look at me in here, the definition of vulnerable. Well, I don't know, he says. I was hoping that stupid stuff was more about Emmy, for gosh sake. You know I don't want to go to this movie night thing. And you know I do, Phil. You know I planned it. I know. And I have to go. Emmy, I don't know, Phil. You used to like the way I am. I like the way you are. You used to say how you needed me, because I planned things, because I care, because I'm someone who makes the world go round. And now it's like I repulse you. Em, the guys are only here one night. Right, same way they were last month, and the month before. But they're playing, and tonight you're busy, as a lot of married men are every once in a really while.
See, I try to talk, and you get nasty. You think this is nasty? You call this talking? You throw your pen at the window and thank God you didn't throw it at my door.
You lay into him and you call him out on his bullshit. You remind him that you are there for him. You take care of him. My whole life, I go to things alone. Open houses at school because you're sleeping, or birthday parties at night because of your show. And do I complain? No. And I want one night from you, and this is how it is. Hey now, give me a little credit. I'm on hiatus. Lila said it, Em. You wanted me to take a break from the show, and what did I do? I took a break. Right. And that's how you want to spend your hiatus, with the guys. You're crying now. You miss me so much and you can't take it anymore. You're trying so hard and he's not trying at all, patting you on the back, literally, like you're a dog. He's walking now. He picks up the pen and he signs the little unnotarized contract. I will go to the movie thing and I will do the dresser so you don't have to keep asking me to do to the dresser. You sigh, pleased. I think you touch him. See, you say, we got this. We don't. No, you really don't. And he is not going to that movie night. Contracts are like promises, made to be broken. And he grabs his coat so aggressively that he nearly takes down a chair. Okay, he says, I gotta split. I gotta go to a meeting. The manipulation, Mary Kay. What he really means is, my addiction is all your fault, just like my life. And it's nonsense. He's the luckiest man on the freaking planet. You blow your nose, probably on a harsh napkin, no Kleenex on your table, and you tell him you're sorry. But Phil, sometimes it's like you don't remember any of the good stuff. I mean, come on. You know why I chose this movie. He makes a noise and whistles, and this is TMI. It's obvious that 100 years ago, you shared a very intimate moment with him in a theater, and Alanis Morissette would be disgusted. I'm sorry, but he's just not a very attractive man. But I am a good guy. It's ancient history, and I forgive you. You were young, and look at you, trying so hard to spice up your bland marriage. You really are a fighter, and it's your right to try to save your marriage. I will allow it. I do allow it. Because in our relationship, we give each other space to breathe. Like now, you're pushing Phil to leave so that he can go to the hardware store to get a wrench before his meeting. As if you know, I need him out of here. You have to get back to the library. You told them you needed to run errands, and your marriage is an errand. And the front door opens and the front door closes, and finally, both of you are gone. I turn on the light and breathe. And what a different kind of world it is with you, Mary Kay. In my old world, I left the mug of urine behind, and it drove me to the brink, to Los Angeles. But in our world, I take the mug with me. And the mug is made of paper. It will disintegrate. And Bainbridge is showing off today. Gray skies turning blue, and I am safe. And there is no urine in this cup. There never was. It's just coffee, and I pour the coffee on the damp ground. Always damp, permanently moist. And I recycle the cup, and I like our world. I do. I like the squirrel that sits nearby. And I like the woman in a North Face jacket, and I like her happy black lab. And I am beaming, smiling ear to ear. And this is why people love horror stories. It's not for the gore. It's for the moment when the good guy escapes, just like you wanted him to, because it means that for once on this unjust, dying planet, the good guy wins. I feel inspired. I text your rat. Hey man, I got a buddy in town, huge fan. We're up at Dock Street, and if the Phil DiMarco showed up unannounced, just saying. 2 hours later, I'm sitting on a picnic table in the woods by the dock when your rat's jalopy comes into view. He gets out of the car more puffed up than he's been in a while. Jay, he says, it's your lucky day. Where's your buddy at? Oh gosh, I say, I should have texted you, but my buddy had to go meet up with some chick he met in the airport. He is a deflated balloon. The poor fellow just tweeted about how much he loves to surprise his Philistines. He lights a Marlboro Red. No big whoop, he says. Good to get out of the house. He leans against a tree by my table. That's Phil, always leaning. You been good? Yeah, I say. Some stuff went down with my mom, but it's all good. Phil feels so sorry for himself right now. He drove here ready to dazzle a fan, and now he has to listen to me talk about my mother. He has no choice but to ask me what happened. Oh gosh, I say, I don't know where to begin. Women stuff? I nod, and he snorts. Try living with one. Bingo. Hard times with the wife? I'm in a fight for my life. It's the kind of stuff you can only understand if you've been married for 20 years. Typical narcissist. We're doing it, you know. We're in counseling. We've both made some mistakes. But tonight, my boys are in town. No way. Where? He withholds the details. For now. Point I'm trying to make, see? My boys mean something to me, man. And my wife is acting like she's my mother. They do that. They get mixed up in their heads. Gosh, she won't let you go see the guys? She wants me to watch a movie with her. Says I have to. I've been a bad boy. Oh, come on, I say. She married a bad boy. He smiles. This is true. I don't know anything about marriage. Yes, I freaking do. But to me, a marriage is kind of like a guitar, right? You need tension in those strings or you can't make any music. Phil blows a smoke ring. The protege makes a good point. Yes, he does. I keep going, Mary Kay. I tell him that you want him to fight back, to be more like the rebel she married. He flicks his cigarette in the woods. Such a freaking jerk. And the suspense might kill me. He blows a smoke ring. So, he says, how'd you like to meet the band? A couple hours later, Phil and I are in the city, free men, ready to rage. He lights a cigarette and I check my inside pocket for my Rachel Rain knife. Of course I brought a weapon. This is the city, and as we all know, cities are not Cedar freaking Cove. He has to check in with Ready Freddy to make sure I'm good to get in, and I check up on you. You're making an Instagram story about getting ready for date night. The denial is disturbing. And you're dressing up like Winona Ryder in a flowery sack dress. Not your look. And Phil finishes up his call with Ready Freddy and sighs. Gosh, she's still bugging me about this freaking movie night. Did you tell her you're not going? I told her I'm in a meeting, he says. She should know better than to bug me. We get into an Uber, I order the car, as if it's my honor, and he's lecturing the driver about music. I've never heard of Drake, and the driver will be right to give me a poor rating. I make sure my phone is on mute and watch a new scene in your Instagram story. You changed into a red t-shirt and pajama pants. Psychic hotline, depressed Winona. You look scared, defeated. You know he's not coming to play husband. Why don't you just give up? Phil groans. Another text. Gosh, woman, lay off. I keep my mouth shut, and Phil whistles at the driver. Hey man, he says, we're gonna jump out right here. We're 2 blocks away from the bar, and we're on the sidewalk, and Phil tells me to stop. You okay? Yeah, he says, I just gotta make a quick call. He leans against a building, and he can't call you right now in front of me. I've managed to keep my life with Phil separate from our life, and that's no easy thing in Cedar freaking Cove. If he puts me on the phone to back up whatever nonsense story he's got planned, we die. He's praying, don't pick up, don't pick up. And I am on his side, don't pick up, don't pick up. And he bounces in his boots. Voicemail. He lights a cigarette and he's a hands-free smoker. Hey Em, so listen, my sponsor thinks it's not a good move for me to go on the date night thing. The therapy we're doing is great, but it's a lot on me. He's not a musician, Mary Kay. He's an actor. I'm in the weeds, and it's not about the boys.
I just can't do a big night with book people. I love you, I can't be your guy. Not tonight. And then he winks at me. And come on, you said it. It's just one night. You know, if I'm not sober, I'm nothing. Dresser gets done tomorrow, I swear. Love you, babe.
It's a miracle that I don't throw up on the sidewalk, and we walk to the Tractor Tavern, and it's not what I expected, but it's what I should have expected. The goons at the door are right out of central casting, and they need dental surgery, and you can feel them hoping they get to bust out the pepper spray. There's a poster that makes big promises. All religions, all countries of origin, all sexual orientations, all genders. We stand by you, and you are safe here. And I bet these guys disrespect that sign every night. All right, Phil says, let me do some business first. You'll meet the guys after they jam. You don't want to meet them now when they're all nervous and stuff. I happily hide by the bar like a shy fanboy, and Phil's boys are not happy to see him. This isn't even a real concert, it's a glorified open mic, but the way they suck up the oxygen makes me want to jump on the bar and scream, "You are not Warren Zevon, not one of you." My phone pings. You added to your story, and the story is a sad one. Reality Bites is a bust. Only 4 couples showed up. 3 mothballs and 1 we just moved here newlyweds, and none of them are in costume. And there you are in a sleeveless red t-shirt, stuck in the movie without Ben Stiller, without Troy. And you know what? Forget the fecal-eyed multi-generational family, and forget the knit skullcap couple too, because how dare they do this to you? Your rat is begging his boys not to go on stage. You're going to ruin our name. The acoustics are poor. And Ready Freddy is mute, and Little Tony does all the talking. Nothing's ever going to be perfect, and the 3 of them remind me of my kittens, our kittens. The boys head backstage to warm up, and Phil whistles at me like I'm a dog. I obey and follow him toward the stage as he mutters about how the show is going to suck. One band leads to another band, and you've gone silent in your stories, and it's crowded. It's loud. I read Killing Eve, and I saw Killing Eve, and I could stab your rat with Rachel Ray right here on the dance floor. But if I did that, the management would have to take down the sign that promises safety inside. I'm not heartless. I don't want the Tractor staff to suffer for Phil's crimes. He elbows me and screams into my ear. See that bass player dancing? Really, man, never trust a bass player who sways his hips. You feel the music in your hands, not your hips. I check my phone. No more scenes in your story, and you really did give up. I bet you're home by now, crying as you pack his trash bags and throw them out the window. I deserve a freaking break, so I tell him I need a drink and fight my way through the crowd. The bartender screams in my face, "What do you want?" He takes my card and I order a vodka soda, and he's slow, and the glasses are plastic, and I look up and no, it's you. You're here, less than 20 feet away in your costume, and my plan backfired. The rat will want you to meet his fanboy, and the bartender has my credit card, and you are hugging Little Tony, and the band is covering One. I did all of this for you, and you came here to forgive that really annoying rat, and now you turn around and, gosh, Mary Kay, do you see me? You didn't see me, right? Right. I slipped out the door and caught an Uber to a ferry, and I made it home, and I took care of myself, because no one takes care of me. Now I blast the U2 song on repeat on my sound systems. Sorry, cats, but Dad needs this right now. And I sit in the shower in a ball of nudity, like David Foster Wallace in the asylum, except nobody's watching me, because I'm not special. I'm not a writer, and I'm not a rock star. And I saw a side of you I've never seen until tonight. You love being with the band. You're probably focused on your rat right now. And I put on my pants, and I throw on a t-shirt, Nirvana. And you worry about becoming your mother? Well, I am my mother, blasting my music and slamming cabinets and wiping my hands on Kurt Cobain's face. You think Phil is special? Well, I am not a rock star, but I am special. I'm special because I actually take responsibility for my actions. I don't live my life on a wagon and make you think it's your fault every time I fall off. I'm special because I've never even done a line of cocaine, let alone heroin. And if you knew anything about my really difficult childhood, you'd know that I'm the special one, not him, me. You are changing in my mind, and it hurts, but I can't stop it. Even your office looks different to me now. You sit in there and look at pictures of Whitney Houston, buried, and Eddie Vedder, married, because you like to love special people from afar. I was your star, volunteer of the month, and I was your rock, fiction specialist. And how come I don't know how to make you see that I am the special one? You just don't love me, do you? I keep seeing you in that bar, hugging Phil's boys. I'm not a star, and I'm not your star. And my doorbell rings. Really, Oliver, and I ignore it, so now the jerk is pounding on my door. And he has some nerve, and I will knock his materialistic head off. Really, you don't love me. Why bother trying to be good? And I open the door. It's not Oliver. It's you. Bono wonders aloud if he asked too much, and you tossed your Winona Red Bed t-shirt costume, you're back in your trademark tights, and your arms are two bare branches, no leaves. You're here. Did you see me at the tractor? And am I about to get run over, bitten by reality? And why aren't you saying anything? And what do I do? And then you open your mouth. It's over, Joe. I did it. It's done. I can't speak. I just said goodbye to you because you went to Phil, but now you changed your mind. You've come to me. You throw your arms around me, and I lift you up. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Passion peaked. They came together intimately. I love you, Mary Kay. You don't miss a beat. I love you, Joe. The L words drag us down. Heavy is the music that makes it okay for us to be wordless, and I can't tell if that's your heart or my heart. And I know you love me, and I know I love you, but it didn't need to be said. The kittens know we're finished, and they're making the room theirs again. You laugh and blow a kiss to your favorite, and you roll into me, and your eyelids hit mine. Your nose, too. You're so close that I can't see that I can see. You aren't getting closer anymore. You are closest. Joe. I know, I say. I'm sorry. We can forget I said it. We can not say it. You wrap me up in your branches, and you say there is no need to be sorry. And you kiss my hair, you kiss your head, and you say you wish you could reach inside my body and kiss my liver and my kidneys. And you squeeze your side. You are my own little Hannibal Lecter. And you laugh. You are sick. And I laugh. Okay, Hannibal. And you tell me you wanted Hannibal and Clarice to get together, and I tell you I did too. And you sigh. I wish I could understand why Nomi can't let go of Claybold. Do you remember when it started? You sigh. Maybe it's because I used to joke that Hannibal Lecter is my book boyfriend, which is evidence for my Worst Mother Ever award. In the middle of the night, I get fired up. I'm gonna drag her to a therapist, gonna full-on intervene. But in the morning, I don't have that urgency. I should probably do something, but I just want it to go away on its own. It will, I say. Don't forget that she's yours. You made her, same way I made my son. And you're right to trust the day. Nights make everything worse. You tell me I'd be a good dad, and I am a good dad, and you laugh. Wait, is this song on repeat? You love me so much you didn't notice the music until now? And I tell you I'm weird, and you tell me I'm passionate. The song ends, and it begins again, and the audience cheers, and it sounds like 100 candles lit in the dark. And the solo twang of the instrument leads to more cheers, and the people in the audience sing along. And we sing along too, in our own way, with our bodies that we already know by heart. We are 3.5 weeks into our show, The Office. I am on my hands and knees, and I am wiping down the red bed, and you are 10 feet away, clothed, tights on, professional. But that's not how you were last night. Oh, Mary Kay, I read about this kind of intimacy, and I thought I had had this kind of intimacy, but I was wrong. Your buns have given way to ponytails. You had to do something to express the new love in your life, and we are a secret for now. And there is nothing more fun in this world than a really good, juicy secret. I walk outside to go to Starbucks, and Oliver is on my tail. A buzzkill, a housefly. FYI, he says, it's illegal to be intimate in a public library. I don't kiss and tell, and I don't share intimate details, but Oliver is no dummy. We all know when our friends are connecting intimately. So call the cops, Oliver, or arrest me. Can you do that? Or is that just some police academy nonsense? He stops walking. She has a husband, and he slept with her best friend. Oliver is an Angelino, so this doesn't land the way it should. He slept with her for 10+ years. Yikes, he says. And the kid? Does the kid know about the affair? No. Oliver, it's fine. They've had problems for years. The kid's on her way to college. It's really hitting me, Mary Kay. Spring has sprung. It's drizzling, but the rain has purpose. Flowers are blooming, and we really are on our way. If he gets very upset and kills you, he's not that type of guy. And the woman he had the affair with, well, you've seen her, sort of. Once in a while, I like to remind Oliver that he knows where a woman is buried, and it's like those cartoons where you can see his blood pressure rising, and then he coughs, he shifts, he tries to be the boss of me. You say this, but I listen to this sacrifice stuff, my friend, and there's a lot of violence in there. Exactly. He's a musician. He has drug issues. He beats himself up, not anyone else. Oliver yawns. All right, he says, I sent you some Eames chairs. How really many chairs can you fit in that place? He's placated, and I carry on to Starbucks, and I buy his stupid chairs, and I buy myself a Frappuccino. Gosh, because it's all finally happening. Your rat has moved into your junk room, where he sleeps on a futon. He doesn't even get a mattress, but then he was intimate with your best friend. And we have to take baby steps because of the meerkat. But soon you and the rat will be like Billy Joel's Brenda and Eddie, divorced. You really are getting a divorce as a matter of course. And it begins with an indoor separation, behind closed doors, so that Nomi can get used to the idea of you two moving apart. You're feeling good about it, because Nomi is doing better. She says she saw it coming, and I guess, in a way, she's lucky, because with my parents, I was floored. And I'm so happy for you and the meerkat, for us. Naturally, Phil isn't being a very good sport. You told him that you can't forgive him for bailing on you that night, and he's Phil in the blues in a major way. Last night, he spent the whole show ranting about how Courtney Love should be behind bars because she murdered Kurt Cobain, because he knows better than to lash out at you, and even the Philistines who called in were annoyed. Phil, man, just play some very good music. Phil, man, you know you'd be up there with Nirvana if the world was a fair place. Can you play Sharp 6? Phil, man, when are we going to get a new album? He ignored the requests and degraded himself further, accosting Eric Clapton for writing about Tears in Heaven as if the only hell on earth is losing a child, as if the Pansies ever been to heaven. Oh, you should have heard him, Mary Kay. I have a daughter, man, and don't get me wrong, I'd die if something happened to my kid, man, if someone harmed her. But Eric Clapton walks around like he cornered the market on sorrow. And no, he didn't. The guy's still going, still living, got a wife and a big rehab resort in the Bahamas or some mess. And let me tell me a little something about the blues, man. The blues are blue, not blue as in the Bahamas. They're midnight, man. Real blues shut you down and shut you up. Trust me, I know. Obviously, if he really wasn't a Springsteen kind of blue, in the grave of his mind, he wouldn't have the energy to pontificate. He's just in whiny jerk mode. Jay texted him to check in, and he was rude to Jay. No offense, man, but someday if you have a family, you'll understand that family stuff eats up the time. Peace out. I'm in the zone writing. It worries me to think of you under the same roof as him, but you're right. He's the father of your meerkat, and these things do take time. And I didn't kill him, Mary Kay. You love me so much that I don't have to kill him. You chose to end it with him, and that's why I'm lying low, why I just have to be patient and listen to you, to the sweet things you say to me all day. You're selling your house, and you're talking to real estate agents, and you're using the D word on a regular basis. The irony is that Melanda was sort of right. We were holding each other back, and who knows, if she never left, maybe I never would have gone through with the divorce. I spoke to an attorney in the city. He thinks it's going to be quicker than that other woman I spoke to, and he had good candy. I am yours, and you brought me candy from the divorce attorney's office, and you left it in my backpack because once again, it's a secret. All of it. Us. I popped the red and white old school candy into my mouth, and I don't have a jacket. It's getting warmer all the time, as if Mother Nature is so excited that she can't sleep.
And I head out the door, and we have the night off. You have to see your friends, but it's a small island, and I'm a restless man. With great passion comes energy, so I go for a walk, and I pass by 11, and it's not my fault that the place is all windows, and it's not my fault that our attraction is the invention of electricity. And you see me. You catch my eye, and wave, and I wave, and we don't text. We are too good in person, and we know what we have is special. So you have to wait until the next day to see me, to tell me what I did to you. You lean over your desk in your office. Buster, that's me. When you walked by last night, it was like my body and my mind and my soul. I know I'm probably not supposed to say this to you, but I have to say it because it's all I can think about. I was right. This is an everything ship. Not that we need a silly name for what we are. I didn't sleep a wink. You smile. Oh, come on. Yes, you did. People always say that they didn't sleep, but everyone sleeps a little, at least a couple of hours. This is why I love you, and I laugh. Okay, I was up most of the night, just sitting on my couch, literally doing nothing but thinking about you, except for the part where I was listening to your husband's show. But I admit, 4 to 6, that's a little blurry. I might have slept some. You beam at me. Good, you say. This is good, because I slept a couple hours too. And, well, I like the idea of being in sync with you, Buster. It's not my imagination. R.I.P. Whitney and Eddie are sparkling for us. I Windex them for you. And you can't touch me, not right now. You wave a hand, get back to work, and the day is long. It's a sidewalk that will not really end. Sorry, Sheeland. And the bass throbs in my head. Hail Mary, hallelujah. Because as it turns out, you are my true savior. The reason I'll be in such great shape when my son comes to find me. The reason that for the first time in my really life, I feel excited about my future. Do good and you get good. And the day ends and Oliver's running out of wall space. And you wish me a safe trip home, as if there is any danger, as if anything could hurt me now. Eventually, night falls. I go for a walk up Madison, and what a different world it is, knowing that we'll be in that movie theater, at that diner, walking these streets until our bodies break down on us. I reach the library and take the steps to our love seat in the garden. And what do you know, Mary Kay? The door to the lowest level is open. You didn't lock up. I walk into the library, and there you are, on the red bed, as promised. They came together in passion. Afterwards, they were mute. And then it's time to play. Okay, you begin. We would need chainsaws, and a truck, and a dolly. A few dollies, Mary Kay. This thing is big. This is our plan. We're going to steal the red bed. I squeeze you. Do you know about secular hymns? You nuzzle your head into my chest, and your hair is a scarf, a blanket, a godsend. You mean songs about religion that aren't quite about religion? Yes. Then yes, I know about secular hymns. Well, I really like them. I think it's because my parents were messed up about religion. A little Catholic, a little Jewish, and my whole life music was the thing for me. The thing that made me feel connected to something larger, especially secular hymns, or songs that have that theme about the collapse into the dark and the climb back into the light. You know, where you remember that you can't have the rise without the fall. You kiss me twice, and then you speak into the hairs on my chest. Hallelujah, Joe. I know exactly what you mean. I kiss you. Being with you, it's like it turns out that there really is a crescendo, and it isn't just about sex. You hold on to me, and you are perfect. I know, you say. The sex is, yeah, but it's like the magic is real, as if you really did pull a coin out of my ear. I get it, Hannibal. Your hands are on my head, on my temples, and you purr. Can I kidnap you and lock you in a basement, Clarice? If you insist, I say. But a little hint. The best way to kidnap someone and lock them in a basement is to not give them a heads up about your plan. You pinch my ears, and they shared a moment of deep intimacy. You pulled it off. You took a personal day. I love that you didn't call it a sick day. And you told me to be in the parking lot of Fort Ward at 11 a.m. We take separate cars, secret lovers, and I get here first. I wanted to make sure that R.I.P. Melanda is still sleeping. She's right where I left her.
And it's not the easiest way to start a romantic day in the woods, but when is anything good ever really easy? I am leaning against Nomi's dollhouse roof shack when I see your car. The mere sight of you gets me going, and I am wearing a backpack. I really am Cedar Cove Joe. And you were nervous that we would get caught, but there are only 2 cars in the lot. One is a truck with a trailer, those people are out on their boat, and the other is a family truckster with Oregon plates. We are safe, and you are in clothes that are new to me. There are stars on your tights, a galaxy in between them, and a long, soft black pullover, a mirror to my black sweater. You say hello, and you hear a branch snap, and your pupils dilate, but it was nothing, just the woods. You're a little nervous, this makes sense, and I don't take your hand. We're in a parking lot, but I hold on to your eyes. We're okay, I say. And remember, if anyone does see us, we just bumped into each other on the trail. My words mean something to you, and you nod. Well, the bunkers are up the hill. But since you're the first-timer, hardly. My night with Melanda is unforgettable. Do you want to take the long way or the short way? What do you think, Mary Kay? You are red, hot, in love. Okay, you say, long way it is. You look up at the roof. Nomi used to love this. Right, I say, wondering if the door is locked, if it would be too much for us to just be intimate right here, in the shed. She told me about that when we were doing the tech help session. Come on, you say, and you're right, Mary Kay. We can't be intimate in a house that reminds you of your daughter. And we are moving up the hill, on the paved path, and I wonder if the blanket I brought is big enough, and you blurt, "Hey, do you believe in heaven?" Sometimes, I say. Do you? Sometimes, you say. It's more like you lose someone, you want to think that they found something new, something they couldn't find here, you know? I picture R.I.P. back in a clean, well-kept home, finally finishing a book, and I see R.I.P. Candace writing songs about how she would do it all differently, and I smile. I hear you, I say. I think heaven is a great idea. Who did you lose? R.I.P. Candace, Benji, Peach, Beck, Henderson, Fincher, Delilah. No one yet. I'm lucky that way. Yeah, you say. But let's get down to it. Do you believe there's more than all this, or do you think that when we die, that's it? What do you think? No, you say. I'm not falling for that trick twice. You nudge me, and you want to know me as badly as I want to know you. Well, I think it's like Santa Claus. How so? When I was a kid, I didn't believe in Santa because I knew no matter how many flyers I left out on the table with the G.I. Joes circled in red, my mom flat out said, "You're not playing with dolls." Oh, Jesus. I tell you that she was a piece of work, and a crow flies overhead, and I wonder if she's dead. The thing is, I say, I remember that moment, when you're starting to understand the world, and you see some kid at the playground, and that kid's actively trying to be good because that kid actually believes in Santa, but then you see his mom and his snacks and his brand new sneakers, and it's like, well, of course that kid believes in Santa. Santa shows up at his house. He has reason to believe, and I guess I always had reason to question things. You link your arm through mine. You don't care about anyone seeing us, not anymore. And you don't push me for all the gory details about my difficult childhood. You know that I need your warmth, and you give that to me, and then you sigh. For me, it was glamour gals. I saw those dolls on your Instagram. I love that I can say this to you, that there's no implication that I'm stalking you. And this walking, this talking, this is my reward for being a good man, even though the world wasn't good to me when I was a boy. You're telling me about glamour gals, the worst dolls you can imagine. No jobs, just ball gowns and big hair, and then your grip on my arm tightens. So here's one nice thing about my husband, ex-husband, and this is our date, not his, but you are you. Always yeah. What's that? Well, that shack with the roof. Nomi wanted it for Christmas, and she wouldn't let it go, and we told her we can't steal a roof. And it was driving me nuts all month because I kept asking her what she wanted, and it's the roof, the roof, the roof. And Phil's kinda checked out all month. But then, Christmas morning, he drags this giant present out of our shed. I mean, the man had never touched wrapping paper in his life, and there it was, Nomi's roof. He had the grass, he even planted a few tiny flowers on it. And it wasn't just a present for her, it was a present for me. My heart is turning white, and it used to be red. And this is our date, and you're staring at the sky when you should be staring at me. And I can't go back in time and build Nomi a really roof, and she's too old for that now. And you take a deep breath. Okay, you say, I know that was weird just now. It's not weird, but your arm isn't linked through mine. You stop walking, and you're stiff. You're going to tell me you can't leave him because of one really thing he did 100 really years ago on a holiday, which doesn't even count because everyone gets off on doing nice things on holidays, glorified gosh darn Sundays when men get trophies for emptying the dishwasher or building a dollhouse, as if one good deed makes up for being an invisible, non-present, selfish, drugged-up jerk every other day of the very year. But then you take my hands. Joe, I can't pretend he doesn't exist. You pretended I didn't exist. I know that. And I don't want to make him out to be the bad guy or anything. He is. Absolutely.
And I don't want to check myself every time I think about him because, one of these days, in theory, you'll meet him. Already did, I know. My heart is pounding. And R.I.P. Melanda is in the whisper room in the sky, and your husband is not. He really is here, and I really will have to meet him, and I really do need to tell you that I already did meet him, and at least, if I tell you right now, you can't run away, because we're alone in the woods on a trail. And all my stories, well, this is the weird thing about us. I made up this other version of myself the first time we talked on the phone. When I talked about me and Nomi, about our life, I erased him. But most of my adult life, he was there, or he was nearby. He's a part of all my stories, and I don't want to lie to you anymore. And I don't want you to shut down on me every time I say his name. Most marriages end in divorce, and most women don't want to praise their vile ex-husbands, but you're not most women. You're sensitive. Don't be ridiculous, Mary Kay. You guys have a lot of history together. And I get it. You kiss me. You are really amazing, Joe Goldberg. Yes, I am. Phil ruined enough already, and this day is ours, and we're walking again, lighter on our feet. And I playfully touch your back, and you jump. You liked it. I tease you that this is hardly what I'd call a hike, and you tell me the hill is gonna get steeper. And I tell you I don't believe you, and you're flirting up a storm. And then my phone buzzes. Gosh darn, Oliver, you glare at me. Come on, really? It will only take a second. I turned off my phone before I got out of the car, Joe. I didn't know. Well, that's why I like to hike, because for me, you turn off the devices and are just in the moment, I turn off my phone and you smile. Good. But then you pull a Polaroid camera out of your purse, and I tell you that you're cheating, but you are a sly fox. This is different, you say. It's not a communication device. Say cheese. I hate having my picture taken, and Melanda is in the trough in the backdrop, and the world is full of murder podcast people who want to think the worst of people, and I see a headline from hell. Accused murderer says cheese in front of the spot where he buried local feminist. But I didn't really kill her, I really didn't. And you snap a picture and whistle. Now that was a real smile. Life is for the living. It's a well-known fact. And on we go. And you are my tour guide, telling me about the origins of the bunkers that are right around the bend. They built a base here over 100 years ago. It was the last line of defense for the Bremerton Naval Shipyard. Pressure much? You smile like a teacher intent on finishing her lecture. This was a lookout, and soldiers watched for any warships entering the Sound. And then it was a camp for needy kids, and then it was a place for us to be intimate, and then it was a camp for sailors. You glimmer at me the way you did that day when you were pushing maraca on that old man, and I want school to end, now.
You really know your Fort Ward, Mary Kay. No questions just yet, you say. See, it really gets interesting in 1939. This was a radio base where they intercepted messages about the war, trying to protect us from an attack. But then they shut all that down in the 50s. You scratch your head in your head, but you make eye contact to make sure that I'm in there too. And I am. Well, you say, that concludes my lecture, but I love it here, because it reminds you of how things change and don't change all at once. I mean, look at these gosh darn bunkers. You jump onto a step, and I join you, and I do what you want. I look at these gosh darn bunkers. They're still here, I say. Yeah, you say. Bunker rhymes with hunker, you know? That's what I thought for a long time, that I had to be like those soldiers, you know? Hunker down in the bunker in case something bad happens, and well, here we are. I kiss you, but you deflect and grab my hand like we're in high school, and you just have to show me your favorite graffiti. God kills everyone. And I cringe at the big brown poop emoji, and you don't like that either. And you show me what you do like, the lower levels of the bunkers, and I squeeze your hand, and you squeeze right back. I knew you'd get it. Well, of course I get it. I get you. There is no more getting closer. Finally, we are there. Here. The sidewalk ended, and the pavement gave way to dirt, and your hair went from a bun to a ponytail to a mane that runs down your back, and you lead me down steep, deep steps into a little square cave, and it's a filthy, musty, rectangular hole in the ground, and you pull off your black sweater and sigh. Well, city boy, tell me there's a blanket in that backpack. Tension broke. We gave in to desire, connecting deeply in the bunker at Fort Ward. We feasted on beef and broccoli. I came prepared, and we passed out and woke up, then went back to sleep. The floor is really concrete, and isn't that how you know you're in love? Come on, you say. I can play hooky, but I can't disappear. You want to know where I had intimacy in high school, and I tell you about a guidance counselor, and you're mortified. But I assure you she wasn't my guidance counselor, and you're still a little mortified. And I let you take more Polaroids, and I take some of you. And we reach the parking lot. It's just us. And I want to tell you this was the best day of my life. You hand me the pictures. You should probably hang on to these. I unlock my car, and you unlock your car. You grab your phone and turn it on, and I turn on my phone, and you sigh. I'm so glad we did this. Me too. Your phone comes back to life, and my phone comes back to life, and my news is no news. Oliver wants more Eames chairs and Short Coftas wants beer, but your news is bad news. I know because you're listening to a voicemail. I know because you gasp and turn away. Mary Kay, you thrash an arm at me. Bad sign. Did someone see us? You drop your phone onto the pavement, and you turn around, and all the red I put into your cheeks is gone. You are white as R.I.P. Melanda. And do you know? You scream at the sky. Is it your father? Did he have a stroke? I reach for you, but you crumple to the ground, and your voice is a horror movie, and your hands are in your hair. And then you say it, barely, yet loudly. Phil, he's gone. I wasn't there, and he's gone. And know me, Phil. Gosh, I reach out to you, and this time you don't just flinch. You shove me away, and you run to your car, and you are in no condition to drive, and you can't even get the door open, but you warn me to stay really away from you right now. Why, Phil? How? And you are too mad for motor skills, and you throw your backpack at your car, and you look at that roof, and all the rage transforms into sadness. You are sobbing. And then, just like that, it turns back into rage. You point a finger at me. This day never happened. I wasn't here. It's not a request. It's an order. It's a sit. He's gone. I am in shock. I didn't do it. But the way you peel out of here and leave me in the dust, it's like you think I did. Here's my problem with wakes. You lay out all these finger sandwiches, all these pizzas from Bain, and then you glance at me as I'm biting into a tiny slice of the capa, best on the menu, and you look away as if what I'm doing is somehow disrespectful to your dead husband, because now that he's dead, he's the best husband, the best father, the man. I'm alone at the buffet because I don't have a date. You're his widow. And I spit my pizza into the napkin. And what a waste of food. And okay, so he made your daughter a Christmas present, and it took time, a whole lot of precious time. But your living room is a hotbed of lies. And really, you, R.I.P. Phil? How could he do this to us, Mary Kay? You were doing so good, leaving him behind. And Nomi was doing so good. She saw the divorce coming a mile away. But that rat jerk had to ruin everything. He didn't get T-boned by a truck on his way home from riding. No. Your lazy, selfish, soon-to-be ex-husband had to go and overdose in your house.
Your daughter had to come home and find him, and nobody will say what we all know. He knew his way around drugs, and he was jealous of Kurt Cobain, who died of an overdose in his house. You're a woman, so of course you feel like it's all your fault. You're wrong, Mary Kay. Dead wrong. You should be disgusted, and maybe deep down you are, but how would I know? You haven't spoken to me since you fled from the parking lot at Ford Ward. We said I love you, and we were having sex on an increasingly regular and exciting basis. But now we are in a difficult situation. Nomi's in a difficult situation. I'm in a difficult situation. You're in a difficult situation. And Lazy Phil's dream came true. He's a dead rock star, possibly lounging in heaven reading his obituary in Rolling Stoner. Remember when you asked if I believe in heaven, and all I can do is stand here in the corner of your living room, dipping a triangle of pita bread into what's left of the garlic hummus? Will I ever hold you again? Will you ever smile again? I glance at you. You're wiping your nose on a napkin while a mothball pats your back, and your dead-eyed daughter is just sitting on a chair, not touching the little sandwiches on her plate. And the outlook for us is grim, and really you, Phil DiMarco, really you, all the way back to the day you wormed your way into this unjust world. You shouldn't feel guilty, and I don't feel guilty, Mary Kay. Sure, I bought M30s for him. It was a particularly dark moment in our courtship, but Oliver took them away. And yes, I bought heroin for Phil. I put heroin in his room because heroin was the devil he knows. But I am a rational person. I know that your rat didn't die because of me. He didn't even die from a heroin overdose. He died because he drove to that gosh hole in Poulsbo and picked up some of those poisonous M-freaking-30s. I didn't kill Phil, and you didn't either, but you're saying it again right now, telling that sympathetic mothball that you pushed him over the edge. I want to storm through these mourners and grab your shoulders and tell you to stop it. People get divorced every day, Mary Kay. There's nothing scandalous about it, and your rat was a brat. He couldn't wait until he was living in some messy box, too old to be called a bachelor pad, to jump off that wagon. Nope, he swallowed those pills in this house. All he had to do was drive to the Grand Forest or one of the countless places on this island where people go to do bad things. It turns my stomach, Mary Kay. Even Oliver cringed and made aggressively passive-aggressive remarks about my being the other man. I told him to read the basic freaking text and learn that recovery is an uphill battle, that no one is to blame, especially not me. He cut me off and told me that my body count on this island is up to 2. Nonsense! I killed no one. What Phil did to this family is terrible, Mary Kay. I could never do something like that. Neither could you. Now you pull at your hair. How did I miss it? And I want to comfort you. I have been trying to comfort you for 3 days now. But you always shiver and turn away, as if you wish I were dead. Me, the one who made you happy. I know. Life isn't fair, but just once I wanted love to be fair. I did everything right. Everything.
And now I'm losing you, aren't I? You knock over someone's glass of beer and you snip. Gosh damn it, Lonnie, there are coasters. Lonnie apologizes and you're crying again. I'm sorry, I'm so mad I could kill him. Lonnie says that's natural. Since when is nature a synonym for good? And she's encouraging you to let it all out. And no, you know better, Mary Kay. You don't want to kill him because you read his freaking book, and I read it too. We both know that addiction is a disease, and these friends, you've never mentioned Lonnie, not once. They're not on your side. They're not helping, and if anything, they're making it worse by validating every mistruth you speak. And in that way, they're like Phil's freaking family. What a bunch, Mary Kay. His mother and father are already gone, as if they have somewhere else to be. And the brother never even came. Classy. According to the obituary, the brother is a well-known life coach, which might be why he couldn't afford a freaking plane ticket. Well-known is code for 21,000 followers, and Tony Robbins he is not. And I want things to go back to normal. I want Phil's parents to get on a plane and go back to Florida. Maybe they'll leave tomorrow. They didn't show up at your wake party tonight. We're mourning privately. But oh, really you, Phil's family? Nobody likes hospitals and nobody likes funerals, but we all know that sometimes you have to suck it up and go. And if they were decent people, you might not be quite so bad off. You're so guilt-stricken that you're rewriting history and hiding behind your invisible brand-new rose-colored glasses. He really was amazing. Oh, come on, Mary Kay. People don't realize he gave up his career to be home. Lie. He couldn't get along with his bandmates, and he had songwriter's block. He was the best dad. We had all these great day trips to Seattle. That's another lie. He was your teenage son storming off to play with guitars while you and the meerkat wasted money on tchotchkes. You blow your nose into a cocktail napkin, and I just should have known. The mothball takes you in her old lady arms and you're weeping again. And now I feel guilty for being so hard on you. I know it's hard to lose someone, but Jesus Christ, Mary Kay, you should lean into your rage because you're right to be mad. Addiction is a disease, yes, but he was a husband and he was a father, and instead of getting help, instead of taking care of himself so that he could stay alive for his daughter, he jumped off the wagon. You slip off to powder your nose, poor choice of words, considering, and you cry more. You know it was a poor choice of words, and the meerkat is still in a coma on the sofa, staring at you. She's not crying. She can't cry because you won't stop crying. I grab another slice of beignet pizza, a bigger one this time, and I fold it in half and pop the whole freaking thing in my mouth. Shortus elbows me. Sup, where you been? I haven't seen you at the gym. That's Shortus for you. We're at a freaking funeral luncheon and he's talking about crossbow. He picks up a celery stick and chomps. Don't be letting yourself go, he says. Don't want to wind up like this guy. The insensitivity of this poor dolt, and I pick a red pepper flake out of my mouth. It's just a little pizza, he asks, and then he drops his voice to a whisper. Heroin? No, I say. You? I never would. He shudders. I don't get it. Don't these people know about endorphins? Honestly, don't they know about sex? It's the worst thing to be forced to imagine right now, Shortus being intimate with some toned, nerve-endingless crossbow addict, and it's a reminder that 3 days ago, in another lifetime, I was one of the happy people on this planet. I was having sex with you. I scan the room, and you're not back, and in the library, you never slip out without letting me know where you're going. You're crossing over, and it's like I don't exist, like you don't want me to exist. And the meerkat isn't on the couch anymore. She's gone too. I pick up my plastic glass of 11 Winery wine. I hear you, I say, because I learned my lesson, and I won't waste my time debating with another stubborn, irrational dog. I'm gonna get some fresh air. You're not in the powder room, and I can't go upstairs. We're still a secret, even if you haven't kissed me or talked to me since you deserted me at Fort Ward. And I step out the side door, because maybe you are smoking. You did that with the rat long ago. Hey, It's the meerkat, and she's smoking, ripping on her bong. Nomi, I say. I realize it's a stupid question, but how are you? Messed up in the head.
You? I sip my plastic wine and she motions for the cup, and she's underage, but she saw a dead body for the first time in her life. Been there. So I give her my plastic chalice, and she gulps it all down. Too much. Too fast. Are your parents alive? Honestly, I'm not sure. What did they do to you that was so gosh that you don't know? They ignored me. She nods. Really? Nah, I say. Good Joe, compassionate Joe. I used to feel that way. But you get older, you realize that you don't really hate anyone, even your gosh parents, because everyone's just doing the best they can. She coughs. Still not good at working that bong, still doesn't have any friends. I counted 2 teenagers inside, and one was here with her parents, and the other was here for the wine. That's deep, Joe. Not really, I say. The last thing I want is for your meerkat to feel that, on today, the second worst day of her life, she has to be polite and grateful. See, Mary Kay, I wish you could see me right now. I am Jack Nicholson at the end of terms of endearment. I am stepping up with your kid, and I am ready to be a stepfather. I am here to help. She puts her bong in an empty planter, and she yawns, and her arms are outstretched above her head, and she bursts out laughing. I don't laugh with her, and I don't judge her, and soon she's doubled over. I'm gonna pee my pants. And I tell her, it's okay to do that. It's okay to do anything right now. She rolls her eyes and snorts. Yeah, right. I mean it, Nomi. It's hard to lose someone. Your mother knows that. We hear footsteps, and the door opens. Shortus. Oh, he says, so this is where the party's at. It was his way of trying to ease the tension. Freaking idiot is scared of real emotions. And Nomi doesn't laugh at the joke, and he throws his arms around her. I'm so sorry, Nomi. I just know that he loved you more than anything on the planet. Except for heroin, the sound of his own voice, intimate encounters, and his music. But that's funerals for you. They bring out the stupid in everyone, especially the stupid. Nomi pats him on the back. Thank you, Uncle Seamus. And he pulls away, the way he should, because he's not really her freaking uncle, and the girl needs her space. Tell you what, he says. When my mom died, everyone was like, watch TV, binge, relax, but none of that worked for me. Because you have no attention span, you lightweight. What did help me was endorphins. That's the second time he's used that word in 20 minutes, and he will never get married, will he? Thanks, she says. I'll remember that. He takes a deep breath and looks up at the trees. I'm gonna go do a Murph in honor of your old man, he says. I know he'd like that. Phil was a lazy person who never broke a sweat deliberately, and he would not like that at all. I smile. That's so nice, Seamus. Seriously. The second he's gone, it's like he was never there, and the meerkat goes right back to where we were. Do you really think I can do anything I want right now? Yup. And my mom won't be pissed? Nope. Well, in that case, will you tell her I went to Seattle? I never offered to be her accomplice, but she's wearing a Sacrophil t-shirt, and her Columbine is poking out of her backpack. And it's one thing to have a birthday party and have no kids show up, but this is her father's funeral, and she has no one in there. I know that feeling. When someone you loved, in spite of their imperfections, is dead, and no one in the world seems to care about what that's like for you. Do me a favor, Nomi. The bong stays here. She salutes me like JFK Jr. at his father's funeral and takes off through the backyard to the trail. Inside, the guys from Sacrophil have picked up their instruments. I knew it was only a matter of time before we had an unplugged, Phil-less jam session, and I feel a powerful surge of determination now, and I have a purpose now. I have to find you. I worm my way around the room, skirting my fecal-eyed, multi-generational neighbors. And for you, this is a sad room. But for me, this is a hot zone. Mrs. Kahlua is here, and this cannot, will not, must not be Jay's coming out party. I cut through the kitchen, but I'm stuck here too. The young woman who warned me about Phil is standing in front of your refrigerator. The door is blocking her face, thank you, door, but I recognize her hand. 2 diamond engagement rings. She's having small talk with a court-ordered older alkie I've seen at Isla, and I am trapped. The guest bathroom door opens, and I slip into that bathroom again. I close the door. Safe. Someone knocks on the door. If it's yellow, let it mellow. The pipes are taking a beating.
I run the faucet and eavesdrop on the NA people, whispering about how long they have to stay. Go now, go! And they are going. Yes! And I flush the toilet. Oops! And I exit the bathroom. And here you are, in your kitchen, surrounded by second and third tier Melendez. I clear my throat. Mary Kay, I say, you got a second? You're mad at me, but it's not like I walked up to you and kissed you, and there is no way to put the toothpaste back in the freaking tube. We did go to Fort Ward, and we shared passionate moments in a bunker, twice. And Dr. Nikki's blog is right. I have feelings too, and I am allowed to have feelings. You excuse yourself, and my palms are sweating. What I say now matters, and is it possible to say the right thing when you're not yourself? You open the side door, and now it's you and me by the planter. And you light one of the rat's cigarettes and blow a smoke ring. And who knew you could do that? I don't want to do this right now, Joe. I can't do this right now. I know. You don't know, Joe. You don't know what this is like for me. I know. You look at me, validated. And then you blow smoke in a poisonous straight line. I had no business turning off my phone. I have a child. Let it out. You grit your teeth, because it would be so much easier on you if I was being a jerk right now, but I'm not going to do that for you. All we had to do was wait. You don't know, Phil? Yes, I do. You don't know that we had something of a deal. I looked out for him, and he did nothing for you but drag you down? He needed me. I knew he was down, and there I was off running around with some freaking guy I barely know, behind his back, while my own husband was dying inside. That was cruel, but I am strong. And you must feel horrible about that. Well, I feel like the biggest piece of gosh that ever lived. He deserved better from me. And you deserved better from him. But this is the other thing I hate about funerals, about wakes. We don't get to blame the death day boy. He's like a bridezilla. It's his day and he gets to whine and complain about every stupid thing in the world. What can I do to help? You flick the cigarette on your own lawn and shrug. Nothing, you say, your voice flattened by Klonopin and semi-Melendez, and all the pressure of hosting people in your home while you just die underneath. There's nothing anyone can do or say to bring him back, and honestly, that's all I want. Anything you do is a waste. Anything you say is a waste. Right now, all I want in this world is the one thing I can't have. One more day with Phil. To tell him that I know he's hiding heroin in his nightstand, under his amp, to take all of it and flush it down the toilet, and force him into a car, into a rehab clinic, so that my kid doesn't have to go the rest of her life without a father, so that she doesn't have to go through the rest of her life being the one who found him. I'm a big girl. I know that I can't have that, but that's where I am right now. You don't touch me. You don't make eye contact. You are a zombie with a second set of teeth, and they're his teeth. Constant proof that he was alive, and I will be patient. I've been there, Mary Kay. I know what it's like to lose someone who was bad for you. I know you're bleeding inside. That pain you're in gives you no right to hurt me. But I won't make this about me. Unlike your dead rat, I am a strong man, a good man, who's able to put you first and respect the reality that his death is harder for you than it is for me. But you're a widow now.
You're anointed with a new title, and I too could kill that frickin' rat for what he did to us. His guys finish playing the one and only true hit song that Phil ever wrote, and the clapping is loud, too loud. You start crying and shutting the slider behind you, leaving me on your deck alone. And if you had any intention of a future with me, you wouldn't have closed that door. I went home, I pigged out, I played some Prince, I played some Sinead, and I was bracing myself for 7 hours and 15 days without a word from you. But I was wrong, in the best way possible. You called me last night at 1:13 a.m. and you cried, and I let you cry, and soon you were talking about Phil's parents. They always treated me like I wasn't good enough, and they think it's my fault. And then you were crying again. It's all my fault. And then you were angry. How could he do this to know me? And then you were guilty. I should have been there for him. I should have known this was too much. I was so good to you, Mary Kay. I encouraged you to let it out, and you fell asleep, and I did not end the call. I stayed up all night until you were coughing. Joe, you said? Morning. You're still here? Of course I am. You said it was the kindest thing anyone ever did for you. Gosh, that stupid grassy dollhouse roof. And it's been almost 2 weeks. You're in mourning, still guilt-ridden. And I get it. Your separation was a secret and it's complicated. But you texted me that you forgot to buy toilet paper. It's always something. And I went to the store and bought you toilet paper. And you're tearing the plastic. Huh? What? This is the right kind. I know because I've spent a lot of time in your house. And I shrug. It's the best kind, so of course it's your kind. I make a note in my head. Buy Mary Kay's overpriced toilet paper before she comes to my house. And then the sliding door opens, and it's Shortus, who's somehow become my unworthy rival in this irritating episode of our Cedar Cove life. He cracks his knuckles, and he cracks his back, and sighs. Your gutters are officially clean, MK. You're a grieving widow and obliged to your friends. Thank you, Seamus, you're a godsend. And you rummage around the refrigerator. Okay, boys, you say, as if I am your son and Shortus is a friend I brought home from school. Who's hungry? He plops into a chair, and he is not a man. He is a 4th grade boy. I burned a lot of calories out there, MK. I can eat. I wish he would go away. He's different since R.I.P. Phil died. It's like one of those frickin' reality shows where the loser thinks he has a shot because the guy in the lead pulled a muscle and backed out of the race. Shortus is actively competing with me to be the man of this house, and that's not what I'm doing. I love you, I miss our intimacy, and I am your boyfriend. But he's a lonely crossbore, a real patriarchal sexist who acts like you need us menfolk. And what nonsense, Mary Kay. You don't need men, you need me. I pull the North Water out of my bag and set it on the table. Almost forgot, I say to you, not him. This is that book I was telling you about. In other words, get out, Shortus. And he huffs. Jeez, Joe, I don't think the woman can read right now. We're still reeling, you know? He didn't even like your husband, but I can't fight with him because he's your friend. And if he wasn't here, we would be talking about Ian McGuire. But he is here, so you just smile at the book. Thanks, Joe. And then you're on your feet, dealing with the casserole. This is a critical time for us. You're processing so many emotions, and we need to get closer. And I'm not stupid, Mary Kay. I know you want a buffer. That's why you let Shortus come over and have an open-door policy for the semi-Melandas who pop by with casseroles. No one likes that mess when they're alive. Why would they want it after someone died? And Shortus jumps up and pulls a chair out for you. Young lady, I insist that you take a load off and sit. He is the patriarchy, and I want to smash him. And where is R.I.P. Melanda when you need her? You don't want to sit. You shovel lasagna onto his plate, and he passes the plate to me. That's way too much for me, MK. Let's give this to the bookworm. See if he can't get some meat on those bones. You like my body just the way it is. And Nomi hesitates in the hallway. What's that smell? Casserole, you say? You want some? She groans. I'm going to Seattle. Nomi, I want to see Uncle Don and Aunt Peg. I met Don and Peg at the wake. They're Nomi's surrogate ex-hippie grandparents, and they own a guitar store. And you told me about them the day we walked to the diner, the day you almost told me about Phil. You pick at your lip. But honey, you've been over there a lot. Nomi is unmoved. So maybe you could hang out here with us. Nomi grabs at the straps on her backpack. Are they sick of me or something? Nomi, no. I just think it might be nice for you to be home a little more. Mom, she says, and we're all thinking the same thing right now. That the rat died in this house. That Nomi found the rat. You hug your meerkat, and Shortus scoops a heap of lasagna that's actually bigger than my portion, and you walk Nomi to the door, and he chews on the lasagna with his mouth wide open, like a bachelor, like a pig. And you'll never know that he ate more than me.
And now you're outside. There's another frickin' friend popping by, and I don't blame Nomi for jumping on that ferry every day. You come back glum, holding a cheesecake. MK, Seamus says, do you do that tracking thing on E's phone? You dig into the cheesecake, right into the center. We haven't shared intimacy since Fort Ward, and you're going crazy too. Huh? You know, he says, just so you can know where she is. You dig your fork into the cheesecake, and that's my girl. I don't stalk my daughter, Seamus, if that's what you mean. Well, you can never be too careful. Do you know what she's up to? Do you even know that she's in Seattle? Do it, Shortus. Piss her off with your father-knows-best passive aggression. You are seething. Honestly, Seamus, if there's one thing we did right, it's Nomi. She's always liked to get away and spend a night or two with Peggy and Dawn. He runs his paws over his Cooley Hardware shirt and adjusts his Cooley Hardware hat, and how was I ever friends with this guy? I'm just trying to help, MK. My shop's covered. I got a workout in this morning, so it's no skin off my back if you want me to see where she's at. You just lost your husband, and he makes it all about him, as if he's the saint, and you pat his arm. I appreciate it, but we're fine. I might spit up my lasagna, and he pats your arm back. I know you are, MK. Honestly, I don't blame her for getting away. It's been like Grand Central in here, and the memories. And it really is Grand Frickin' Central, because there's a dog barking and another intruder. You jump out of your chair to greet the latest friend, and lo and behold, it's the fecal-eyed mommy. Finally, we are properly introduced, and her hand is a dead fish, and her yellow lab still loves me. And see that, Mary Kay? Dogs know good people. Fecal-eyed Nancy is fresh from a hike, and she can't stay long. And you offer her cheesecake, and she makes a face, as if you have cooties, as if the widow doesn't have a right to stick a fork in her own cheesecake. Fecal Eyes repeats herself. We just popped by, I can't stay. And you clear a chair for her, and she sits. Should I ask, or should I leave it alone? The dog rests her head on my lap. I pet her, and you sigh. I haven't heard from her, you say. But like I told you, we had a falling out. Shortus turns his Cooley Hardware hat backwards. Oh man, he says, I didn't know how to tell ya. All eyes on Shortus, just like he wants. Except for the dog, who only has eyes for me. You sip your coffee. Just say it. Have you talked to her? Yes, he says. Melanda called me a few days ago. Fecal Eyes balks, and you balk too. And no, she frickin' didn't. She's dead.
There are rumors about her, because this is an island, and even at the wake, I heard a couple people whispering that Melanda had an affair with a student. But I don't care about that. Melanda is dead, and dead women don't talk on the phone. Alas, Seamus wants attention. He wants to feel special, and pretending to be a conduit to your friend Melanda is one way to get it. Fecal Eyes picks at the cheesecake, and this is what she came for. Gossip. Unbelievable. Shortus scratches the logo on his shirt. She asked me to tell you and Nomi that she sends her love. You snort and do a good impression of her. How nice. I know, he says. She would have come back, but you know how it is. Everyone's talking about her inappropriate behavior with that kid at school. She didn't want to steal the spotlight. Fecal Eyes picks up your fork, not afraid of cooties anymore. So it is true. That woman had an affair with a student. I knew it, and I'm sorry, but I can't really say I'm surprised. Thank God for the fecal-eyed dog, or I might throw the cheesecake at the frickin' wall. Finally, Fecal Eyes is on the move. You guys, I just have so much to do. And Shortus looks at his phone and lets out a big sigh. Rats, he says. Actually, I can't go to Seattle, even if you wanted me to go. The girls need me at the store. I almost feel bad for him as you shove him out the door, the way he had to refer to his staff as the girls. It would be awful to be so intimidated by women, so insecure that you have to make up gossip. He can't even look me in the eye. He just waves. Maybe a beer later?
And I nod, and he manipulates you into one more thank you as you give him a casserole to take back to the shop, as if he shouldn't be the one thanking you. And then he's gone. You lock the door and come back to the table. He means well, you say, but he's doing a 5K for Phil, and he put up the banner. Did you see it? Yes, no. Hang on, you say. You pick up your phone and dial. You bite your lips as it rings, and then your shoulders drop. Oh, Peg, I'm glad I caught you. Nomi's on her way there. Oh, she is? Oh, good. Okay, well, I want to thank you guys. I know, but I still want to thank you. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Peg. Bless you, Peg. I care, and I ask the right question. Nomi get there okay? You nod. She called them from the ferry. Your mom duties are fulfilled, and right now, you just want to complain about Shortus. So that banner. Seamus plastered the Narcotics Anonymous logo on it in this great big can't-miss-it font, and it really rubs me the wrong way, as if that was all there was to Phil. And Nancy, fecal eyes. She means well, but her in-laws do everything for her, and Phil's parents, they haven't even called since they went back to Florida. Tell me to stop. No, let it out. You sip your coffee. I don't want to trash everyone I know. It's not them, it really isn't. I'm not even mad that Melanda didn't call or anything. When it's over, it's over. You sigh. I think I'm just peopled out. My heart is racing, and it's just the two of us, and I throw out my line to you, my bait. Look, I get the whole peopled out thing, and any time you want me to leave, your eyes suckle mine, kittens to the teat. No, you say, I want you to stay. I do what you want. I stay, but I can't make a move. You're in mourning. I have been cautious, respectful. No mention of Fort Ward. No red bed talk. I know that you did love him. I know that you did hate him. I know that permanent separation is shocking, and I know that the guilt is eating you alive, and I know you need to let it out. I stroke your hair, and I let you cry. I let you be. I do what none of your friends let you do. I support you quietly, wholly, and so you are able to cry loudly, wholly. And when your phone rings, it does that too much. You see that it's your dad, and you tell me that you should probably take it, but you don't have it in you. He feels so bad about missing the funeral, but he had to miss it. He had back surgery. You sent him to voicemail, and that's my cue, Mary Kay. I kiss your hand. Come on, I say, let's go upstairs. We did it. We came together in passion in your marriage bed, and we've been in your room for the bulk of the past 24 hours. It's been fun. You worry about my cats, and I tell you about the automatic feeders that dispense food, and you tell me how caring I am, how responsible, and this is how you heal. This is how you learn to love me out loud without feeling guilty about it. You pull the duvet over our heads, and I am the man of your dreams, repeatedly offering to go, and you are the woman of my dreams, drawing me closer. We break the laws of physics and travel through time and slip into our future, and I hold you, knowing that I will hold you forever, that this is our sneak peek at forever. I kiss your foxy hair, tendrils all over my bare chest. Do you want coffee? You run your hand through my hair and sigh. Mind reader, Joe, truly. R.I.P. Phil. Never did nice things for you. No breakfast in bed, not even a really cup of coffee. But then you glance at one of his trash bags and you're crying again. Guilty. I'm the worst woman in the world. If anyone knew you were here. We can't jump into this. You know you can't be here when Nomi gets back. I know. I kiss your head. The most patient man alive. You want me to take some of these bags down? You pull away. Whoa, slow down there. You pull the covers over the part of your shoulder, the skin that I just kissed. Way, way, way too soon. I'm sorry, I was only trying to help. You bite your lip. You won't let the past wreck our future. I know, but right now I really just want coffee. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump all over you. I kiss the top of your head. Don't worry about me. I put on pants and a shirt. The meerkat really could come back at any time, and bound down the stairs. And I can't really wait for you to get rid of this house, this albatross. You're jumpy because you're here. In your head, this house belongs to your dead husband. And I get it. Everything will be better when we get you out of this place, when my house becomes our house. I can already see us on the sofa, watching our cats preen under the Christmas lights that will be up all year, on at all hours. I love you, Mary Kay, and I open the freezer of casseroles we'll never eat because these casseroles are like Phil's trash bags, like this house. They also need to go. I find the really coffee, finally, and close the door and flinch. There's a man standing there, staring at me as if I'm the intruder. And did Oliver send him? His face is familiar, but he's too old to be Oliver's brother, and he's wearing a Rolex, so he's not a cop. He breaks the silence. Who the gosh are you? I turn that gosh around. Who the gosh are you? And how did you get in here? He clocks the sink full of dirty dishes. I'm Phil's brother. I have a key, he says. Blithe. Cold. And I guess you do too, huh? This no-show, middling life coach starts washing your dishes like he owns this place. Like casserole dishes don't need to soak. And he's a straight-laced version of Phil, and I want him gone. We don't need this right now. And I hear you upstairs. You're scrambling into your clothes and washing your face. And now you bound down the stairs. You smell of soap. You washed me off. Ivan, you say, breezing right by me, putting your arms around Phil Part 2. You're here. You should hate him. He skipped the really funeral. But you don't hate him. You're obsequious. You thank him for doing the dishes, as if they aren't still scabbed, and you fawn on him for pouring dish soap into the compartment in the scrub brush. Oh, please. And you treat him like a human gadget, like he's Mr. Frickin' Fix-It. We have the iPhone, the iPad, and now we have the freaking iMan. Yes, your brother-in-law Ivan is a textbook Ivan, entitled Arrogant, starched on the bottom, and wrinkled t-shirt on top. And he's the missing piece of the puzzle. The shark inside Phil's shark. Better nose, smarter, colder.
He's only Phil's half-brother. They share a mother. And we should be talking about Phil, but it takes 11 seconds or so for Ivan to announce that he's been taking things to the next level with his life coaching business. It sounds like nonsense, and you're busy doting on him, so I Google him. And yes, okay, Ivan's getting some press, and he's trending. That word needs to die. But anyone can see that his entire career is driven by his desire to be a rock star like his brother. Can you stop salivating over this jerk and remember the facts? He showed up after your husband's funeral. What a monster! And a life coach should have compassion, not to mention a freaking shirt with some buttons. But look at you, still being so nice to him. The two of you are catching up, and I'm in a chair in the corner of your kitchen reading about Ivan, and the mental health situation in the separated states of America is bad because of people like him. He followed up his BA with a PhD. He's a doctor, but he couldn't save a life on a plane. And he made his fortune by greasing the wheels for big, bad pharma. And what does he do with all that extra money? Does he start a nonprofit? Does he build an incubator to ensure that the future is female? Nope. He builds a website. Well, he pays someone to build it and declares himself a life coach. I watch a short, closed-captioned video of him presenting his philosophy. You took the first step. You're here. I'm here to help you take the next step. Ready, ladies? Because I'm about to blow your mind. A long, dramatic stare. Don't trust your feelings. Another long, even more dramatic stare. Your whole life you've been told that you have feelings. What if the people who told you that you're emotional had told you that you're smart? He puts on a baseball cap that reads Thinking Cap, and he made merch. Welcome to a new world where you don't trust your feelings. You see them for what they are. Cobwebs, quicksand, clutter. I'm here to make you think. No wonder there are so few views, and yet look at you right now,
pouring vinegar into your coffee maker because he said to do it. Like his dead brother, he brings out the worst in you, and I dislike the freaking video to focus on the show in here. He has an excuse for everything. Why wasn't he at the funeral? I had 1,200 clients with flights booked, hotels prepaid. I had to be there. Nope. He paid to attend a seminar on social media branding for life coaches, and he did not have to be there. Why wasn't he here for Wake Week? For the casserole parade? I had a sit-down with GQ in New York. I begged my agent to let me do a phoner, but they wanted the whole shebang. A photo shoot, the X Factor when I walk into the lobby of the Four Seasons, all that good stuff. The story was for GQ.com, and the story is only online. And sorry, Ivan, but you didn't have a sit-down. It's a piece about CEOs with second acts. Ivan hired a publicist after his brother died, and that publicist used R.I.P. Phil DeFreakin-Marco to get Ivan some press. I am a good guy, and Ivan is a bad guy, a fake-it-till-you-make-it jerk who uses words like shebang. And again I say it, what kind of a life coach skips his brother's funeral? He looks down at the coffee you hand to him. He looks down at you. You better not be beating yourself up for what happened, Emmy. You know it's not your fault, right? You know there's nothing you could have done. I don't have a PhD in psychology, but this is projecting, and you are fawning. Thank you for all those flowers, Ivan. They really did make the funeral. And I butt in. What a good brother, I say. That's generous, considering you couldn't be there. Well, they're half-brothers, you say. And Ivan's so busy in Denver. He claps his hands and he almost hits your nose. Stop that, Em. There is no half or whole. He was my baby brother. End of story. His phone buzzes. He smiles and walks to the front door, and you and I follow like sheep. Nomi is on the street, running faster than I've ever seen her move. You are puzzled. She said she was going to stay in Seattle. He is smug. I told her I was here. That selfish jerk pulled Nomi away from people who actually love her, and she hugs him, and he says she looks so grown up. And I don't like his Rolex, sliding around his wrist so we can't forget it's there. All right, he says, where are we headed in the fall? Ivan's got his arm around Nomi, and they're walking into the house. And do I stay? Do I go? You wave at me, come on, so I follow you, but this is all wrong. I'm more in tune with this family than this Ivan come lately, but he's the one Nomi is excitedly telling about NYU. You're going to love New York, I butt in. We're all back in the kitchen, and there's an awkward silence. Ivan looks at you, not me. Sorry, MK, who is this guy? You rub your collarbone the way you do when a mothball asks for help with a freaking e-card, and Nomi answers the question. Joe's a volunteer at the library, and he's from New York, so of course he's biased about NYU. She tears at a loaf of bread and laughs. Also, he has 3 cats. I don't need Ivan to know about our cats, and I was a mentor to Nomi. I listened to her talk about books. I helped her discover how rewarding it is to help old people, and this is how she repays me. You lighten the mood by pouring coffee, and there are 3 of you and 1 of me, and I'm not even allowed to be mad that you didn't tell Ivan I'm your boyfriend, because, oh, that's right, our love is a secret. Noni doesn't know either. She thinks I'm a loser like Shortus. You open the freezer and retrieve a casserole, and Ivan claps his hands again, and you and the meerkat freeze up like this is a freaking improv class and he is your teacher. Rule 1, he says, those casseroles go in the trash. That food is something that other people needed to provide in order to express their condolences. But that food is not for you to eat, girls. Girls, and he's just another insecure jerk, a tall freaking Shortus. Rule 2, he says, on his feet now, rolling up those sleeves like he's about to manhandle a baby at a political convention. Same logic applies to Phil's things. Ivan, I say, you don't want to go there. You don't look at me. Your eyes are glued to him, and he puts his hands on your shoulders. Emmy, I know you. trust me when I tell you that death is a part of life. We are animals, and we have to move forward. Your feelings are intense, but feelings aren't real." He points at his head, and I wish his finger was a gun. We have to use our heads to protect us from the spontaneous, reactionary urges of our hearts. The word is reactive, and he's talking about me, Mary Kay. He may as well pick me up and shove me in one of R.I.P. Phil's really trash bags, and he is wrong. Your feelings for me are not a reaction to that dead rat. We've been falling in love for months. But what do? You tell him that he's right, and you are going to gather Phil's things today. And I offered to get rid of those really trash bags less than an hour ago. You're all hugging, and I may as well be back in the woods, on the trail, behind the rock. My chair squeaks when I stand. I think I should get going. You keep your head where I can't see it, buried in Ivan's chest, and your voice is muffled. Thanks, Joe. And Ivan pats you both on the back and offers to walk me out, as if this is his house. You and the meerkat hide in the kitchen, and he opens the front door before I can get my hand on the knob. Thanks for helping out around here. His voice drops to a whisper. But you and I both know that a recently widowed woman needs time on her own. Of course, I just came by to help her with some stuff around the house. He mad dogs me, and my really shirt is inside out. And does he still smell you on me? Well, he says, that's what I miss about this place so much, all that generosity. I leave, and there is nothing I can do, because his presence doesn't change anything. Our love is a secret. It's too soon. But his presence changes everything. No more lingering in the bed with me.
No more working through your grief the right way, behind closed doors with me. Right now, you're in that house and you're regressing at 90 miles an hour, putting on a proper widow show for your dead husband's no-show brother. You were Phil's muse, and that was a problem, but this is worse, Mary Kay. Now you're the one on stage. 1 day passes, no word from you. I buy Oliver a violin. Minka is taking classes. Another day passes, no word from you. I buy Oliver a really piano. Minka didn't like the violin. Another day passes, no word from you. I bite Oliver's head off when he calls and he laughs. I know, he says, but there's this Casio on First Dibs. It's super 80s, my friend. You don't have to learn how to play it. It's intuitive. Or sort of intuitive. Whatever it is, we want it. I buy Oliver his non-intuitive Casio. Am I ever going to see you again? And my doorbell rings. Yes, you! I run to the door and I open the door and no, Ivan. I wish I wasn't in sweatpants, and I wish Riffic was a freaking Rottweiler. Ivan laughs at my cats. Sorry to surprise you. No worries. Did you want to come in? So I can lock you in my whisper room? Actually, he says, Nomi mentioned that you live here. Nomi, not you. And I know how helpful you were last week. Someone had to be, you jerk. I wanted to invite you over for supper tonight. It's the least we can do to repay you for being such a good neighbor. The word is boyfriend, you jerk, and he better not tell you about all the cat hair on my sweatpants. I'm always happy to help, and that sounds great, but unnecessary. I don't want to intrude. Don't be ridiculous. He tells me he'll see me at 6, and I start to close the door, and he snaps his fingers. Oh, one more thing, he says. Feel free to bring your partner, if you have one. I hate the word partner, and I picture Rachel Ray riding one of her knives into the center of his chest. And I smile. Thanks, I say, but it's just me. A couple hours later, you call me and you are hiding in the garage whispering as if you're the guest in his house. You are so sorry for all the radio silence, and you say it's so complicated. See, Ivan and Phil didn't have the best relationship, and I feel like you got stuck in the middle of some ancient history. Mary Kay, I'm going to say what I always say. Don't worry about me. Really. You blow me a kiss, but I hear him in your voice, and it's so much better. In my house. No, really. Ivan's clogging the pipes. I go down to my whisper room to get ready for supper, aka read up on Uncle Ivan, and here's my conclusion, Mary Kay. He isn't a life coach. He's an aspiring cult leader.
He claps and women stop talking and women pay him for his authoritative coaching. The man is the real fake deal. But let's be honest, Mary Kay, he's a bad guy. And this is the problem with the real internet. Thanks to his publicist, women are watching his videos, and every hour he has more followers and converts than he did the hour before. It doesn't hurt that he's not a bad-looking guy who enforces a one-strike rule that's so cult and stares into the camera and tells women what they want to hear, what we all want to hear. You deserve better. No, Ivan, most people are pretty gosh, and they don't deserve better, and I wish R.I.P. Phil would come back from the dead so that I could tell him that I get it, man. If this was my brother, God help me, even half-brother, I would have been popping pills and singing about sharks, too. Ivan's also an Instagram junkie. Women who love guys like Ivan also love Instagram. And here's a brand new post. A photo of a vintage BMW in his parents' garage at their summer home in Manzanita. The caption is sexist, directed at you. Good to be home, baby. Missed you. You are not a car, and he went to Yale, and is there anything worse than a 49-year-old man still identifying by the college that accepted him before he could legally buy beer? Ivan isn't famous yet. He's not John really Stamos. 3 years ago, he was flying from one self-made bubble to another, speaking to crowds, strict photography, of women who then swarmed him in the lobby bars of various Marriotts all over the country. And this year, even before your husband died, Ivan has hit his real stride, and the lie is coming true. A guy couldn't so easily become an Ivan 20 years ago. Really, you internet, really you images. And I put on your favorite black sweater, and I can do this. Your brother-in-law didn't invent the snake oil game, and I can make nice with him. And if not, well, no, I can't. I turn the corner on the trail, and Ivan is on your deck, dumping charcoal into the grill. I hoist my bottle of Bainbridge vodka, and he waves his tongs longer than my bottle, and he stares at my vodka. Wow, he says, hard stuff on a school night. Yikes. You don't see a lot of the hard stuff in wine country. We're not in wine country, and you like vodka, and it says Bainbridge on the bottle. I don't drink it. It's like they say, perfume going in, sewage going out. It takes a lot for me to punch someone with an actually, but I do it now. Actually, Ivan, that's what they say that about champagne, not vodka. He doesn't cop to being wrong, even though he was wrong, and he sighs. When did you say you moved here? I didn't. Pause for dramatic effect. A few months ago. He wants to ask more, but here you come in a red sundress. And I shrug, affable house guest, changing the subject, and you keep your distance from me, but Ivan watches, assessing our body language like the unlicensed pervert that he is. You pour wine, and Nomi puts a cheese board in the middle of the table, and Ivan starts telling some long, boring you-had-to-be-there story about the time you and him and your rat had an olive-eating contest. And Ivan nods at me. Go ahead, Joe, have an olive. This isn't your style. I've watched your sitcom and I know you. You're not a foodie. You binge on Tostitos in bed and you let the frost bite your salmon. And I pick up a piece of white cheese. This is quite a charcuterie board. Nicely done, he says, clapping like this is N.A. A lot of people can't pronounce that word, as if it's surprising that I can. Do you not like olives, Joe? I hate olives, but I pop one in my mouth. I belong with you, and my body recoils, and you're all laughing at me. He hands me a napkin. Just spit it out. You do you, Joe. You bite your lip and sip more wine, and Nomi opens her Columbine, and she's telling Uncle Ivan about the book. And Ivan knows Dylan Klebold's mother. He met her at a publishing lunch at a restaurant, and he loves the Resi app. Resi isn't a word, you jerk. And he shows us an email confirmation that begins with empty validation, you're popular. I know you're just as disgusted as me, and I laugh. Imagine taking that personally. You don't laugh. You can't. Our love is a secret. And Ivan puts his phone away, and Nomi jumps out of her chairs. She has to pee, and she says so, the way girls her age do. And now it's just us, adults. So, Ivan says, as if he's your father and I want to take you to the prom. Emmy tells me you're a volunteer. He was too happy to use the word volunteer, so I tell him about my book business, and he's Tom Brokaw and I'm the terrorist. And he slaps me on the back. Don't be so self-conscious, guy. I'm not self-conscious, but I remain calm. He says he was thinking about writing a book, aren't we all, Ivan, but opted to go with a website instead. Yes, Ivan, because you could never write a really book. And you are drinking too much, too fast. And you praise the olives and ask where he got them. You don't really care about olives, and you don't even like them. And you wash down those pungent things with wine. Sorry, you say, I get these waves. I can't believe Phil is gone. That's more like it, Mary Kay. You don't need to please this man and compliment his really cheese board. You just lost your husband. He nods. There are gonna be waves, Emmy. Ride them. Stay strong. He says this like it's a grand real insight, and he flashes his put-me-on-TV eyes at me again.
So, Joe, what's your take on all this? I don't have a hot take on your life because you're a human, not an issue. I think it's been a really rough couple of weeks on the family, meaning the family that Ivan is not a really part of. And Nomi opens the screen door and looks around the table. Wait, she says, Mom, did you tell him? You rub your forehead. Nomi, Uncle Ivan, you know Mom and Dad were gonna get divorced, right? Ivan frowns. No? Emmy, is this true? You cough. Nomi, it's a little more complicated than that. Let's not get into it, okay? Why? She says. I mean, he was sleeping on the couch for like 2 weeks, right? I should have stayed home. And you slam a plate and march into the house and order Nomi to follow you, and Ivan motions for me to follow him. Joe, do you eat lamb? I shake my head no, and he wants to know if it's for political reasons, and I laugh him off. I just don't like the taste. He lays his lamb shanks on the grill, and inside, you and the meerkat are screaming, and I can only hear bits. She says, you broke his heart. You say, he wanted to leave you. And Ivan closes the lid on the grill. So, he says, you never met my brother, is that right? I nod. He opens the lid of the grill and flips a helpless lamb, and I want to flip him. That's a shame, he says. He wasn't perfect, but he was a good guy. Emmy and Nomi, they were everything to him. Not true. Joe, he says, I don't want to pry. Liar. But what exactly is your relationship with Mary Kay? Ivan, look, I think we got off on the wrong foot. I live around the corner. Things were bad. You can imagine how bad. Nomi finding him, Mary Kay, just reeling. A normal person would let the guilt bomb hit him, but Ivan just flips his shanks. It must be hard for you right now, your girlfriend feeling so guilty about cheating on her husband? Whoa, Ivan, that's not what's going on. Relax, he says. I'm not here to judge. I see the guilt eating you alive. I never said I felt guilty. And again he flips a little chunk of dead lamb, and I miss the silence of our lambs. And I can't tell if you and Nomi are fighting or making up, and he calls me your latest adoptee, another orphan from the library. And I am not your project, and we take care of each other, and you are crying, and the meerkat is crying, and I want to go inside and help you, but I can't. Ivan flings innocent dead lamb parts onto a platter. He is the shark inside Phil's shark, circling, finding someone new. Me. I'm gonna make this easy, he says with a smile. We're gonna eat lamb. You don't like lamb. Why don't you call it a night? 2 days later, and I still haven't heard from you. My cats are all over me. They feel my pain, and I feel your pain too. You're in mourning. You and Nomi need to heal, and our love is a secret, and my hatred of Ivan is a secret. I wouldn't burden you with my opinions right now, but time is passing. You are nesting with another man, and I'm alone. Oliver went back to LA to see Minka, and he's bugging me about David LaChapelle's Jesus is My Homeboy, which costs $35,000. I buy iTouch, and he says he'll see me on Menopause Island soon, but when will I see you? Ivan is staying in your house and luring you into his cult, and I can't blame you for it because you lost your really husband and your daughter discovered her own father on the floor, dead. You are the two most vulnerable women in the world, and men like Ivan, this is what they do. They hunt for women like you.
Nomi shares too many pictures of Denver, the city that Ivan calls home, and you don't call me. You just send me questions via text, and I hear Ivan's voice in your voice. You, infected by Ivan. Question: how did you get into rare books? Me: I worked in a bookstore in New York. My mentor was amazing. It takes years to build contacts and learn how to read a book, to spot a fake. My eyes are permanently tired. You say nothing. You don't laugh at my joke. But read between the lines, Mary Kay. I worked for my position in this world. I didn't buy my way in like some people. You, infected by Ivan. Question: how come you don't have a website? I placate you. My business is purely organic. People tell people about me. And you are turning cold on me. Thanks. And you're sharing photographs of Ivan's homemade duck fat fries, and your mind is turning to duck fat. And of course, he knows how to cook, Mary Kay. All sleazy bastards learn a few dishes to seem like husband material, and you are not that woman who lives online. But here you are on Instagram, defiling your non-brand brand and talking about him. You're not going crazy. You're going sane. Nomi is too. Denver, here I come. Going sane. That's a big decision. She belongs in New York, and I should not find out about big decisions in our family in the making on Instagram. Oliver interrupts me with a DM. Instagram is bad for your mental health, FYI. He shouldn't know that I'm online, but he hacked my account and changed my password. Really, you, Oliver? And I let 2 hours pass, as if I'm some really child with overbearing parents' eyes. I go back on Instagram, and Ivan's been dizzy. There's a picture of the three of you in brand new matching baseball caps on the ferry to Seattle. Bye-bye, feeling caps. Hello, thinking caps. Family is everything. I grab my hat. Really, you, Oliver? And head out my door. Family is everything, Mary Kay, but he's not your family. I am. And it's time I helped you remember that. I walk to Pegasus. It's a free country. It's a small island, so I keep strolling, as people do sometimes. I turn onto your street and then into your yard. We're friends. We pop by. And I enter through the side door. You didn't lock it. Tick, tick. And I toss my coffee cup into your recycling bin with all the other Pegasus cups. And I walk upstairs and go into your bedroom. I take a deep breath. Okay, this is good news. You're not sleeping with Ivan. I would smell him. But there's something you're not telling me, and I pick up one of your trash bags. My phone buzzes, and it's an electric shock to my nervous system. Leave me alone, Oliver. But it's not Oliver. It's really Shortus. Want to go for a run? And no, you jerk, I don't want to go for a run. I tell him I already went for a run today, and he calls me a coward, and I shove my phone back into my pocket and pick up a trash bag. This one isn't soft like the others, because this one is full of journals. It's time for me to learn about what you really think of Ivan, and I lie on your bed. There are so really many of them, and it's mostly you beating yourself up about not being a good mother, not being a good wife, wishing Melanda would find someone, wishing you had left when you had the chance. I can't sit here all day, and you're a fox, you're wily, so I pick up a yellowing notepad of grocery lists and errands. My heart is beating. I turn the pages, and sure enough, 23 pages into your errand book, I find the real diary, the one that doesn't have a really sunset on the cover, the one where you use a pencil instead of a pen. Nomi ballet slippers? Phil, therapist or couples therapist? Dry cleaning. Oh gosh, I am going to hell, and it will be an Olive Garden, only not a restaurant, just olives. Something shifted. He gave me an olive, and they came together in passion. Am I a monster? I just feel so drawn to him, and he's so together. And oh gosh, I am a monster. I want him. But you can't do this in life. You can't leave your husband for his brother, but they're half-brothers. And oh gosh, what is wrong with me? I want olives. I want Ivan. Yams, salmon, chips, Diet Coke. Nothing was wrong with you, Mary Kay. You were young, married to an unstable man. 2 days later, you used a sharper pencil, and my eyes thank you for that. Return ballet slippers. Dry cleaning. Pickles. Frozen pizza. That mac and cheese thing that Nomi likes. Well, that's that. Big news. I'm not good enough for Ivan.
Shock of the century, right? Yep, I threw myself at him. So smart, MK. And he told me that it could never work out. And, yep, go to the head of the class. Well done. And now if Phil ever found out, well, good job, me. I sure can pick him. Haircut? My heart hurts for R.I.P. Phil, and I close your secret diary. So this is why Ivan has a hold over you. They came together in passion. But it doesn't matter what you did. You were young. We all were once upon a time. I leave your bed and I open your computer. It's old and big, and the password is predictable. Lady Mary Kay. And I open your email. On the 4th day of every month for the last several years, you have written to him. Dear Ivan, someday we will pay you back. I know how that sounds, but I mean it. Love, MK. And on the 5th day of every month, Ivan replies to you. Dear Mary Kay, we're family. I'm happy to help. Love, Ivan. I dive into the financial mess of your life. And Phil blew his royalties and his trust fund. He didn't like to work, but Ivan was smart, straight edge. Their parents cut them both off, and you and your rat were regulars at the bank of Ivan. And the house really isn't yours. It's his name on the mortgage. Your house smells like dead lilies and Ivan's sweat, and my phone buzzes. And I want it to be you, but it's Oliver. Watching you, my friend, not crazy about what I see. Days pass, and you get worse, and you really are in a cult. I go to Pegasus early in the morning, and I wait for you. I am reading The Girls, and I can't wait to say the word cult to you. And eventually, you enter the coffee shop. But you aren't happy to see me. Joe, I'm in kind of a rush. I close my book. I get it, I say. But did you ever read this? You shake your head no, and you don't ask about me or my really cats. And it's like you don't even hear the Bob Dylan playing in the background. You just point at the counter. I really do have to go. I know you probably want to talk, but I get it. We have company, and it's crazy at home. That's the right word, Mary Kay. Crazy. Oh, hey, I said. Super quick. How's Nomi? I just hope she's getting through this okay. It's a rough go those first few weeks. I already know that Nomi is in trouble. She told everyone on Instagram that she's taking a really gap year and putting NYU on hold to intern for Uncle Ivan in Denver. The hashtag made me sick. Listen to your head. But you don't tell me about Nomi's bad decision. You barely look me in the eye. That's sweet of you, you say. And I promise, we're good, hanging in. Everything is under control. Yes, Mary Kay, Ivan is controlling you, and he's controlling the meerkat. And you buy 3 lattes, none for me, and you leave with a sexless wave. Bye, Joe. And that shark is moving fast, and the meerkat is adrift. Technically, she's an adult, but she's a young 18, and she needs someone to tell her that you don't make life decisions when you're in mourning. The iPhone killed romance and turned us all into lazy, nasty stalkers, and now Ivan the I-Man is killing us. 3 days later, it's like you've gone to the dark side. I really don't exist to you. I don't go outside. Oliver's so worried about me that he sent me a really cheesecake via Postmates, as if one cheesecake makes up for the thousands of dollars I've spent on him. I've been playing Hallelujah on repeat, trying to hate you, trying to think of you as the woman who engaged in intimacy with your husband right in front of me, a semi-reformed brother-obsessed person who didn't catch on when her best friend was sharing intimacy with her husband. I'm trying to accept that something about those men gets to you. Your rat dies and you immediately glom onto his brother. You have been brainwashed, and I know that. I do. But I can't stop thinking about you. I can't stop loving you. So I send you a text. Hi. You send me a text. Hi. I send you another text. Is it bad if I say I miss you?
You don't answer me, and 11 long minutes go by. Oh gosh, you clock. And I am the stupidest man on the planet. And maybe I should kill your half-brother-in-law, because a man as stupid as me deserves to rot in prison for being stupid. And then there is a knock on my door, and it's you. Hello. You're wearing a baggy dress I've never seen, and it's cult white. Hi, I say. Come on in. You enter in silence, and you don't notice the music, and you don't smile your foxy smile, and you don't cry your foxy tears. You are dead-eyed. You're here, but I don't know who you are, and you won't sit on my red bed sofa. And now your lips are moving. I follow your gaze. Mary Kay, are you counting the red stuff? Well, it is a lot of red, Joe. Is this meant to turn your house into a red bed? Yes? No, I just like red. You nod. You're still in there, and you know when I'm lying, and you tell me this says a lot about me, and it does. But then you purse your lips. You can't make the world red. This was really confrontational of you, Joe, and overbearing. Whoa, I say. Where's this coming from? You shrug. And I know where this is coming from. You listened to Ivan's take on us. Look, I say, I know you're going through hell, but come on, it's me. I love you. You close your eyes. Don't say that you love me, Joe. That's just a physical sensation. It's just a feeling. I recognize that you are in a cult, and it is not your fault. The cult showed up on your doorstep and moved into your really house. And you are in debt to the leader of the cult. But you're in there, somewhere, and I have to try and reach you. Don't take this the wrong way, Mary Kay, but how's that Kool-Aid? Excuse me? And off you go, defending that monster who's just looking out for you. And I never should have brought him into this. And you're hiding from me by talking about him. You tell me that you know I didn't mean to take advantage of you, and I am on my feet. I didn't take advantage of you, Mary Kay. Oh, no? You didn't hang around my house knowing that I was weak, that my husband just died? You didn't pop by with toilet paper and wait for everyone to leave? And you didn't prevent me from being alone so that I could take charge of my feelings and put my thinking cap on? You didn't do that? None of it? Because the way I see it, I, as in Ivan, and he is worse than R.I.P. Steve Jobs, hell-bent on owning the world's most important pronoun, the one that makes you. Well, Joe, you never talk like this. I did not come here to fight with you. Yes, you did. I did not come here to explain myself to you. Yes, you did. I came here to hold you accountable for your behavior that was very harmful to me. Your behavior that, whether or not you intended it, did drive me off course. The whisper room is right downstairs, and you are in a cult, and you're not eating enough. He's starving you. It's part of the brainwashing. And I want to keep you, save you. I want to wrap my arms around you. And you stand. I'm not obligated to listen to what you have to say to me because it's not my job to take care of you. Yes, it is. We take care of each other. And yes, I have feelings for you, but you can't trust your feelings. Mary Kay, do you hear yourself? This isn't you. This is him, and you don't like him. I won't lie to you, and I can't lie to you, so I don't say a word. You look down at your white cult dress. Well, you say, I will leave you to process your emotions and do for you what you did not do for me. I will give you the space to feel your feelings about the dissolution of this relationship. Mary Kay, what are you trying to say? I know very well what you are trying to say, but maybe if I force you to say it, you will change your mind. You know what I'm saying? No, I say. You ignore one of my cats when he marks you as his territory, and you tense up on me, on my cats, our cats. It's over, Joe. So you want to break up with me? No. People have to be in a serious relationship in order to break up. We were serious. To me, we are serious. I was in a fog. You are in the fog right now.
And Phil might be alive if you and I hadn't been running around. You make it sound like I grew the really poppy seeds, and you wipe away a tear and the fog thickens. You shiver when I take a step toward you, and your tear ducts go into lockdown. No, you say, it's over. Ivan won your head. He reconfigured your heart. I can't give up. I tell you that it doesn't have to be this way, and I remind you of how long we've known each other, how hard we worked to get here, and you huff. Yeah, you say, and you're not Ivan's puppet, and I wish you were. But no, this is you, the woman I know. You said it, Joe, and we really did mess up, but I don't want to hash it out with you. You purse your lips, and there's no point. I step toward you, and you step back. I'm moving, you say. You're what? No, 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 no. We put the house on the market. No, 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 no. Your insanity is supposed to be temporary. Mary Kay, come on. Slow down a minute. You can't tell me you want to move away, not with him. I just did tell you. Hang on a minute. This feels a little unfair, Mary Kay. I love you. You know that. You said it. And now finally you do meet my eyes. I told you, Joe, that day never happened. That was the best day of my life. I have the Polaroids to prove it. And you cut me off when I try to reason with you. I'd appreciate it if you would respect my feelings and stay away. You take my doorknob in your hand. You squeeze. Goodbye, Joe. Good luck. You close my door. You don't slam it. And I walk to the window and I wait for you to look back. The woman always looks back at the one she loves. But you don't do it, Mary Kay. You don't love me anymore. It's quiet in the whisper room. And in the great tradition of so many authors on this island, I open Microsoft Word and I open Chrome, because the old adages are true. Write what you know and know thy enemy, especially if you're going to write about him. I open my MindTouch and watch a video of one of Ivan's newest female converts, possibly a paid actor. Actually, let's go with probably. And she's wearing her thinking cap, and she is energized. Ivan should be the biggest life coach on the planet, she says. He changed everything for me. No more pop music, no more Air Supply when I'm PMSing, and no more sappy movies. Ivan taught me to stop feeling my feelings and start leading with my mind. I dig up Ivan's bio on his website, and there he is with his wife and her kids, second marriage, and her name is Elisa, and she's a mousy brunette who tends to everything at home. She is rigid. She wears a sweater set. She's from another time, and she's on Facebook, of course, and she's busy raising their sons who were away at college. None of these people showed up at Phil's funeral, and Ivan and Elisa met in grad school. Bite me. And the quote at the top of her profile would make R.I.P. Melanda feel sick. Stop your feelings before they stop you. Ivan King, my husband? Ivan really wanted his new career to happen, and at some point an intelligent woman must have gotten on his nerves and told him to back really off. I Google, Me Too, Ivan King. Nothing, which makes sense. He's only been officially selling his snake oil for a couple years. But then there are older videos, some of them from his early days, when he didn't know about bounce boards and lighting. Surely he made a mistake at some point, and I'm not talking about technical mess. I Google gross things, Ivan King affair, Ivan King rumor, Ivan King harassment. But it's the same every time. Ivan King decent, Ivan loyal, Ivan ally. There's no way, Mary Kay. I remember my old life in L.A., fighting with R.I.P. 40 about our screenplays, and the one good piece of advice he gave me? Trust your gut, old sport. It's all in there. And I do that now. I trust my gut, and I know I can be stubborn about technology. I hate the name. I hate the clear intention to shrink our attention span even more. But I do it. I go on really TikTok. This is the miracle of the creative process, of inspiration. You.
Because I love you, I am in touch with all the narrows of my soul, my talent. I didn't think someone like you existed. You found me, and I do exist. And my instinct was right. Good job, gut. And I find Megan. Megan isn't very popular on TikTok. She doesn't shoot her whole face, only her mouth. But I like her for bucking the shallow, image-obsessed system. I like Megan's voice, too. She's indignant, brave, rattled. It takes a few TikToks to tell her whole story. San Francisco tech reallys, you can do better. But I listen to the whole very thing. And then I play her videos again, and this time I write it all down. This is pretty scary. My Me Too isn't famous, but he isn't not famous. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what he did to me. The part of me that loves Ivan King says that I'm acting with my feelings, not my brain, because that's how men kept women down for so long, by telling us that we feel too much. But I do have feelings, and I can't hold it in anymore. I met Ivan King at his workshop. He told me that I had true potential, but that I lacked confidence. He told me he could tell that I had never had an orgasm with a man, and at the time it was true. And I told him that wasn't true, and he knew I was lying, because if you know Ivan, you know how he is, how he just knows. He said that sex is an activity, the single most important activity. He said that without good sex, I would never reach my true potential. He could tell I had never been in love. I cried a lot. He said I wasn't attractive because men have intuition too. They can tell when you haven't been loved correctly, when you faked too many orgasms and blamed yourself. So I did it. I took my clothes off. I know I did this myself. He didn't hold me down. He didn't make me do anything. I put my thinking cap on, and I kept that hat on during sex. He abused his power. I know I can't be the only woman who got played. He makes it so hard to come forward. He makes us blame ourselves for having feelings. But I am sick of pretending that I don't. Because if you ask me, no one has more feelings than Ivan King. If this happened to you, please tell me. Me Too is good, but it's not perfect, or Ivan King would be on the way down, not on the way up. I saw him in GQ, and well, I just had to speak up. My fingers are numb, and my left eye is twitching, and I wrote it once, and I doubled back to check for accuracy. As Megan's megaphone amplifier, I owe it to her to nail every word. And then I do what Megan should have done. I dump Megan's manifesto on Reddit, where people like to pay attention to every word. And now I wait. We live in strange times. Refresh? Nothing. Because for all the men who are exposed, there are plenty of bad men who carry on in the shadows. Because they know how to convince women that they're emotionally responsible for whatever the men did with their anatomy. Refresh? Nothing. And I forgot about how good it feels to tell the truth and help a wronged woman seek justice. R.I.P. Melanda would be so proud of me. And I refresh. Nothing. But I am patient. I believe Megan. I believe in her so much that it wouldn't surprise me if she called me right now to thank me for sharing her story. I linked the transcript to her TikTok. Unlike R.I.P. 40 Quinn, I give credit when credit is due. Megan has dirty blonde hair. Refresh? Nothing. And slouchy shoulders, and credit card debt from Ivan King. Refresh? Nothing. And I find her other accounts, and I learn about her overdue bills from personal trainers and therapists, and grad school. Yes, she's a grad student. Sadly, snobs care about gosh like that. And she's relatable, fiercely intelligent in the classroom, but less confident when it comes to her personal life. She contacted Ivan because she thought he could help make the pain go away, and he made it worse, and she's not alone, and that's why he should be canceled. I refresh. Nothing. I feed my cats. Cats were made for moments of tension like this, and they want to sleep, but I get some yarn and really mess with them, and they're just like me. They want that yarn so bad, and then they get it.
And then they run, because it's more fun to chase the yarn than it is to have the yarn. I go back to my computer. Refresh. Nothing. Really, Internet? I walk to Blackbird, and I order the toast my fecal-eyed neighbor likes so much. I wait for the toast. Come on. I believe Megan, and I go on Instagram, and the women in my life are a wreck. Love is trying to teach 40 to play golf. He's a child. And you are next level insane, allowing Ivan to preach to a small group of women at the library. Joe! That's my toast. And I get my toast, and I eat my toast, and I wipe my hands. Calmly, thoroughly. I pick up my phone. Refresh. Something. But it's not something good. A brainwashed user named Claire Says has come on here to attack Megan. Claire calls Megan a liar. The really nerve. And Megan is not a liar. When someone says something you don't like, you can't just declare their voice illegitimate. And Claire is racking up approval because people love to hate. She accuses Megan of being paid off. Really conspiracy theorist Claire. And she says Megan needs help. And then she contradicts herself and says that Megan should be in prison for slander. And which the really is it, Claire? I want to jump into the screen and throttle Claire and put her in a basement to teach her the danger of fake news. But I can't do that. And I don't even need to do that, because what's this? It's a user named Sandra21, and Sandra says what I needed to hear. He did it to me too. I didn't even know who Ivan was. A friend, witness, dragged me to his seminar at a Marriott, and there were so few of us that Ivan said drinks were on him. He paid for the drinks. My friend had to go. He told me he had literature in his hotel room. I said he could bring it to the lobby. He said that I was being unfair, treating him like a predator. So we got in the elevator, and he made an explicit advance, and I kicked him and got out on the 44th floor. That was 91 days ago today. I blamed myself. I got in the elevator. But Ivan should go down. Thank you, Megan. I believe Megan. Dethrone Ivan King. Also, he sent me explicit images the day after. He said it was fun. I stare at the screen, and it might be the only time in my life that a hashtag made me smile. Sandra wants justice, and Sandra adds another comment. Dear Claire Says, and all other women throwing shade, you're not as bad as the men. You're worse. Sandra wants a revolution. She wants to save other women from Ivan the Predator, and she wants it all to start right now. Me too, Sandra. Me really too. The world moves fast on a story like Ivan King. There have been 19 more accusations, and Ivan is now trending on Twitter. 7 hours and 8 minutes after Megan Is So Brave spoke her truth on Reddit, my phone rings. It's you. I follow the news, so I answer with empathy. Mary Kay, are you all right? Ivan is screaming in the background. Way to cave into those emotions, Ivan, and you are quivering. Joe, you say, I had no idea. Do you want me to come? Yes, you say, cutting me off. Joe, please come over. Now. I grab my coat. Here I come to save your day, and I'm on your street, and I spot a for sale sign planted in your front yard. Not anymore. And I don't fight the big fat smile that comes from deep inside. I saved you from making a terrible mistake. And if the noise in your house is any indication, it is. You won't be abandoning our home to join Ivan's really cult. Even on the edge of your property, I can hear him screaming. He's on the phone with what sounds like a lawyer. This is no job for a publicist. And I knock once, polite and heroic, and you wave me in. Ivan is out of sight, in the kitchen, and what a relief it is to be here, to see you, Mary Kay. You're you again, in black tights and a black skirt and a purple V-neck sweater. You touch my arm and lean in. He's going crazy. Don't worry, I'm here. The meerkat is stretched out on the sofa with her security blanket. What's up, Columbine? So I sit in R.I.P. Phil's chair while you join the meerkat on the sofa. Ivan kicks your wall. But that difficult person is lying, Jerry. Do something to shut these people up. They are going to kill my brand. Ivan wanted to be in GQ, and now he's in GQ. The headline of the hot take think piece made me happy. The power is out, but was it ever on? Yup, Ivan is a dark star now, and his Wikipedia page is blistering. Ivan Ping, middling life coach and half-brother of Sacrophil frontman Phil DiMarco. King rose to infamy when dozens of women came forward and outed the coach for destroying their lives. Ivan still isn't famous, but he sure is infamous. And the next time he's in a Marriott lobby bar packed with women, they won't be trying to connect with him intimately. They'll be trying to kill him. There's more good news, Mary Kay. Ivan's wife, Elisa, started a Twitter account last night, and her first tweet was a good one. Me too. Ivan throws his phone at your wall and just misses a framed photo of you, R.I.P. Phil, and the meerkat. And you snap. Ivan, that's enough. Right, he snorts. Because that's you, Emmy, always looking out for your family. Just calm the really down and let me think. Megan was right, Mary Kay. Ivan is a really pig. I must be patient. You're a lot like Love Quinn, drawn to these bad men, prone to enabling them, even when they're abusing you. You should have kicked him out, but instead you're providing safe harbor, as he mouths off in front of your daughter that Megan came on to me. And he picks up an empty can and tosses it on your carpet. Where's the really beer in this house? You jump off the sofa and run out to the garage, and Ivan continues defending himself by attempting to discredit all 19 women who have joined Megan's army. It's a classic excuse, the code of dishonor that keeps men like Ivan in control. He grabs his phone off the floor, finally, and shows us a picture of a woman named Wendy. See this one? He snarls. I didn't lay a hand on her. She grabbed my hand and put it on her leg. But they don't tell you that part of the story. He spits at the article in his phone. Really, you fake news. You return from the garage with 2 beers, and he groans. This is a Michelob Light, but he pops one can and shoves the other in the freezer and goes back to screaming at his lawyer about how he never harassed anyone. Ever. I'm worried about Nomi. She's been staring at the same Klebold poem in her book for several minutes now, and I'm a protective stepfather. I pick up the remote and turn on the TV. She looks at the TV. Can you put on a movie? Sure. What do you feel like? She stares at the ad for an antidepressant. Something soft. I go to the guide and see cheaper by the dozen too, and I click on it, and she grunts. Well, not that soft. Do they have that Hannah movie you told me to watch? We're not going there now, and she opens her book. Whatever, she says. I'm reading. Ivan is still screaming at his lawyer, and we need to get him out of this house. Ask him to leave, Mary Kay. Do it. You chew your upper lip and crack your brass knuckles, and Ivan says he's sorry, and it's a hollow apology, and his voice peters out as he slams the bathroom door. I get out of Phil's chair and toss the remote to the meerkat, and you follow me into the kitchen. Mary Kay, I say, you don't need to let him stay here. You know how it goes with these things. It's only going to get louder. It's not that simple, Joe. Nomi opens Columban regression is the word of the day, and you sigh. This is embarrassing, but this house belongs to him. This is good. You're opening up to me, and I nod. Okay. It's a long story. Phil and I weren't the best with money. So the house is in Ivan's name. You are embarrassed, and you shouldn't be. And we're so close, Mary Kay. Inches away from true freedom. Words away from it. Ivan slams the bathroom door, and he's on the phone again. You call yourself a lawyer? You wait 4 hours to call me back? And you poo-poo me when I suggest we offer these girls some money? Since when did all these women become allergic to money? Before or after they became allergic to intimacy? Nomi closes her book and picks up her phone.
I'm going to go see if I can get back into NYU. See that, Mary Kay? That's good news, and we're already back on track. But then Nomi tosses her phone onto a sofa and sighs. I don't know who to email about school, and maybe I won't even bother with college. She grabs the remote. I mean, why bother when our whole family is so messed up no matter what we do? She makes a good point, but she won't feel so dismal once you and I start our family. You try to sit by her, and she pushes you away. Nomi, gosh, look at me. I love you. I promise things will get better.
She's crying, but she's still fighting you, pushing you away, the way she did when she was inside of you, hesitant to leave your womb and enter this nightmare of a world. The third time you try, she lets you envelop her, and she is back in your womb now, crying softly into your bosom. It's a tender moment between mother and daughter, and I remain silent, respectful, but Ivan slams his phone on your table. He spills beer on your hardwood floor. Well, the witches are winning. Good job to their dads, and great job to their moms. Ivan, you say, reminding him of his own really niece. Come on now, I'm asking you to cool off. He whines that he can't cool off because there aren't enough places to sit in this really house, so I jump out of R.I.P. Phil's chair. Ivan, please, have a seat. He doesn't thank me and he doesn't move. I can't sit around while there's an active witch hunt. And then he contradicts himself and takes my chair. The living room is silent, except for the family on the screen. Ivan starts to cry. My work here is done. You know it, I know it, and I put on my coat and wave goodbye to the meerkat so that you can send Ivan on his way, which you will. The crying was a white flag, and the man knows he is a goner. But then Ivan sits up and says, well, there is one piece of good, really news. You look at Ivan, and Nomi looks at Ivan, and I don't look at Ivan because I don't want to know that he booked an appearance on some daytime talk show to defend himself. He grabs the other beer out of the freezer. I will be able to cover my attorney fees. He pops the can. All eyes on Ivan, even mine. And he grins. Because I sold the house. Your face says it all. You don't speak. You turn white. And you never really wanted to move. And he's cavalier, heartless. This is your home, and he's boasting about a cash buyer, and you're looking around the living room. This is where you live, and your meerkat looks at you and snarls. So what now, Mom? Are we homeless? You're not homeless, and if any man on this island deserves to be sainted, that would be me. I opened my home to you, generous Joe, and you live with me now, sort of. It's funny how life comes full circle. When I chose this house, I was in prison. I showed it to Love because I thought she'd be happy about the guest house, a place for her parents to stay when they visited. She scoffed at me. That's way too small for them. But I stuck to my guns because I loved my house. It's on the water. It has character. It's not an L.A. Craftsman. I got sick of those houses. And they're popular in L.A. because they keep the heat out. But on Bainbridge, we get weather. You want a house with a lot of windows, a place that lets you soak up the sun. I thought my guest house would be empty until 40's old enough to leave his matriarchal prison, but now you and the meerkat are in my guest house. It was a rough month, Mary Kay. You had no time for me, too busy pleading with A-Man to reconsider and cancel the sale. But that narcissist jerk wouldn't budge, especially when his dutiful wife filed for divorce. I had to tread lightly. Ivan left to go to rehab, copycat much, and you began hunting for a new home. You were more exasperated every day, agitated by well-heeled mothballs making passive-aggressive remarks about your spending as if going without your lattes would have made you a millionaire. I was polite. And then, 2 weeks before your pending homelessness, I knocked on your office door. How you holding up? Terrible, you said. Lunch? I insisted on taking you out. That's what friends are for. And we had a nice, long, lingering lunch at Sawan. I mentioned my guest house in passing, and 1 week later, you insisted on taking me to lunch. This time, we went to Sawati, and you mentioned my guest house. It was your idea to move in. It had to be your idea, and you insisted on paying rent. We haven't been sleeping together, moving is stressful, and my phone buzzes. Are you awake? It's your first night in a new house, and new houses can be scary. It's after 2 a.m., and I'm your landlord. You insist on paying rent, so I respond as any good landlord would. Me, you okay? Yeah, this bed is good. Do you have the same kind? You're in my guest house, but you want to be in my house, and the meerkat is asleep, and your rent check cleared, and I tell you to come see for yourself. 3 minutes later, you are knocking on my door, and I am opening the door. You pick up Licious and promise him we'll do something about that god-awful name, and he wriggles free, and that leaves you with free hands, a free body, a free night. You walk up to me, slowly. I'm not here. I walk up to you, slowly, and you're not allowed to sleep over. Our mouths are close. We are close. Your daughter will graduate from high school in a matter of weeks, and that's a big goalpost for us. You'll tremble, sore from moving all those boxes onto my property. And you're not allowed to tell anyone I was here. I kiss you on the neck. Mary Kay, I murmur. How could I tell anyone that you were here when you're not here? After their night of intimacy, sneaking around is fun, and we're good at it, Mary Kay. You loved the first night that we got back together, but you're right, it's too risky for us to be in my bed when the meerkat is right next door. So we improvise. You come home for lunch, and you go to work and forget your phone, so that you have to rush back home to me. And you always let Nomi go to Seattle to visit Peggy and Don because Peggy and Don have so many pictures of Phil and so many stories about him. Their shop was a shrine to Phil before he even died, and I agree that it's good for Nomi to be with people who loved her father. There's truly nothing sleazy about our sneaking around. We're looking out for Nomi. I'm happy, you're happy, hell, even Oliver is happy. When Minka and I have a kid, I'm gonna pitch this whole two-house setup, but the meerkat is having a hard time. She is. And I get it. She misses her house. She misses her father's. She's been wearing the same Sacrophil t-shirt since the two of you moved in. And sometimes, like right now, you get nervous. 1 minute ago we were laughing, but then the dark clouds roll into your eyes, and you sigh. I'm worried she knows. Nah, I say, she doesn't know. And school's not out for another hour and 12 minutes. I set an alarm. You smile at that. You like me. And I tickle your leg, but you pull away. I stop. I pull away. Do you want to stop? Yes, you say, as you caress my really leg. And then you bang your head on my leg and groan. You know I don't want you to stop, but I'm her mom. And I'm her stepdad. Almost. She just lost her dad. Maybe she'd be okay with this, with us. But if she wasn't okay with it and it made her feel worse than she already does, well, Joe, I would feel like such a mess up that I wouldn't even want to be with you. I'd hate myself too much. I get that, Mary Kay. And if it's easier to stop until she goes to school, you know me. You know I'd be happy to wait. I offer to wait, and you respond by straddling me right here in the living room, as if the mere notion of us breaking up is so terrible that we had to give in to desire. After we finish, you button up, so cute, and you stop at my front door. You want to know my dream? Yes, yes. It's pretty simple. No more changes for Nomi right now. She gets a few months where it's all status quo, we stay in the guest house, she has a nice summer, and she goes off to school.
Then, before she comes home for Thanksgiving, I tell her about us, and she has time to process it before she has to see us together. I kiss your right hand. I kiss your left hand. I promise your dream will come true. You leave, and I'm a man of my word, and a couple hours later there's a knock on my door. It's the meerkat. Nomi, I call. Come on in. Can I use your oven? Of course you can, I say, and I meant what I said. You don't have to ask. I know the kitchen in your place needs work. You can say that again, she says, carrying a Pyrex container of brownie mix. The fridge is loud and the windows are fogged over, and I know the cats don't go in there, but it really smells like they do. Her father just died. Let her vent. She gulps, but it just feels weird barging into your house, so I'm gonna knock first, okay? You got it, Nomi. The kid's not wrong about the guest house. It's in rough shape because I thought I had years before 40 would show up. The main house has 3 bedrooms, and you and the meerkat could live in my house, and you will soon. But right now, we're all about boundaries, and that's why I love you, Mary Kay. Nomi preheats my oven and sighs. Why do you have so many books? Well, why not? My mom hates when I say that when she asks me something. I pull out a copy of The Road. You ever read this? She takes the book. I saw the movie. The book is better, and it does really help after you lose someone you love. Who did you lose? I look at the oven and nope, not hot enough just yet. My Uncle Maynard. Who was he? In truth, I only met my Uncle Maynard once. I asked him if I could move in with him, and he said he would pick me up the next day, and I packed a suitcase, and he never showed up. He just ghosted me, and then a few months later, he was dead.
But I know the kid wants to picture me with a family. Well, he was a ghostwriter. Pretty cool stuff. Was he nice? He was the best. We'd go to bookstores and he taught me to play pool, and he had this harmonica. You would name a song and he could play it. And he wrote books for famous people who wanted to tell their stories but couldn't do it on their own. The lime makes me feel good, as if I really did have an uncle like that. And the lime makes the meerkat relax. The oven beeps and I'm closer, so I put the brownies in and set the timer and Nomi sighs. My favorite ghost story is about this hotel in Concord where there's one room that's haunted and it used to be a slaughterhouse downstairs. She gets distracted, freaking phones, and loses all interest in me, in ghosts, and asks me to text her when the brownies are done. And this is rude, but this is good, less crap for me to remember in case you ask about my uncle. And she's gone, and I text you. Hi. You? Hi. Me? Later? That's code for, do you want to be intimate in the whisper room? You? Well, I don't know. What did you just say to her? I really think she's onto us. I never get impatient with you because you have an active imagination. And I love how much you care about people, even when it's a little really annoying. Me? I promise you, she doesn't know. She was just here, and believe me, I can tell. You? I don't know. I think I was wrong. It makes me too paranoid. We have to stop. That's not fair. You? You're really okay with it? I feel bad. You know what I said. I don't want to stop, but I can't live with this paranoia. Our relationship is your mug of piss, and it takes every ounce of empathy in me to appease you. I know what I said. I know I said I would wait, but this is really ridiculous, and we are adults. And the buzzer goes off. I forgot about the meerkat's brownies, and I did nothing wrong. She doesn't know, and if she does know, it's not because of me. And I grab a pot holder and I take the brownies out of the oven. And how are we supposed to make it through a whole summer? And then my door opens. It's the meerkat, but you're right behind her and you're not smiling. And why are you here? If you really do want to stop being intimate with me, then you shouldn't tag along when the meerkat comes to pick up her brownies. And you barely look at me, and the meerkat barges into my kitchen and picks up a knife. You stay by the door, and the meerkat holds the knife, but she does not slice into the brownies. Honey, you say, don't burn yourself. I reach for the pot holder and offer it to Nomi, but she just holds onto her knife. I'm fine. Your hands are on your elbows and your eyes are on your feet. And no, Mary Kay, no, this is not how you play it. You don't come in here and act like you're really mad at me. What better way to confirm our intimacy is there? And I told you she doesn't know about us, and I promised she won't find out. But her eyes are sharp like the knife in her hand, and all those knives are aimed at me. Do you think I'm stupid, Joe? Of course not, Nomi. I think you're exceptionally smart. She digs the knife into the brownies, and you're still by the door, as if you already got your punishment. I reach for a pot holder, and she hisses, "Don't dad me, Joe. We all know you're not stupid either, so you should know why I'm pissed. How long did you think you could pull this off?" I swear to you, Nomi. No, Joe, don't lie. I'm sorry. She is shaking the way kids do when they're forced to think of their parents as sexual beings, and she clenches that knife, my knife. You walk into the room now, as if on cue. Nomi, he said, he's sorry. You're looking at her, not me, and she drops the knife in the sink. No, Mom, I want him to tell me. I want to know how stupid he thinks I am. My dad just died, and that's bad enough, but you guys run around together behind my back, and now he wants to stand here and lie about it? You rub your forehead, bad sign, and know my shoulders are shaking, and is she crying? I made your daughter cry, and you're never going to forgive me, and I need your help. And I look at you, but you're laughing. The meerkat turns around, and she wasn't really crying. She's laughing too, and she raises her knife and winks at me. Gotcha. You? Tricky. People. Wait, I say, did I just get played? You are bowled over by the door, possibly peeing your pants, and the meerkat picks up the pot holder and carries the brownies to the table.
Mom, oh my God, I swear you almost ruined it with your little don't burn yourself. You are red bed red, and you are kissing me on the cheek. What is happening? I know, you say. I don't know why I said that. I'm a little confused, I say, because of the kiss, because of the laughter. Well, Nomi says, I'm not stupid. You sigh. Nomi, sorry, she says. But anyway, I asked Mom about you guys, not that I needed to ask, but she told me, and I was like, okay, what's the big deal? I look at you. You smile. Out of the mouths of babes. You're happy because your kid is happy, and your kid is happy because she pulled off a prank on me. We're not gonna be like the fecal-eyed boars next door. We're gonna have fun. You check in with me, sorry if that was too much, and I tell you the truth. You guys got me. And we're in flow, Mary Kay. This works. This isn't the dream. Your dream was unrealistic, like most dreams. And this is real life. Real us. So much better. And this is what it means to be part of a family. I get the plates, and the meerkat cuts the brownies, and you pour milk into glasses, and we sit around my table like the family that we are, going over and over it, how funny it was, how good you were, how stupid I was to fall for Nomos' little trick. This is love. This is love I never knew. And we stuff our faces with brownies, and you sigh. Ah, what a relief. You're welcome, Nomi sasses. I mean, no offense, but you guys are so stupid. I will say, though, it was kind of fun watching you think you're so sneaky, and I am sorta gonna miss it. It occurs to me that the meerkat might be covering her real feelings with her snarky, and I look at you, is she really okay? And you nod at me. Yes, we talked. You smile at me, and I smile at you, and the meerkat looks at you, she looks at the brownies, and she sighs. I think I'm gonna puke.
When you stand up to get more milk, you squeeze my shoulder, and your touch is different now. Better. You love me openly, right in front of your daughter, and it's the first surprise party of my life, and it's the best surprise party there ever was. Okay, Nomi says, can we please talk about something that's actually important? You nod. I nod. Such great parents. Joe, she says, I know I'm supposed to say it was nice of you to let us move into your guest house, but it's also kind of not nice of you, because, I mean, have you been in there? It's so very musty, and it smells like old people. Nomi, it smells fine, you say. Oh, come on, I say, looking at you, looking at your daughter. But you look at the trash bags. Every day, I drive into work on a high, you know, because this is a dream, being with you. But then, when I'm about to head home, I get nervous. Is this going to be the day that he's just really sick of me? You gulp. Is this going to be the day that I'm just really sick of him? That last part was a lie. You're afraid because you know you'll never be sick of me, and I hold your hands. Can I say something? You answer with your eyes. Look, Mary Kay, I'm not a dream come true. I'm not perfect. I used to have terrible taste in women. But I want you to know that I am never leaving you. And I know that sounds trite. It doesn't. I don't have a crystal ball. No, you say, warming up now. You don't. But just so you know, every day, when I know you're on your way home, well, that's my favorite part of the day. You raise your eyebrows. Playful. Well, I say, it's my favorite part of the day when I'm not in the same room with you. That was all you needed, and I fixed it, and we put our heads together, our foreheads. I can feel your cells commingling with mine. I can feel our hearts pushing, wanting to get closer, as in closed, fused. Joe, you say, promise me you're in this for the long haul. I promise you, Mary Kay, I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me. You laugh and hum a little of that old Huey Lewis song, and then you turn serious. You clamp your hand around my forearm, and you don't let go. You squeeze to seal the deal, the greatest deal of my life. Good. Here's the thing about us. It just gets better. The library is fun. It's slow, and that gives us time to play our own subtle game of hide and seek. I love feeling you watching me when I push Dolly Carton around the first floor, and I love when you slowly go down the stairs toward the red bed, making sure that I know to follow. You were right about this. It's a blast. And you are right about everything. And it's hard not to throw the books at the wall and scream, "I really love you, Mary Kay DiMarco!" The day drips on, and the quietude is eerie. It's dead lately, which gives us time to hatch plans for our bordello. But sometimes quiet is too quiet, and you whisper at me, "I think our sex vibes pushed everyone away." And you are right. Love is powerful that way. And finally, it's time to go home. We feed our cats and then shared intimacy. Once again, we were wrapped up in each other, returning to a sense of calm. What a day, you say. And I can't wait to get away for a few days. Is that awful? Not at all, I say, because it isn't. Hey, have you heard from Seamus? Not much. I think he's out of town on some CrossFit thing. Does he seem off to you? Stupid, yes. Shallow, yes. Off, no. Well, I think it's to be expected. It's hard for people who are alone to see two people fall in love. Right, you say. Everyone says that love makes the world go around, but it also makes the world a cruel, exclusive place, like a book club that tells you there's no more room at the table. You are so smart, and I kiss your forearm. I'd be depressed if I was in his shoes. Oh no, you say. He doesn't like me like that. Of course he does. I just worry. I think that's natural. When things are really good, you worry more than normal. You are vulnerable. And there is goop in the corners of your eyes. Yeah. But tomorrow, we're gonna go to Victorian Cedar Cove. You grin like a kid. Yeah. And everything is gonna be fine. Assuming that Victorian sex isn't dangerous. You laugh. Victorian sex is perfectly safe, I promise. No, Mary Kay. You and I are perfect. Soon you are asleep, snoring, and even that's not annoying. I'm too happy to sleep. I order some more balloons for Nomi's graduation party next weekend. I bet Phil wouldn't have ordered balloons. And I pick up one of your Murakamis, and I'm half reading, half daydreaming about you as you dream on my body. I love to look down and see you there. I love that you want to be here with me, and I feel like I can see the neurons firing inside of your mind, forging new pathways, everything leading to me, to happiness. I'm hungry, so I go downstairs to fix a snack. We're out of eggs, so I grab a Hostess cupcake. Rip, Melanda had good taste in junk, and I tear off the wrapper, and the cupcake tastes like childhood, like sugar. And then my phone buzzes. I have one new text message. And that message is from Love Quinn. We need to talk. She never writes to me, and my legs fill with pins and needles. I put my phone on the counter, and no, this is not happening. I'm hallucinating. I should have gone to sleep like you. And my screen is black, and maybe I was hallucinating. But then my phone lights up again. One new email from Love Quinn. She's never texted me, and she's never emailed me, but she is the mother of my son. All the worst thoughts flood my mind at once. 40 fell down the stairs, 40 drowned in the pool, Tressa stole 40. And I grab my phone, and I walk outside, and I call Love Quinn on the phone. The phone rings once, and she doesn't pick up. And I see my son in the arms of some pervert who played the injustice system and got a job at Disneyland. The phone rings again, and I see my son with half his face torn off by a Rottweiler. Love trusts bad dogs. I don't. And the phone rings a third time, and I don't know where my son is right now. Did he just crawl out of an open window in a high-rise in New York City? And are my tears from heaven? Did he die without ever getting to meet his own father? Well, hello, she says. I thought you'd be sleeping. Is 40 all right? I'm good, Joe. Thanks for asking. Is he sick? I think I have new allergies, but I don't have it in me to get tested. All those needles. The level to which I did not miss the sound of her voice, I cut her right off. Don't mess with me. Is my son okay? Yes or no? Joe, he's fine. Thank God.
Well, okay, but maybe more like thank me, because I'm the one who actually takes care of him. What's going on, love? I sent you an email. I bought you a plane ticket, and you're coming to LA tomorrow. I say nothing, because that's what she deserves. Nothing. All right, she says. It's simple, Joe. I need to see you. We need to see you. So I bought you a plane ticket. If I ask her to wait until Monday, she might hang up on me. I want to see my son. I want to be with you, Mary Kay. My neurons are being torn in half. Joe, I'm here. Good. And you'll be here tomorrow, because if you're not, well, you're doing so good with your girlfriend and her daughter. I mean, I know you'd hate for them to find out about the family you left behind. She knows. How does she know? And she's doing it again, twisting all the facts. And I want to climb into the phone and choke her out. And it's 2021, and why can't we teleport? I am steady. Breathe, Joe, breathe. I didn't leave you, love. Oh, yes, you did, she says. You got into a car my parents gave you, and you drove to a house my parents bought for you, and those are the facts. I'm sure you've twisted it all in your head to make yourself some kind of victim/martyr, but I know things. And if you want me to keep my mouth shut, well, I'll see you tomorrow. Today, actually, so you better go back to bed. The car will be there soon. She hangs up on me, and I can't move. I can't breathe. I just die underneath. And she is the shark inside my shark. She cut me open and extracted all my secrets.
I puke off the side of the deck, and I look upstairs, and the lights are still out in our bedroom. I get in my car, a car my parents gave you, and I call Oliver, and I get voicemail. And I text 911. And I call again, and it's soothing in some demented way, like knitting while the person you love is in surgery. Finally, he picks up, groggy. Joe, it's a little late. What did you tell her? What did I tell who? Love called me, Oliver. She sent me a plane ticket, and we had a really important deal. Slow down. I bought every piece of art you wanted, and you said you had my back. You said you'd keep the Quinns out of the picture. Joe? What? Are you calm? Am I calm? She bought me a plane ticket. And what did you do before that? Oliver, you've been stalking me and watching my every move, and you know I did nothing. He sighs. First of all, I don't know anything about a plane ticket. Nonsense. Second of all, if my ex-girlfriend, who is the mother of my child, was both well-heeled and, well, a little dramatic, I think I'd think twice about bragging about my brand new make a family on a public forum. I did not post a picture of Mary Kay. I only post books. But he railroads. I wouldn't let the whole world know that I'm in love with a woman, and I wouldn't want my ex to see me playing dad with another family because I'd be smart enough to know that my ex wouldn't like that, my friend. Oliver, for goodness sake, I didn't post a darned thing about Mary Kay. Ah, he says, but your MILF did. I take the hit, and Oliver laughs, and I hear Minka in the background. See, he says. Minka says this is a double mess-up because your lady friend tagged you, which makes it seem like you thought you were being coy, you know, posting without posting. It's no use fighting him because Oliver is right and Minka is right, and I never should have let you throw us to the wolves. But I did let you do it, didn't I? It's not your fault for wanting to post a selfie, but it's my fault for going along with it. You make me so happy that I got stupid. I did this to myself. And I was doing so good. I did not kill Melanda. I did not kill Phil. I did not kill Ivan. But I might have just killed us, Mary Kay. The call ends, and I can't feel my feet, and my eyes are twitching. I walk upstairs to our bedroom. You're still sleeping, but in the morning you'll wake up, and I won't be here. I pick up a notepad on my nightstand. I grab one of your tchotchke pencils, Virginia Woolf's head in place of an eraser. The absurdity of this moment, the horror. I don't know what to tell you, and my flight is in a matter of hours, and I just promised to be here. With you. I scribble lies on a notepad. My gosh, words are sticks that will hurt you, and the last two are stones. Love, Joe. You know I love you, but you don't know that I can't avoid Love Quinn. I pull the covers back. I get into bed, and you are in a deep sleep. But even in this state, you are drawn to me, moving into me as you make room for me. Such a good fit. The only true fit I've ever known. I hate that you'll wake up tomorrow and realize that R.I.P. Melinda was right all along, that men always let you down, that they bail on you, because men do really suck. But so does love, Mary Kay. So does love. Bon Jovi said that true love is suicide, and he was right. Love is trying to kill us, Mary Kay. I got off the plane, and I got into the black car she sent for me, and now I'm at the door to a honeymoon suite at Commerce Really Casino. She's in the room. She's listening to my George Harrison Hare Krishna Hare 40, and I knock on the door like an ABC primetime bachelor-brained loser, like I want her rose. She opens the door, and she is thin. Thinner in person than she is on Instagram, and she's wearing a Pixies t-shirt, as if she likes the Pixies and intimate attire. I smell kombucha and salad water and matcha, and did I really love this creature, or did I only love the connection I felt with this little creature? She doesn't kiss me. Come on in, Joe. There are rose petals on the California king bed, and the bathtub is full of Veuve. And she thinks we can go back to that first night we were intimate, in the tub full of pissy bubbles, and I didn't want that then, I don't want that now, and I hate rose petals. I hate overpriced champagne, and she doesn't get me, not the way you do. And that's when I feel something dig into my back. A gun. This is not a duel, I don't have a gun, and Melinda was right, a girl is a gun. And if anyone should have a weapon, it's me. She stole my child. Ah, she says, as she makes eye contact with me in the mirror. So you don't miss me. Love, put down the gun. Just say it. I know you. I feel you not wanting me. You don't love me. You're not excited to see me. You have a really gun on me. Oh, please, that doesn't scare you. Don't forget, Joe, I know you. She doesn't know me. She knows things about my past, and I am not that man anymore. And I slowly turn around and face the woman who made me a father. Love, it's a two-way street. Don't forget that I know you too. She grunts, like hell you do. Love, you don't want me back. You can't do what you did to me and then tell me that you love me with a bed of really rose petals. She grunts, you're such a snob. You really are, Joe. See that? There it is. All of this, I don't know what it is, but it sure as hell isn't a grand gesture. And you can't point a really gun at me and tell me that you want me back? I'm just responding to you, she says. You started it. You don't want me. You paid me to go away. You? I look around. I want him to be here. He's my son. But I don't want him to be here. She has a gun. He's not even here, is he? Who? My son. Right, she says. Your son. See, it's usually the girl who uses the guy to get the baby. It's usually the woman who loves her kid more than her husband. But then, you're not usual, are you? What are you trying to say? You fell out of love with me the day I told you I was pregnant. That's ridiculous. The baby was just as much a surprise for me as it was for you. Just because I was excited about becoming a father? Love, put down the gun. No. Well, which is it? Rose petals or bullets? Say it. I was in prison, and I was pregnant. What's your point? I told you, love, the only reason I survived in there, the only reason I didn't lose my really mind, was the fact that we were gonna have a family. Right, she says. You should put that on a card, Joe. I only fell in love with my girlfriend when she was pregnant with my baby, and I knew I was the father. How can you say that? Because it's true. Because the minute I told you about the baby, even before you got arrested, you didn't look at me the same way. You didn't want me. You wanted your baby. Love, put down the gun. You notice that every time I tell you the truth, you tell me to put down the gun? It's true. But she ended all possibility of an honest negotiation when she pulled out that really gun. And that's the only really truth that matters right now. She could shoot me, so I have to stay calm. Gently, Joseph. Come on, love. You know that's not true. You're incapable of love, Joe.
You couldn't see your face every time I risked exposure to disease and criminals, spiritually, physically, but every time I went to see you, you didn't look at me. You looked at my body like I was a really piece of Tupperware carrying your lunch. Put down the gun. She smiles. Evil. Spoiled. Wrong. What did you say, Joe? You're not remembering things clearly. I was worried about you, all the stress. Ah, she says. You didn't think I was durable enough for the job, did you? Yes, I really did. Ah, she says. So you did think of it as my job to carry your offspring into this world. The second you knew about your offspring conceived within me, I stopped being a person to you. It's not like that. Oh, so what? You go to jail and you think you're so experienced and you just fall out of love with me because I'm out shopping for the baby and meeting with doulas and not obsessing over you 24 hours a day? Bull gosh, I snap. Do you know what I was obsessing over in that really hellhole? You, love.
I could feel you turning on me a little bit more every time you visited. I hated the fact that I couldn't shop for cribs with you or meet the God-very doulas, but I blamed the system. You, on the other hand, you blame me. I too speak the truth, but she holds the gun, so she's ranting again, raving about how I didn't love her. This, coming from the woman whose family paid mercenaries to get rid of me, as if I'm the one in this family with all the problems. She's the sick one. She's the one who told me that I didn't kill R.I.P. Beck or R.I.P. Peach because they were both just using you for their murder-suicide story that began before they even knew you. And the worst part is that I did fall out of love with her. I too was a little less excited every time she visited. I wanted to love her. I did, but I couldn't. It's the big things. She used our baby as a chess piece. And it's the little things. She prefers the fake snow at the Grove outdoor shopping mall to real snow. And she's still ranting, and she feeds my son guac and cilantro, and I obeyed her wishes. I moved away. I went against the rules of really nature to appease her. And what does she do to me? She hits me. When I'm up. I don't want to love you, Mary Kay. I just really do. And Love points at the sofa. Right there, she says, and don't try to fight me. I am prepared to shoot you. This thing has a really good silencer. As if I don't know that she can afford all the best things, as if that isn't the reason that she's so demented, because money doesn't make anyone happy unless they do something good with it. I practiced, she says. I've been spending time at a gun range, and if you try to fight back, this from a woman who stole my son. I mean it, Joe. I will kill you. I don't want to fight you, love. I came here to make peace. People who have kids like to tell people who don't have kids that there are things you can't understand until you become a parent, that parenthood changes you, and that you don't know what love is until you become a mother, a father. It's an insulting position that makes you realize how loveless so many people actually are. But they are right about one thing. Motherhood does change women. This isn't love, Quinn. This is love sick, armed, and dangerous. My phone is off and you're awake by now. I'm sorry, Mary Kay. And Love is pacing, chewing on her fingernails, what's left of them. And is she on meth? I'm not happy, Joe. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Are you? Of course I am. You have every reason to be happy. You have 40. Is he with your parents? My parents don't know I'm here, Joe. I'm not a teenager. I don't tell them every single thing I do. She cocks her head. And I don't know why you're pretending to care about 40 now. You always wanted a girl and you never wanted a son. Your friend Mary Kay has a daughter, now doesn't she? It's a sucker punch and I didn't see it coming, and I can't keep up with her. The floor is shaking. There are earthquakes in Los Angeles even when there aren't. And Oliver was right. That's what this is really all about. I remain calm. Love, I've always loved 40. I'm thrilled to have a son. And Mary Kay has nothing to do with us. I met her because you sent me away. Let's be reasonable. Reasonable? Love, Joe, you were never reasonable. I mean, you say that like I don't know what you're capable of. I grit my teeth. Was capable of. Yes, I was. Postpartum.
She is postpartum, and I sent you away. But you're you. I thought you'd swim through the moat and throw rocks at my window. I thought you'd fight, that you'd steal him or die trying, or blow your brains out. You never blow my brains out or put our kid in harm's way. We put the child first. No, she says, unreasonable and more spoiled than ever, and imagine what she's doing to my son. All you did was stalk me on Instagram. What did you expect me to do? You didn't block me. I was trying to be nice. So you think that's nice? You think I should be content to watch videos of my son? Well, I know you. I know you're more at ease watching people from afar than really getting close to them. Not anymore. Not since you, Mary Kay. That's just not true love. Well, here's what is true. You found your little librarian, and you think you get to have your nice little life and still spy on us. I never wanted to be a spy. I wanted to be a dad. I am his dad. You drifted, she says. You didn't see us at the zoo last week. I was with you and know me, and it's not my fault that stories disappear. You watch less and less, as if we're not entertaining enough for you, as if you don't need us anymore. I know, Joe. I always look at the list of viewers, and do you know what it was like to look at that list and see your name less and less? Really, Instagram, and no one should look at that really list. Love, Instagram isn't real. Well, time is real, Joe, and you invested more and more of your time with your new little wannabe family, which says a lot about how much you love your little savior. And what about you? You don't have a moat. You're not a helpless, really princess. You didn't call me up and say, hey, what happened to you? What do you want me to say? How can we make this work? But she isn't my co-parent. Well, look at that, she says. Love and happiness agree with you, Joe. I'm not happy, I lie. She laughs. Are you kidding? You are so happy. Most men, if you took away their son and the woman they supposedly love, the only woman alive who really knows them, you did that, love. You sent me away, love. And you left, she says. Do you even care what it's been like for me? Of course I care. But I don't care. Not anymore. I love you, not her. She picks at the barrel of her gun. Well, I got jury duty. I thought your dad always got you out of that. This time I went, she says, like some everyday person with no connections, you know, like a librarian. She has the gun and the money, so she gets to play dirty, and I stay silent. I left 40 with Tressa and drove to the Clara Shortridge Foltz Criminal Justice Center. They make you park a mile away, and I had to walk all the way from Disney Hall. But I got there. I wish you were here, Mary Kay, because as my co-founder of the Empathy Bordello, you would see what I see. A profoundly lonely woman with no one to talk to, no one to listen to her describe her day. I brought my chargers, Lara bars. She winks at me, and my blood pressure spikes. I told her R.I.P. Beck ate Lara bars, and I miss the man I am with you. So then I got selected. She flips her hair like she got a part in a movie. I went upstairs, and I saw this poor guy in these dress pants that are 5 inches too short with his lawyer, who was terrible. Love, we both know that the injustice system is rigged. Her eyes narrow. Seriously, Bainbridge boy, can I just tell my story? I nod. I have to remember. Love is unloved. Lonely. Los Angeles. We got numbers assigned, and I was number 1. Oh, that's right, she's an actress. The judge asked me all these personal questions about my history, and he goes around the room asking everyone, and everyone's telling their story, and I feel so close to these people, like we were in this together, like a family, you know? No, I don't. I get it. That's a lot to take in. They sent us home, and I went out with some of the jurors, because we were all so shook. I don't like the word shook. It's a fake word, and this is fake news. And we wound up at this lounge downtown, and it was a really late night. Her voice drifts in a way that reminds me that love is perverted. Anyway, I went back the next day, but I didn't get picked to be on the jury.
I started reaching out to my new friends, and they all just blew me off. Every single one of them. She's so lonely, and you would feel bad for her too, Mary Kay, even though she's making it impossible for me to comfort her right now. The gun. The gun. I'm sorry, love. I am. I miss my brother Joe. I miss having my people. I thought those people could be my people. Los Angeles is the opposite of friends. And my heart hurts for love. It does. But I don't want love. I want you. Anyway, she says,
I told Tressa and Mom and Dad that I got picked. For the past few weeks, I've been here, sequestered. Living in a casino would drive anyone crazy. And I tell Love that we can get her some help, and she shakes me off. No, she says, I don't need help. I know why I didn't get picked for the jury, and I know why everyone blew me off. See, the judge asked us if we could be impartial in spite of our experiences. Most people said no. I said yes. I know how to love people who do terrible things. It's who I am. It's how I was born. Well, really, the jurors love, because if you ask me, that's a beautiful thing about you. You have an open heart. It's no reason to be sad. Do you think I don't know what you did to my brother? My nerves go haywire, and no. I did nothing to your brother. You were in Vegas with him. You dragged him to the desert. Love, you don't know what you're saying. I knew it, Joe, in my gut. And I kept waiting for myself to fall out of love with you, because if those girls, well, I didn't know them. But 40 was my brother. He was my twin. I didn't kill your brother. No, she says, but you didn't save him either. Love, come on. No one could have saved him. He was beyond redemption. You make it sound like I was with him, like I could have stopped him from jaywalking, like I could have stopped that car. I didn't want him to die. Of course I wanted to really kill him. He was blackmailing me, erasing me from all the work I did. And yes, I almost did it in Vegas. I wanted to end his life. But I didn't, just like I didn't kill Melanda or Phil. Wanting is not a crime. Julie Santos, she says, I think of that woman every day. The name is Saint Julie. And I nod. It's not her fault. It's not my fault. Love, you're right. Twins have a bond, and nothing can get in the way of that, and no one knew him like you. So no one misses him like you, and I can't change that, but I can help. No, she says, you can't help. We're the same. You lost your son, but you're up there bopping around like the happiest guy on earth. You saw a couple really pictures, and I didn't even post them. But you're in them, Joe. You don't care about us because you can't care. Yes, I do. No, Joe. See, my brother killed my dog, and I still loved him. But you lose your son, and what do? You run off and find yourself a new family. There's something wrong with both of us, Joe. It's a fact. No, there isn't, love. We're not defective. We're survivors. That's a good thing. But she just points the gun at me. Get up and turn around, she commands. And she is the shark inside my shark. And she unlocks the safety. And I look out the window at the city of commerce. And I won't let her win. Not when I'm finally happy. Not when I finally have everything I want. I can't do this to you. I tell her that LA brings out the worst in her, in everyone. That I'm better because I left. And that she could be better too. But she just laughs. Oh, Joe, I'm not gonna live in your guest house. Love, listen to me. I miss 40 every second of every day. And you know I can't be happy if you're not happy. I started in the truth and swam into a lie. And she knows I don't love her. And she says she knows I wanted to leave LA. You didn't leave because of the contract. You left because you were afraid to be a father. You know me. You knew I was never going to sign on to that Bainbridge plan. You might not realize it, but that's why you came up with that dream, to push me away. And I understand it, I do. You didn't come back to find us because deep down, you know that I'm just like you. bad beyond repair. Those are dangerous words. And when a toaster is bad beyond repair, you don't break out the screwdriver. You don't try and fix it. You throw it in a dumpster. And there are dumpsters in this building, in this casino. I'm here now, love. Right, she says, just like me. We don't belong in the same boat, and I know where this boat is going. Down. I have to paddle. I have to fight. Love, we're not bad people. She won't look at me. She won't give me an oar. You're here because you love them, not me. But I won't let them wind up like my brother, Joe, like those girls. I can't do that. I won't. She raises the gun and her finger squeezes the trigger. The explosion is silent, deadly. The circuit breaks. The lights go out all at once, and I fall into a black hole. The black hole succumbs to white light, and white light reveals white walls, and all the beeping tells me that I'm not in heaven. I'm in a hospital, and the beeping is incessant. And where are you? Where am I? There was a gun. Love had a gun. A nurse named Ashley runs in, and she looks like Karen Minty. And I didn't kill Karen Minty. I set her free, and she's alive and well in Queens, married to a cop, pregnant for the second time in a year. I'm alive too. I lived. I ask West Coast Minty what happened, and she smiles. She has long blonde hair and she wears too much eyeliner. You got shot, honey, but you're okay. The doctor will be in soon. How long has it been? She points to a whiteboard, and it's been who really knows how many hours, and 13 days. And I tear at the sheets because I missed Nomi's graduation. Did my balloons arrive? And do you think I bailed on you? And where is my gosh darn phone? West Coast Minty wants me to calm down, and I have rights. I want my phone. Honey, she says, your dad has your phone. He'll be back soon. Just take it easy. I don't have a dad, and I might not have a girlfriend anymore. Do you hate me? Do you know where I am? And as promised, as threatened, the doctor is here with a herd of non-doctors. And where really is my dad? West Coast Minty deserts me, and my doctor looks more like a real estate agent than a physician, and I really hate LA. He flips through my chart. So, how are we doing, Joe? I tell him I need my phone, and the not-doctors laugh and say that my sense of humor is intact. The doctor points at my head. I have 3 words for you, Joe. Location, location, location. He really did miss his calling in real estate, and he brags about his work, how he saved my life, as if that isn't his really job, as if I care, as if I don't need my gosh phone. And all the details go in one ear and out the other. And I don't care that less than 5% of people recover from this kind of gunshot. Where the gosh is my phone? Well, we'll keep you here for a couple more days. In the great tradition of Mel Gibson and conspiracy theory, and countless other survivors who claw their way out of hospitals, I smile. That sounds good. You're a lucky man, Joe. I'm not sure if you're religious, but if there's someone you want to talk to, we have plenty of people. I want to talk to you, and I need my gosh phone. And he leaves. Nice bedside manner. And I'm not lucky. Love kidnapped my son and shot me in the head. And where is she? Where is my son? Where is my gosh phone? I press my emergency button, and I sit up in my bed. Calm now. Ashley, I say, can you tell me what happened? Ashley knows it all. She freaking loves the pantry. And she moved here from Iowa hoping that she would meet famous people, and she did. She saw Love's movie, and that's why it's so hard for her to tell me what happened, but it's also why she's so excited to do it. Love shot you, she tells me, and then she checks the door for the 10th time. And you do promise you won't tell them I told you? I don't want to lose my job. Ashley, I swear to God. She holds my hand, and I look at her knuckles, and think of your knuckles. And then Ashley Minty tells me that Love Quinn is dead. The words are garbled. My brain won't let them in. My heart flexes. No, Love Quinn can't be dead. Love Quinn gave life to my son, and it's not her time. And yes, she was upset. She was down on herself. But we've all been there,
And she wouldn't do that to our son. She couldn't do that to our son. Ashley is wrong because she has to be wrong. No, I say. That's impossible. I shouldn't have told you. Ashley, wait. But Ashley Minty does not wait. She grabs her charts and makes me swear again not to tell anyone.
Who was there to tell? She leaves and I start crying. And am still at it an hour later. And Bon Jovi can really off. Because true love isn't suicide after all. It's attempted murder-suicide. And my son has no mother. Not anymore. And the only thing worse than a bad mother is no mother. I have no father. Your dad has your phone. And I'm alone. As if I have no son, no girlfriend, no stepdaughter. And my eyes are pounding. My head is throbbing. And then my chest is on fire. And there is a voice. Easy now. The voice belongs to Ray Quinn. Older and a little wider. So many more liver spots on his face. He's standing in the doorway and comes to sit in the chair by my bed. He hands me my phone. A dad, not my dad. Love's dad. All right, he says. So it's like this. We've told our friends and family that Love had cancer. Did she? No, he says. Let me finish, because you need to hear every word I say and make sure you remember every word. Understood? I nod, as if I'm in a position to remember anything. We told the authorities that you were mugged in that casino. I wasn't mugged. Love shot me, and then she shot herself. Okay. It's a nasty place, that commerce, and the drug fiend, the shooter, well, he knew where the cameras were, so that's why there's no security footage. I glance at my phone, and Ray is old school. Are you listening? Yes, I say, and I finish my text to you. I'm sorry, can I call you? So basically, if I'm asked, Love died of cancer. Cancer? What kind? Women's cancer. Really old school, and he rubs his eyes. Cervical, he says. And I got shot in the hallway. He stares at me. Yes, you did, Joe. Yes, you did. My phone is deathly silent, and Love is dead, and death is all around me. It's in Ray's hollow eyes. I want you. I need you. You ignore my texts, and I get it, but I got shot. My son is an orphan. This is too much at once, and Ray sighs. If you'll excuse me. The second the bathroom door closes, I call you, and I get voicemail. Mary Kay, it's me. I'm sorry. I don't want you to worry. I'll be home soon. I'm okay. And again, I'm sorry. I go on Twitter, and sure enough, there's Tressa posting a Beatles song she doesn't know by heart. This is for you, Love Quinn. Still can't believe it. Kombucha smooches forever. R.I.P. Love Gosh Cancer. I click on Love's obituary. It's all lies. They don't tell us that she lied about being sequestered with a jury. They don't tell us that she bought a weapon of mass destruction in Claremont. And they don't tell us that she tried and failed to kill me, that she succeeded in ending her own life. Los Angeles can really often die, because it really is the loneliest place in the world. And I stare at the last line of the fake news story. In lieu of flowers, we ask for donations to the American Cancer Society. Ray comes back, and he must hate himself right now. He had 2 children, and neither one made it to 40. He sits in the chair by my bed, the chair that's meant for the people who love you. So, he says, how you feeling? I'm in shock. You? Ray ignores my question and lugs his body off the chair. He moves like a mafioso, and time hasn't been good to him. Shuffling in shiny crocodile loafers, no socks, doused in cologne, as if that isn't rude to do when you go to a hospital. He locks the door, and is that allowed? You okay, Ray? Then he turns, flying across the room. He takes off his necktie and comes at me and wraps that tie around my neck, and I can't move, I can't breathe, I just die underneath. And I punch the air, but I'm weak. Finally, he loosens his grip. And then he throws the tie at me and spits. Dottie, he says. The only reason I can't do it is Dottie. I still can't breathe. He said he won't kill me because of Dottie, but he wants to kill me. And if he did, I too would get cancer. He picks up his tie, and he's meticulous with it, looping it around his big fat neck,
making that knot just right, casually talking about his father, who taught him how to properly tie a tie. Ray had a great dad. I had no dad. I still don't know how to tie a gosh tie. But a good childhood doesn't mean gosh, because I'm not the one in here trying to murder someone. All right, he says. You woke up and they warned me that might happen. So how much more is it going to take to get rid of you once and for all? I don't want money. I survived a gunshot, and the family man should know better. I just want 40, Ray. That's it. 40 grand? Unbelievable, and yet I should have expected it. My son. He makes a fist, and he lowers his hand. He's not your son. You walked away. You pushed me away, and I went because that's what love wanted. Icicles, he says. Icicles in your veins. He's my son. And you tell me you'd take good care of him? Yes, I would. So you're a reformed man, Mr. Community Service up on Bainbridge Island? We'd come to visit once a month. More than that. And you've been doing well up there? Ray, I'm the first one to thank you for all that you did for me. And you've seen me. I've been crying all day, and I'll never get over this, and I'll never forgive myself for not getting that gun away from her. I'm not ready. Look, let me do the right thing here. Let me take care of my son. Well, he doesn't say yes, but he doesn't say no. And I sit up. I look him in the eye. You know it's what she would want. Oh, kid, he says, you're in no position to speculate about my daughter's wishes. She wanted you to go away. I know, I say, but she made that plan when we were apart. She was, well, it's in the genes, he says. Dottie was postpartum too. He rolls his eyes, and if only he could get pregnant and crawl on all fours and bleed and mess and give birth, maybe then he wouldn't be so cavalier about what it means to have a baby. And that's not what I meant, but I nod. Ray, you're right. She made the contract. She wanted me gone. I know, I say. But she didn't block me on Instagram. Speak English. She made all these Instagram stories, right? And when you make stories, movies, pictures, videos, who wrote the scripts? I am gonna lose my mind. They're like home movies. You put them online and you decide who can see them. And it's very easy to block people, Ray. But love wanted me to watch our son growing up, and I think she'd want me to step in. She shot you in the head. I have no gosh comeback for that, and I never should have brought her stories into this mess. I'm a reasonable man, Joe. He just tried to kill me, too. And Dottie and I aren't getting any younger. You look great, though. I count his liver spots, and he smiles. Thanks, son. Now you're up in Mercer Island, is it? Bainbridge, I say. And it really is a great place to raise a family. The house is terrific. Thank you for that. And I have a guest house. We could do this together. 40 could live with me. And you and Dottie, well, you'd be welcome any time. All the time. He reaches for his phone. And is this really happening? I can see it now, Mary Kay. You and me and my son and your meerkat. And things really do work out for the best. Sorry, love, but maybe you knew. 40 needs me now, right now. And Ray is old school, a tad violent, but he knows right from wrong, and he knows that what love did was wrong. He's a father, and I'm a father. He tosses his phone onto my lap. Here's a story that I watched recently. It's like another bullet hit my head, only this time I don't black out. I'm in the video. I'm lugging R.I.P. Melanda into the hole in Fort Ward, and that movie is only telling half the story. I did not kill her. I did not do it. Oliver was supposed to be my friend. He gave me his word. This is not really fair. And Ray just smiles. We're the same in that way, Joe. I, too, call him like I see him. And I see you. Ray, that's not what it looks like. And you can't trust Oliver. And I did trust Oliver. He must have doctored that footage. I didn't kill Melanda. She committed suicide in my house. And I suppose you didn't kill the rock star either, the one whose wife you're intimately involved with up there? I'm not intimately involved with you. And I tell the real truth. No, Ray, I didn't kill Phil DiMarco.
He had substance abuse issues and he took some bad pills. His liver spots darken.
You're poison, Joe. This Melanda person, this Phil you mention, do I need to remind you that both of my children are also dead because of you? It's not my fault that his kids are messed up, and a lot of rich kids don't outlive their parents. And my heart is pounding. And did Ashley poison me with adrenaline? Now you listen here, he says. I am a father. You are nothing. You are a sperm donor. I am a father. Ray, please. I provide for the child. I make the money, so I say what goes. And right now, I say you won't get within 100 feet of my grandson for the rest of his life. My daughter wasn't a good shot, but if you try and get near my grandson, well, Joe, my men don't miss. He slams a contract on my tray table, and then he drops a pen. All right, Professor, sign. This is it. This is a moment of my life. This is my second chance, the second time a Quinn bullied me with a contract. Ray, you're making a bad decision. You have the wrong idea about me, and 40 will want to meet his father one day. Over my dead body, he says. No, scratch that. Over yours. The sun is bright today, showcasing Ray's liver spots. He sees them in the mirror every morning, ominous blotches that remind him that he won't last forever, no matter how well he does with his investments and his tax evasion. I will outlive this American oligarch, and that's why he hates me, not because of what he thinks I did to his children. He knows that I know that he failed as a father. This is not a do-over. This is new territory. He has the money. He has the power. He has guns. This is why it takes time to smash the patriarchy. People like Ray Quinn don't just have the support of the injustice system, they own it. If I want to live to meet my son, I only have one option. I sign the contract. I have faith in my son Herr 40, hallelujah, and Herr Ray's liver spots too. Cancer is coming for that bastard, and who knows, maybe it's already here. The doctor and the nurse wouldn't let me leave Mary Kay. They held me hostage. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And on my third day of recovery, Howie had a seizure in the library. I read about it on the Bainbridge Facebook page. I texted you. I know you're mad, but how's Howie? I'm worried about him. And I meant it. I was worried about the mothball. But you ignored me. I wasted 16 days of our life in that hospital bed because, sure, health is fun, but what good is health without love? I called you, Mary Kay. I texted you. You ignored me. And then you ignored me some more. I ordered Benet pizza for you and the meerkat on Postmates, and the delivery was incomplete, just like us. I missed Noma's graduation, unforgivable, like missing the birth of my son. And I can't see you on Instagram. You blocked me, and the meerkat has gone quiet on her own profile. Now, there's no refill on this prescription, but these should get you through the worst of it, the outtake nurse says. I grab the freaking pills and my plastic bag of papers, and I bang on the elevator buttons. Come on! And I hightail to Burbank Airport, but my flight is delayed. And I sit there watching planes come and go, listening to Stephen Bishop songs blur into Steely Dan songs, and finally it's time to board. We land at SeaTac, and now that I'm really here, really close, it's starting to hit me. You might not ever forgive me. After all, love never forgave me. I call a lift, and I get into the lift, and I board the ferry, and the I am broken clock is still broken. I disappeared on you. I broke my promise to you. We reach Bainbridge, and the parking lot is buzzing with tourists and bicycles, and it's not summer just yet, but the men are in sandals, and the mommies are in light little jackets, and time has passed. Is it too much time? I walk all the way home, and I turn onto my street. And you were right, Mary Kay. This isn't Cedar Cove. If it were, you would be watering our flowers and making a visor with your hand and waving at me. Joe, you're here. I walk into my house, and it doesn't smell like brownies, and you filled the cat food dispensers. And Licious stares at me as if he's not sure who I am. Gosh, cat. And Riffic hisses. Gosh, you too. Tastic doesn't even get off the freaking couch, so mess with him the most. But no, they didn't do anything wrong. I did. Your shoes are not lined up on the doormat, and I call Oliver, and a woman with a Lebanese accent says there is no Oliver, and that's typical. He changed his phone number. He was never my friend, and his house is furnished, and people in LA just use you to get what they want. And I walk to my guest house, and I hope to see your things in here, but my second little house is empty too. You ghosted me, and I have to breathe in spite of my pain. You only ghosted me because you think I ghosted you. I would never do that to you, and you know that deep down, don't you? I am a wounded soldier of love home from WW3. I clean myself up, and I should probably drive to the library instead of walking, but I like the idea of you seeing me wounded, struggling, and sweaty. When I get there, I hesitate at the front door of the Bainbridge Public Library, and then I take a deep first page of a new book kind of breath, and I open the door, and there you are, in the same spot where you were the first day I laid eyes on you. You drop your book on the counter. Splat. Roxanne gay today, a far cry from our day one Murakami, all but sucked inside. You march across the library, and I follow you outside, and you head for our love seat. You don't sit, bad omen, and you make two fists and you seethe. Oh gosh, heard it. Now you sit omen reversed, and I sit too. You cross your legs, tights even today, in early summer, like a widow in mourning. And do I put a hand on your knee to remind you of the heat between us? I don't. Mary Kay? Nope, don't even try. I'm sorry. Nyet. I got shot. That's nice. That's not nice. And I touch the bandage on my temple, and you fold your arms. If you came here looking for pity, you may as well just leave. I know I messed up. I was in the hospital, Mary Kay. I got shot, and I called you, I texted you. Hell, I tried to send you guys a pizza. You nod. Howie died. That's not my fault. Howie was a widower, hanging on by a thread, by a poem. I know, I saw, and I texted you when I read about it, and I called you. I can't make this about me. How are you? How was Noma's graduation? You uncross your legs and clamp your hands over your knees as if you don't want me to see them, let alone touch them. Your knuckles are brass mountains. Mute. Hannibal, I know I messed up. I'm not trying to make excuses. You don't call me Clarice, and your voice is new. I think you should go. We have to talk about this. You can't just punish me because I got mugged. Foxes are nasty. They kill house cats, and you are no different. You just don't get it, Joe. And I'm going back inside. Wait, you have to let me explain what happened. I don't have to do anything. And this is our pattern. I see that now. It's always me telling you that you don't owe me an explanation, or you telling me that I don't owe you an explanation. And we tried, but it doesn't work. This is different. You shrug. We're a bad fit. We're always apologizing or making big, ridiculous leaps that neither one of us are really prepared for. I don't hate you, but I know this doesn't work. You can't do this to me, Mary Kay. You can't refuse to talk about it. No, Joe. See, that's the thing that you don't seem to understand about relationships, about women. Your feelings are not my responsibility. Yes, they really are. That's called love. That's called us. I know that. So let's be adults. I messed up too. I realized I was coming on way too strong, moving in with you, asking you to never leave me. You were not coming on too strong. I loved all of it. You don't get to say that after what you did, Joe. Actions speak louder than words. And you sit here and you don't even understand why I'm mad, do you? You're mad that I left. But Mary Kay, I left you a note. A note, you say?
Yes, you left me a note, Mary Kay. I had to go to LA for a family emergency. I'll call you when I land. I'm so sorry. Love, Joe. That is why you're mad at me, that frickin' note. But you memorized that note, and I still have a chance. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're sorry, Joe. I care that you didn't wake me up to tell me what happened. I care that you were vague. When people are together, they tell the truth. They don't say nonsense like family emergency. They grab your shoulders, they turn on the lights, and they tell you exactly what happened, and they ask you to come with them, Joe. That's what adults do. I'm sorry. Look, it wasn't family, not exactly. But this girl I dated in LA, her family is terrible, it's true, and she got sick. And Joe, it's too late. You're wasting your time. You say that, but you don't move. And you're right, but you're wrong. Well, how about seeing it from my perspective, Mary Kay? You were married to someone, I know. And God bless him, may he rest in peace. But he dumped every single thing on you every single day. He didn't hesitate to unload on you at 4 a.m. And did you ever think maybe I was only trying to let you get a good night's sleep? Did you ever think maybe I did that because I thought that was a good way for me to love you in that moment? Maybe it's not in your nature to love. Goosebumps sprout on my arms, and fresh bullets zing my head, my heart. That's the worst thing you ever said to me, and we're on our really love seat, and you sigh. I'm sorry. This is exactly what I didn't want. I didn't want to fight, and I do hope your ex is all better. But it's over, Joe, and you need to accept that. I rub my head, just enough to remind you that I am wounded. Well, I don't think it is. I'm actually happy that you brought Phil into this. I never should have brought that rat into this, because it really is about him. The one day he needed me to be there, I was with you. I'll never forgive myself for that, Joe. And this whole disappearing act, the wounded warrior bit, you're right, it does feel too familiar. I'm not going to spend any more of my time taking care of a man who walks out on me and comes back wounded and needs me to fix it. You take a deep, end-of-the-book kind of breath, as if you are ready for this damn novel to be over, and then you offer your hand as if you no longer believe in love. You say that dirty word again? Friends? Love didn't murder me, but she got what she wanted in her psychotic, depressive state. She murdered us. I shake your hand, friends, and the power goes out all over my body, and I walk to the parking lot. I am in no condition to walk, to drive. I find shade beneath a tree. So it lives. I look up, and it's the meerkat. She aged while I was gone. Or maybe that's just me, and maybe I'm in denial because she also regressed again. She's back on Columbine, squinting. Know me, I say. Congratulations, graduate. How you doing? Well, I didn't get stabbed in the head. Shot, I say. But it's no big deal. She wants to see the wound up close, and I tell her to stay where she is, because if you are watching us, and I hope you are watching, I want you to know that I'm not using my wound to get attention, and I would tear this Band-Aid off my really head if I could. She nods. Cool. Look, I'm sorry about disappearing. Oh, I've barely been here. I made some friends in Seattle, been at Dawn and Peggy's a lot. Anyway, are we moving back to your house? 'Cause the Marshall Suites is so gross, and I hate sharing a room with my mom. You hate me so much that you moved into Oliver's old hotel, and damn you. R.I.P. Love Quinn. Well, I say, your mom's not too happy with me right now. She shrugs. My mom's never happy, except when she's with you. And then she rocks back and forth on her sneakers that are too young for her, sneakers that light up. Seriously, Joe, see you soon. I mean, it's fine. It is. She says that with such confidence, and she knows you in ways that I don't. She's known you her whole life, and she tells me that she's right about you, Mary Kay. You are happy when you're with me, and that is the bottom line. And I see you in the library. You see me and the meerkat catching up. You know this is meant to be. The meerkat takes off. Sorry you got shot in the head. And I look into the window, into your eyes. You don't wave, but you don't give me the finger. You turn your back on me right now and pretend to be busy with a mothball. You're not, but you're not done with me. I just have to make things right. The walk home is brutal, and my head is throbbing. And I should probably have taken a cab from the ferry to my house. And I should probably have lain low on my first day back. I finally give in and pop a pain pill. And I pick up your filthy doormat and throw it into the washing machine.
I have to get our house ready for you to come home. And I watch the doormat go round, around. It's the drugs. I hate drugs. And I put my hands on the glass, see the boats go sailing. And I am drooling and sweating, and my head is full of tainted cotton candy. These pills are too much, and the doormat is a sailboat. I'm hallucinating. I hear Stephen Bishop in the airport singing about women in Jamaica, and then the music that isn't real dies, and I am back in my house, and my feet are on the floor of my laundry room, and these are my feet, and the doormat isn't a sailboat. But I am not alone. I see a man in the glass. This is Bainbridge, and it's safe, but I was gone for 2 weeks, and criminals do this. They watch houses. He probably thought I was gone. He takes a step forward, and I make a fist, and his shadow is clearer now. And this is Bainbridge, and it's probably a misunderstanding, a neighbor concerned about the sudden activity in the house. But Bainbridge is an island in a state in the country of America, and America is violent. And if the man were here on a wellness call, he would say it. I squint like the meerkat and take a closer look at his reflection. I see a baseball cap and narrow sloping shoulders. He is short. Short as Shortus. I turn around, and it is Shortus, but he didn't pop by my house to make sure I'm okay. He's armed, and I'm empty-handed and slow. Drugs are evil, and the blow is fast. Thwack. Man down, Mary Kay, one of the good ones. People say that victim shaming is a bad thing, but sometimes the victim should be really ashamed. I took a very pain pill on an empty stomach, and I didn't lock my doors, as if I'm some fourth-generation Bainbridge bum who refuses to lock his doors because once upon a time the island was safe and you didn't have to lock your doors. So you know what? I deserve to be tied up by a sixth-generation Bainbridge CrossFit lunatic in his Olympic mountain hideaway cabin. Shortus didn't do this to me. I did this to myself. I smell Windex, Clorox, things that end with the letter X. And I can't punch him, my hands are tied. And I can't kick him, my legs are locked at the ankles. And I have a head wound, and I don't know karate. He put a bag on my head, I can't see. He stuffed a sock in my mouth. I think the sock is dirty. And I wiggle my tongue, and this is not how it ends for us. Shortus will not kill me. Or maybe he will, because he's close now. You just couldn't stay away, could you? I make a sound, and he spits at the bag over my face. You worm your way into that library. You worm your way into our lives. That piece of gosh has-been crybaby drops dead, and you worm your way into her house. I was right. This is about you. I try to worm the words out of my mouth, but the sock won't let me. And he's on his feet now. Stomp, stomp, stomp. And the worst part is, I knew it. I knew you were bad news. You and me both, jerk. You move here and suddenly alls I hear about is Joe. He volunteers. He reads a lot. In my head, I'm thinking, sounds like a really pansy. But she won't shut up about you. So I figure I gotta meet this guy, see what he's about. And then I get a look at you, and you're soft. You got no job. You're a loser. I'm thinking, this poor loser's no threat. I get you a deal at CrossFit. I let you tag along for beers, even though everyone thinks you're a really snob.
But do I worry? Nah. You crash lunch at the diner, and you're talking chick flicks with Melanda. You're an even bigger pansy than I thought, and I think good. Maybe that feminazi will finally shut up if she finds some satisfaction. I knew that lunch with your friends was a bad idea, Mary Kay, and he's twisting my words, and this is Twitter in real life. I am muted, blocked. I let you mope around in your slick sweaters. Cashmere isn't slick, you moron. I let her go on about how smart you are, even though you didn't even go to college. Even in Cedar Cove, there has to be some jerk talking about college. And really? American caste system? But I'm no dumbass, you sweater-wearing really tear. The bump on my head is playing ping pong with the hockey puck in the hole in my head, and he's close again, breathing. She had it bad for you. You got her to move in with you. I think I hear his heart. Does he have a knife? Even then I wasn't worried. You moved in on her after the has-been finally croaked, and all girls go nuts when they're sad. I wasn't surprised when you split. I told her myself, you can't trust a man who doesn't take care of his body. And I was just about to get back in there. I smell urine. He's peeing on me, on my legs. You shouldn't have come back, pansy, and you shouldn't have gone to the library and tried to get her back. He zips up, and this is why you kill people, because most people are horrible. He kicks me in the groin, and it's so predictable that it doesn't hurt quite as bad as it would have were there an element of surprise. And the pain in my groin is another hockey puck, and now my groin is in the game, with the hole in my head and the bump on my head, and is this how I die? From ping pong? The whining man. Joe came back. I need time to think. He kicks me in the groin again. I said, you're out of your mind. He's a loser, can't even commit to CrossFit. Oh God, he thinks he's my trainer, and he kicks me in the leg and my shin is in the game too now. Ping, pong, pain pong. I've been working that girl for years, and unlike you, I never ran away. Never. That's a kick to my other shin, and the pain pong is now a tournament, a death match. And signs, everywhere signs, and I missed every really one of them. You called him a saint, truly, and the first time you ever told me about him, you were defending his honor. He cleaned your gutters, an animal marking his really territory, the same way he marks his body with that Cooley Hardware logo, so that you see his last name and think maybe you could be Mrs. Really Cooley. He spits in my face. No job, no muscles, no nothing. That's what you are. You were wrong about him, but you were dead on about me, and I am bad at reading people, and how did I not realize that his hardware store is a jealousy trap? He refers to those women in his shop as girls to make you feel old, endangered. And the reddest flag of all, he gave your daughter a job in his really store. No wonder she quit. He probably bugged her 10 times a day. So, how's your mom, Nomi? Tell her Uncle Seamus said hi. My life doesn't flash through my eyes, but I remember things I didn't know that I remember. Like Melanda's notepad in her phone, how she griped about Mary Kay and Seamus. MK's attachment to Seamus is so weird. I know she was only 17 when they hooked up, and I know it was only 5 minutes, but I should have known then. Same way I should have known when he blasted Kid Rock at the gym, the remake song about a wild teenage summer by the lake. He's been carrying a torch for you since you were 17 years old, he growls. Close. Look at how soft you got. What did you even do for the past few weeks, pansy? There is no conversation subject more boring than exercise, and this is why it's dangerous for women to be nice to men, Mary Kay. He swats the side of my head. Ping, pain, pain pong. You split town, you come back out of nowhere, and she's ready to be close to you. But St. Seamus is here to make things right. He got Roman on the succession quiz, Mary Kay. He's evil, pure evil. Are you listening to me, Goldberg? You're done with her. It's over. He hits me and he kicks me, and it's March Madness in my head, and it's the World Series of pain in my body. And if I get out of this, those big pharma really foolish people will be getting a strongly worded letter from me. Their little pain pills don't do anything, and he punches me in the face. She's mine, you piece of worthless Hebe trash. I'm only half Jewish, and I whole hate him, and you would too if you could hear him right now. And she's gonna be mine forever, and you know why, Hebe? I haven't heard that word since I was 10 years old. And he is close now, breathing at me, on me, because I'm a man, you bookworm little difficult person. And in the real world, oh, Shortus, Bainbridge Island is not the real world. And in the real world, people in situations like this die. R.I.P. Back died. She kept a-knockin', but she couldn't get out. And am I next? I flex and I push, but I can't get out, and he's too quiet. I remember that first touch in the library, your hand in mine.
Don't tell the others. I didn't, Mary Kay. You did. You told the others. You threw us up on Instagram. You are a fox, and you wanted to show off. You wanted to kiss me in the window at 11 Winery, and you wanted everyone to know we were living together. You wanted your friends to approve. And it's not the pain. It's not the possibility of death. It's the fact that we really could have had our family if you had just thrown your arms around me a few hours ago, when I was in the kind of pain that can be healed with a hug. Now you're going to lose me, and I don't want that for you. You've already lost so much. Shortus yanks me by the neck, and my body hits the floor, and the ping-pong tournament is a melee, hockey pucks hurling on every playing field in my body. I'm not gonna kill you, he says. You think it's so safe up here, and it is. Our people are good people. But we got animals, Jew boy. We got lots of animals, and one of them is going to get you. My back is up against bark. He strapped me to a tree, and I still can't see because of the bag on my head. Birds chirp, and I can't call for help. I'm still gagged, and Shortus has a rifle. It's too soon. Love only pulled a gun on me a couple of weeks ago. Look how that worked out. She's dead. And you called this man the giving tree, and he calls me a tree hugger, and I can't really talk. He is close again, close as in armed. And for goodness sake, America, get rid of your terrible guns. Today's the day you become a real man. The good thing about a bad childhood is that it prepares you for hell in the adult world. And Seamus didn't cut off my limbs, positive thinking, but he has a bucket of blood. Whose blood? And he's splashing it on me like holy water. And this isn't a cold and broken hallelujah. This is grim. The ropes are tight, naval knots, and he wasn't in the real Navy, but he did go to camp. And a lot of people would lose their composure, but unlike the coddled Peach Salingers of this world, I don't need help when it comes to self-soothing. I know how to survive, and I will survive, because he said it himself. You have it bad for me, and you want to be with me. You are here for me now, in the blackness of my panic. In my mind, I see you on our love seat, and you see me, and you want me to be okay. You love me, and I don't want you to worry, so I try to make you laugh. I sing because you like it when I sing, and you know the tune. How will I know if he's gonna kill me? I say a prayer, but I'm tied to this tree. Shortus breaks my song with a gunshot, pop, and he shoots an animal, and I bet it was a rabbit, because he spits and grunts. Sorry, Thumper. He picks up his bucket of blood again and splashes it on my back, on my skin. We need some real critters, he says. These bunnies are nonsense. I can't believe it either, Mary Kay. Your friend is pouring blood on me to lure innocent woodland creatures, and so far it's just tiny ones, rabbits and squirrels, but he lets them get close.
I am sniffed, and I've been nipped, and then he kills these living things, and I am safe, but I am not really safe. What if a bear comes? There are bears, if I'm to believe him, and dying for love is so bittersweet. I'm asking you how you really didn't see through this psychopath. You fade. I can't see your face. He kicks the back of my knee. You wet yourself like a little difficult person. I hear his Timberlands pounding. He's walking away again, and the bucket is in play. More blood on my body, and he's howling for coyotes. And if they come in a pack, and they do move in packs, they're like friends. We are dead, both of us. He hoots, and he makes catcalls. Come on, cougars, I know you're out there. And he is a fourth-grade boy picking out his favorite wild animal for no good reason. He sits somewhere, and he mews at the cougars. And are there cougars in these mountains? He laughs. Are you crying, coward? Oh, man, you know I wish we did put some meat on your bones. Cougars gotta eat, too. He mews again, and he says that Robert Frost was right. And no poetry? No, nothing gold can stay, pony boy. I love that movie, man, I do. It was a book, you really foolish person. And he snorts. Really terrible ending, though, because Ponyboy should have croaked like his little worthless friend. The socks, they were the good guys, but the movie makes them all out to be so bad just 'cause they got good families. He shoots something. A bunny? A squirrel?
I don't know. I can't know. See, you're what happens in real life. Really troublesome person. How long you been here and not one friend comes to visit. Really strange person. I hate when he talks because I can't hear the branches or the footsteps of God knows what might be approaching. And Shortest finally does stop talking, but then I hear the branches and the footsteps of God knows what. And the theme of my bar mitzvah is death, and he's on the move, running, in my face. Don't even think I'm gonna let some little squirrel peck at you, coward. You need to bleed, just like all the little difficult people do when they man up and become women. I am really bleeding. The ropes are cutting my wrists, and I try to talk, and I shake my arms, and he spits at my arms. That's rope burn, you coward. You need to bleed like a man. He's on the move again, Timberlands on leaves, crunch, 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 and I see you in a hall of mirrors, and you sing to me. You want to save me? There's a man I know, Joe's the one I dream about, and you are safe in a cushy hall of mirrors where nothing bad can happen to you, and I am here in the woods. There are jaws on my leg, teeth. That's my skin cracking, and that's my blood leaking onto my pants, and then, pop. The jaws let go, and it's another bunny down. But I am wrong. Shortest whistles. Huh, he says. I think this fox was pregnant. He killed a fox, and you are my fox. And he's doing something different, shaking his phone. Man, he says, when I get back down and I see her, I'm gonna tell her she was right to complain about the terrible Wi-Fi. I can't even get the score on the Sounders game. You were here with him? How could you do that to me? And the image of the two of you in these woods is a shark inside my shark. And he's a liar. Shortest lies. This I know for a fact. And I have to decide that you were never here, so I do that right now. He killed his phone. He heard something. I heard it too. Something larger than a squirrel. And this is the Stephen King book, Gerald's Game. And unlike Gerald's wife, whose husband was dead and bad, I have someone to live for, you. I beg and I plead with the universe to call off the cougar, or is it a bear? And I promise if I get out of this, I will do better. I will be the best, very good man on planet, really Earth. And Gerald's wife had it easy, no bag on her really head. My senses are hot wiring, and I can't hear, and I can't see, and I feel the tongue of something wild, something incapable of knowing the difference between a good man like me and a scorpion salamander of a man like Shortest. And is it a wolf? Pop, and the living thing whinnies and drops, and Shortest sighs. Duck, duck, goat. Very annoying hippies and their goats. Just do your yoga and leave the animals out of it. R.I.P. goat. No supernatural forces coming to save me in this dull, really neck of the woods. And Shortest drops his weapon. The flies are all upon me now, loud and close, mundane. Whole lot of girls out there, Joe, and you just had to fix your eyes on mine. You're not branded. You don't belong to him. I scream into my sock. The worst part about all this, oh man, she tells me she wants you, and she says that me and her can be friends. That's your right, Mary Kay. And when you said that to me, did I kidnap your husband? No, I accepted your terms, and this is what I get for it. And I scream again. It's no use. 1 week ago, one really week ago, she was in my cabin with me, and you come back out of nowhere, and boom, finito. She'd be here right now if it wasn't for you, you bookworm piece of gosh. It hurts to think of you in these woods with him, and this is not how I want to die. Knowing that you were intimate with him when you were 17 is one thing, but last week, no. You should have told me that he pines for you, Mary Kay. We all get weak, we all make mistakes, and I could have martyred your saint, and then I wouldn't be tied to this tree. And he digs his rifle into my back. Stop crying, difficult person. This is nothing compared to what I went through with my soccer team, or my frat, or my old man, so man up already. I am caught in the toxic cycle of masculinity, the one quietly tolerated by the American system of miseducation. And he was hazed, so he wants to haze me. And dying for love is so bittersweet. He shoots another living thing, and he whines, really squirrels. And every dead animal is a reminder that the days really do go too fast. My life is ending, and I don't want to die. I don't want my son to be an orphan. He lost his mother. He can't lose me, too. I try to picture him older, and I can't. Too scared. And I try to remember being with you on our love seat, and I can't do that either. The ping-pong tournament ended, and the flocks of rabid fans are long gone. I will die here, and I can't even hate him, because like you, I am too good for my own good. The empathy bordello has been ransacked and burnt to the ground before it even existed. And he heard something, and he hisses. Hey, he screams, what is that? My eustachian tubes go to high alert. I heard it too. Is it you? You know about this cabin. You rejected him today, and you've been to this cabin. And did you come back? I'm warning you, buddy, you're on my property. My heart pounds, and I can't hear so well. And I want it to be you. Save me. And I don't want it to be you. He could kill you. And I don't know what to want. Cops, yes. Let you be the savvy fox that knows better than to come here alone. I'm counting to 3, he says. 1, please God, let it be her. 2, please God, don't let it be her. He doesn't make it to the number 3. His voice is thwarted by the pop of a gun. Not his pop, a different gun. I can't see, and I can't hear, but I see dead people, because in my heart, I know that Shortus is dead. I scream into my sweaty sock for help. Thank God for guns, and the footsteps are getting closer, but my heart is beating faster. I want my nervous system to catch up to my brain, and I tell myself over and over that it's over. You need to calm down. And then the shooter is at my tree, breathing heavily, close. He is not a cop, because cops are loud. They announce themselves. The bag is still on my head, and a police officer would have pulled the bag off my head by now. Here goes my heart again. Tick, tick, tick. And I was so afraid of animals that I forgot about the worst of all predators, the most power-hungry predators on this planet, humans. Urine runs down my leg once more, and the shooter puts the barrel of the gun he used to kill my enemy against the back of my head, as if I am the enemy.
I am crying now, my pleas about my family muffled by the sock in my mouth, and then he laughs and drops the gun. Relax, my friend. Show's over. Score 1 for the Poor Boys Club. Oliver. The bag is off my head, and it's over. Oliver saved my life. My son won't be an orphan, and you won't have to mourn, wishing you'd told me that you loved me when you had the chance. Oliver is a hero. And Oliver kept an eye on me because he was worried about me. R.I.P. Shorthiss was a fake friend, but Oliver is a real friend. And that's what they say, that you're lucky in this world if you have at least a couple of real friends, true friends. But all friends are flawed, and I'm still tied to the tree, and he's in Shorthiss' cabin, and this day in the mountains needs to end. Oliver, any luck with finding a knife? 1 sec, my friend. R.I.P. Shorthiss is dead, yes, but the ping-pong tournament is starting up again. No more nice adrenaline to lift me out of my body, and it's impossible not to think about what Oliver did wrong. That really video of me and R.I.P. Melanda. And I say it again, calm. Oliver, I don't want to rush you, but I'm pretty bad out here. He hops down the front steps of the cabin, and he's carrying an Atari game set like he didn't just end a man's life. Check it out, Goldberg. I was just looking for one of these on First Dibs. He takes a picture of his new toy, but he can't send it to Minkina Wi-Fi. And my skin suit crawls because, oh, that's right, my friend Oliver is a sociopath, private dancer / screenwriter. And without him, I die in these woods, just like R.I.P. Shorthiss. Oliver, I don't know how to thank you. Oliver, move quickly and get me off this really tree. No need, he says. We talked about this. When you win, I win. When I win, you win. Then why did you show Ray that really video? Well, still, thanks.
He pats me on the back as if I'm not tied to a tree. And I'm sorry about love, he says. What about the video, you really jerk? Thanks, I say. I'm just still in shock right now. Oliver begins slicing the ropes, and he's no Naval Boys Camp trained R.I.P. Shorthiss. He's terrible with a knife, really gun people, and he keeps dropping it on the ground. And what if he has a heart attack? What if he dies before he finishes his work? So I got news. I got a new agent. I am tied to a tree, and I got shot in the head, you Angelino. That's great. He drops the knife, and it grazes his hand, and now he is bleeding. And how really did he hack it in the kitchen at Baxter's? Yeah, he says, and we're taking my show out next week. And no one will buy it, and it won't be because of karma. That's just how it works in L.A. How's your hand? Oh, right, he says, and at least he's back to work on what matters. Me, you, freedom. So, my show, you want to hear the pitch? I had 3 friends on this planet, Mary Kay. My drinking buddy turned psychopath friend Seamus is dead. Ethan is engaged to Blythe, and this one is a malignant narcissist. Sure, Cedar Cove meets Dexter. The referee in ping pong calls a timeout, and the blood stops circulating in my body. I look at him, and he looks at me, and he smiles. I wasn't lying to you, my friend. We do have each other's backs. Oliver's show is a roman à clef about my life. That's stealing. And his protagonist is Johnny Bates. You know, for The Shining and for Psycho. And Oliver hasn't just been stealing my money. He's like your dead husband, stealing my pain. Oliver's going to sell his show to FX or HBO or Netflix. Not gonna happen. Ideas are a dime a dozen, and I can't picture him actually writing the really thing. And he's so slow with the knife, droning on about spin-off potential. You're out there somewhere thinking I'm not trying to win you back. And I snap. Really, Oliver? Why did you give Ray that video? You swore you wouldn't do that. Oliver stops cutting the rope, and that was not the result I was going for. Well, you know why I did that, Joe, because the Quinns bring out the worst in us. It's a child's answer, and it was stupid of me to ask, and I want off this really tree. Did he hack your phone? Look, he says, Mink and I have a huge collection now. You're welcome, Oliver. And we need more space. Ray was talking like he's about to fire me. He said I'd get a huge bonus if I found something on you. I'm sorry, my friend. He doesn't chase his apology with a but, and he plays with his really knife, the knife that also happens to be the key to my liberation from this truth. There's a twist, though. Really hacks and their twists. Next day, Ray does his research. He realizes that I withheld the video, and he fires me. And that's why I came up here, my friend. I couldn't let anything happen to you. Maybe his heart is bigger than I thought. You're my only source of income until I sell Johnny Bates. He's lucky I'm tied to this tree, and I summon the last of my really empathy and thank him again, and he goes back to saving me. Finish the jerk. And describing his male lead, as if that's what the world needs, another sociopath on TV. And he says that Johnny Bates is mysterious and well-read, but a little rough around the edges. Finally, Oliver gets the top rope, but my body lurches back. My muscles are broken from ping pong, and I lose my balance. And again, he has to save me from falling. Again, I have to thank him. You okay, my friend? No, I'm not okay. I got shot in the head and hit on the head, and now this person is twisting my life into some gleaming, steaming pile of gosh for TV. I'm good. Just really need to rest. Oliver shuts up about his gosh show, and he's getting better with that knife. And now my legs are free. Hooray, Oliver. Hallelujah. And he clips the zip ties, and I have hands again. 2 feet instead of 1 stump. I am dizzy, and the car is not close. And he says we can't think about leaving until we clean things up. Come on, he says. It's not as bad as that dungeon in your house. My whisper room is not a dungeon, and I'm too weak to help him. And he tells me to take a bath. And were you intimate with Shorthiss in this tub? I don't know. I don't care.
I bathe, and Oliver scrubs the floors, periodically interrupting his flow to tell me about his TV show. And finally, I am clean, and the crime scene is clean, and we are on foot, walking, limping. So, he says, you want to come back to LA and help me on the show? Ray says he's blackballed me, but my agent says he's full of gosh. No thanks. Really, I'm offering you ground floor access, my friend. Access to what doesn't exist is access to nothing. And I shake my head. Gonna stay here. Well, ultimately, I suppose that's best for both of us. Ray doesn't want you in LA, and this way, well, hey, if Johnny Bates gets a third season, maybe we shoot up here. I can't think of anything that he won't interpret as an insult. He stops walking, and he huffs and he puffs, and he obviously misread my silence. We should be walking, Mary Kay. Animals in these woods don't stop to chat. But Oliver's too really arrogant, human in the worst possible way, having just killed a fellow man. Listen, he says, you took a hit back there. You think? But you gotta let that gosh go, Goldberg. You've gotta see the error of your ways. I will punch him. The what? Hear me out, my friend. You moved up here to get soft, and you did get soft. I hate that he has a point, but he does. I didn't see it coming with R.I.P. Shortus. It's like my agent said about my draft. Say the word agent one more time, jerk. There is such a thing as too soft, my friend. You can rock down to Menopause Avenue and spend every day in a library, but humans are what they are. And if you want something, you have to go hard, my friend, always. I let Oliver high-five me, and soon we're in his Escalade. We're on the way back to civilization, passing the casino, the tiny bridge that moves us from the mainland to Bainbridge. Oliver is on the phone with his agent's assistant. I got a new scene for the pilot. And my friend is a sicko, but he's a sicko who saved my life.
I thank him again excessively, considering his ineptitude with the knife, and he's on his phone again, probably searching for some "how to make people think you can write" article. And he tells me that we did it, we got out, my friend. Love, I'm sorry about that. No, he isn't, but she can't mess with your head anymore. And, okay, so I no longer work for that family. But when my show goes into production, oh, Oliver, my friend, do you really think that's going to happen? Well, I'll be making more money. In the meantime, though, my phone pings, and it's a link to a 1983 Smith Corona typewriter on first freaking dibs. I know, he says, but I gotta tell you, Joe, ever since I got back to writing, my mom's doing better. She says she never wanted to say anything, but she felt like I gave up. And she feels stronger knowing that I'm back at it. We gotta go hard, my friend. That's the only way for the Poor Boys Club to succeed. There's nothing more annoying than good advice from someone who makes a lot of bad decisions. And we're silent until Oliver drops me in my driveway. Goodbye, Oliver, and hello to my empty houses. You and the meerkat are still not in your guest house, and I take another shower. I still smell bunny blood. And I put on my black cashmere sweater, and I go into my kitchen and stand before my chopping block of Rachel Ray's. I choose a smaller knife, the sharpest one I have, and I slip the knife into a book. And Oliver is right, Mary Kay. It's time to go hard. I pop a Percocet, just one half this time, and Oliver has to win over so many difficult people if he wants Johnny Bates to make it into American homes. He's my friend, in a way, and I really will cross my fingers for him, but I won't hold my breath. That business isn't so different from dealing with the Quinns. He's got to go hard when they tell him to go hard, and then when they tell him it's too hard, he's got to go soft. And when they send him notes and tell him they have no idea what he was thinking, that Johnny Bates is way too soft, he's got to suck it up and tell them how smart they are. It's not an easy way of life, and me? I only have to kill it in one room with one woman, you. I catch a ferry to Seattle, and I do what I need to do, and I catch another ferry back to Bainbridge, and I go home. I get my car, but I don't park at the library. Too close, and not close as in closer, and I pull my hat down the way people do sometimes, when you need to leave the house, but you don't freaking feel like talking to anyone. I'm too nervous.
What with Rachel Ray up my sleeve, about to go where she's never gone before. Can I do this? Can I really do this? I cut through the woods and I'm in the gardens by the library, crouching. The windows need to be washed, but I see you in there. You're being you. I'm nervous and I can't risk you seeing me, so I carry on through the woods, into the back parking lot. I might vomit. The half a Percocet, the adrenaline, the pain pong. Hi, Joe. It's the meerkat and she's on the move, and she doesn't stop to talk. Bye, Joe. She zooms by into the library, and her Instagram said she was in Seattle, and I brought Rachel Ray here, for us, for you and me. And now she knows I'm here? Gosh, will she tell you? I duck my head and take the path down the steps into the garden, and the cupola is empty, thank God. And I move like a mechanic, like Mick freaking Jagger, maneuvering my broken body onto the ground, sliding my upper body under the love seat. I wanted to do this the right way with spray paint, but then other people would see and the paint would bleed everywhere, so it's just not realistic, is it? I take the knife out of my sleeve and I start to go to work. It's a slow go. I have empathy for Oliver because knives aren't easy, and at this rate, I'm never going to finish. I've never carved initials into a tree. I don't even know if you'll be moved by this, because yes, you love the graffiti at Fort Ward, but will you love the fact that I carved our initials into the underbelly of a love seat that's property of the Bainbridge Public Library? Will you even be able to read my gosh knife writing? What you doing? I flinch and drop my knife, and the meerkat needs to be less caffeinated, less nosy. There's a loose screw, I say. I'm just fixing it so nobody gets hurt. Can you give me a minute? I can give you 1,000,000 minutes, she says, and then she's gone. Clump, clump, clump. I have to move fast because the meerkat isn't stupid, and I am defacing public property for my own private purposes. And this is only part 1 of Operation Go Hard, and I have to make it to part 2, the harder part of going hard. The door opens. It's you. Okay, you say. Please don't make me have to tell you to stop vandalizing our property. The freaking meerkat ratted me out, and I'm not done yet, and I had a plan. I was gonna lay down a red blanket and play One by U2, our first intimate encounter, and you were gonna lie down and see our initials. And life isn't what happens when you're making plans. It's what happens when you get a freaking head injury and turn into a sappy dork. You say my name again. Joe, come on, stop. I pocket my knife and bang my head as I worm my way out from under the love seat. I am standing, dizzy, my poor head. You just sigh. I told you, there's nothing to talk about. Go home. Wait, you don't move. Do I get down on my knees? No, I don't get down on my knees. That's not us. I sit on the bench. I don't ask you to join me, but you do. You put your hands on your elbows. You were right, I say. About what? You told me that it's not in my nature to love. I was mad, and I told you I was sorry. Can we not do this? Yes, I say. We can absolutely not do this. I can go home. I can put my house on the market, and I can move. And you can go back inside and pretend I don't exist. Joe, it's not in my nature to love, Mary Kay, and the truth hurts. And you have every reason to pretend I don't exist because you're absolutely right. My note to you was generic and vague. I disappeared on you. And my letter wasn't just vague, it was bullshit. Because you can't open up to someone without opening up all the way. And I didn't do that. I ran. No excuses. Can I go now? Did I walk out on you when you told me about Phil? Are you trying to tell me that you're married too? Believe me, Mary Kay, I thought about running scared. The man was a rock star. I was intimidated. I was never intimidated by that really rat. But certain situations call for certain logic, and it's working. You're listening. The windows of your empathy bordello are opening, and you're letting me back in, a little. Mary Kay, I promise I'll never chicken out on you again. I know I ran away. You say nothing, and of course you say nothing. A liar can't promise that he'll never lie again. You say you should probably go back in, and I tell you to wait, and you throw up your hands. I did wait. I waited all day for you to call. I did call.
Not when you got off the plane. I got mugged. Oh, do you expect me to believe that you got mugged at the airport? What, Joe? You got shot at the Starbucks in LAX? I flew into Burbank. I don't care. It's too late. Mary Kay, I told you. You're right. I really messed up. And I don't blame you for icing me out that day and all the days after. You had every right to do that. You should go. No, I say. I have to tell you something about me. I have no plan, and I'm not a pantser. I am a planner. But I'm not going to win you back with schmaltz. You want me to be vulnerable, and you want some freaking facts. And I have to tell you everything without telling you everything. Okay, look, I begin. I went to this school shrink when I was a kid. She talked about object permanence. How babies, if you show them an apple, they see the apple. And if you cover the apple up with a box, they forget the apple was there. They forget the apple exists because it doesn't exist to them when they can't see it. I'm familiar with the concept of object permanence. I did lie to you, Mary Kay. On our first date, I glossed over my relationships. It's true. I wanted to come off like Mr. Independent, Mr.
Evolved God. It feels good to speak the truth. But in reality, I moved here because I let my ex walk all over me, more like Stampede. I let her treat me like a doormat, and I know it sounds macho and stupid, but I thought it might turn you off if I told you about what a sucker I'd been. Joe. See, I thought, here's my fresh start. If I don't tell you about Lauren, I can't say Love's real name because the story online is a lie. She didn't die of cancer, and I'm caught in her family's web of lies. I thought that if I didn't tell you that Lauren existed, I would feel like she never existed, like that guy I was when I was with her, like he never existed either. You pick at the splintered wood. So you ran back to your ex, and you referred to it as a family emergency, which tells me that she still very much exists to you. I know, I say. Really stupid, inexcusable. And if I could go back to that night, I would wake you up and tell you about Lauren. I would tell you that she just called threatening to commit suicide. I would tell you that I hate myself for not telling you sooner, for not blocking her number. But I would also tell you that I never blocked her number because I have empathy for her. The woman has no one, except you. Not anymore, Mary Kay. R.I.P. love. My empathy got the best of me, but I cut the cord. Well, that's nifty. Listen to me. I saw her truth. She was on the verge of taking her own life. More truth. But now it's over. She's with her brother, the only person she really ever loved, and I blocked her number. This is the end of the line for us. Whoever said that the truth just sounds different was right. You're taking it all in, and I really won't be hearing from R.I.P. Lovesick anymore. She was never the same after she lost her brother. And if there's a heaven, she's with him. And if not, well, she can't hurt me anymore. More importantly, she can't hurt my freaking son. You wave at my wounds. Did her brother do this to you? No, I say, getting off on all this delicious, cathartic truth. But I'm happy it happened. You sigh. And that was too fillish, and I correct. I mean that it was a wake-up call about what a hypocrite I've been, hiding the ugliness of what it was like with Lauren, as if anyone can just erase their past, sneaking out on you with that stupid half-baked note. This gunshot, this beating, it was the universe telling me that playing the hero for Lauren, swooping in to save her, well, you can't call yourself a hero if you're lying to someone you love. I won't make that mistake again, Mary Kay. I mean that. Not with you, not with anyone. I take the ring out of my pocket. No YouTube-style show. No flowers. No string section rounding the corner to serenade us with you two. I just put it on my middle finger. I got this on first dibs. Oh, you say. Well, that's nice. It made me think about why I ran away, what rings are for people. Because some of us, we don't ever learn about object permanence, not really. I mean, I was with that shrink because I refused to leave my jacket and my backpack in my locker because I thought if I couldn't see them at all times, they'd be gone.
Are you asking me why I didn't wear a ring when Phil was alive? I close my hand around the ring. Yes. Well, I don't have one. I lost it when I was pregnant. How? I lost it at the beach. You scratch your elbows. He was never home. Anyway, he finished Moan and Groan, all these songs where he's complaining about me and the baby ruining his life. The album explodes, and he was so happy, and I was so lonely. I was pregnant. I had homework. Everyone acted like I should be different. Oh, you're still getting your master's? You ball up your fists. Nomi was born. He bought me a new ring. I told him I lost that one too. I was lying. I just hid it in the attic. But I thought I was doing a nice thing. I thought he might get a song out of it. 2 lost rings. Anyway, a couple years later, Nomi must have been about 3, Phil goes up to the attic. He found the ring, the one I said I lost. He didn't yell at me. He didn't cry. He left it on my pillow. And I know what you mean. You're just as evil as me. You're not evil, Mary Kay. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Good. Good. I loved not telling you about Phil. I got off on the danger, the reality that you might find out and hate me. It was a game, and I finally got to be the horrible woman that everyone around here secretly thought I was. It's not your fault that I was stupid. We've been through this. It's on me too. You smirk, and I see this new side of you. Haughty, all velvet ropes, and there's no one in the room but you, and I want in. Joe, you simper. You're earnest. And I'm not sure that I'm even a whole person. Sometimes I think that everything I do and say, it's all a reaction to what everyone thinks about me. She thinks she's hot stuff because of one album. Her poor husband was right. She dragged him down just like he said she would. And she won't even wear a ring. If she had any dignity, she'd leave him, and maybe then he'd write good music. She acts like she's some kind of saint, keeping him on the wagon, but the man is miserable, and she just walks around that library pretending to be some independent woman. What a joke. What a lie. Who does she think she's fooling? What is she looking for? When's it ever going to be enough for her? Now, I say, this is enough. You don't scare me, and with this not a whole person nonsense either. Good try, though. You almost had me. Almost. It's time for a delicate balance. I open my fist, and the ring is right there. You spent your entire adult life pulling Phil out of the quicksand of stardom. I won't ask you to marry me. You know what the ring means. I offer my vulnerability, hoping you will embrace this moment. Please, please, please. And finally, you pick up the ring and slide it onto your finger, and your face lights up, and you are the star, my star. Okay, you say. I get it now. You really do exist. I really do exist. And I really did mess up. But I learned my lesson, Mary Kay, because we're in the same boat. I never thought a woman like you existed either. You look at me. And I do. Yes, you do. When we kiss, the meerkat hollers, and we look into the library, and she's there, with a few of the mothballs and a couple patrons, and they couldn't hear us talking, but they were watching. Everyone loves a proposal, even one as simple and unconventional as ours, and you're laughing. Well, I guess I can't take it off now. I kiss your hand. Never. The meerkat bursts through the door, and she hugs you, she hugs me, and there is clapping, so much clapping, and a mothball brings a bottle of fake champagne outside. And I should be in pain. I was shot in the head. Love tried to kill me, and Seamus tried to kill me. But your hand is latched onto mine, and you are showing off your ring, and the meerkat is putting us on Instagram, and this is it, my happy freaking ending. Nomi, you say. What are you doing under there? She's on her back, under the love seat, taking a picture of my vandalism. Reading, she says. I think he was trying to carve his initials. I love you, you say, but don't mess with my library, okay? We committed fully to this new path. It's a deal, I say. I will be good to you and your library, especially that big red bed inside. You wink at me. my fox, my fiancé. It's been 4 weeks and 16 days, and the love songs were telling the truth. When it's real, and this is real, Mary Kay. You never take off your ring, and commitment agrees with us. We worked hard to get here. We sacrificed a lot. Your friend, Shortus, died in a hunting accident. Well done, Oliver. And I don't care if you slept with him in his stupid cabin. He's gone. I'm here. And we ran in the 5 freaking K to honor that racist, diseased little man. And then we took a shower together, and you didn't fall off the edge of the sidewalk in despair. You climb into bed with me, and you hug me. Promise me you won't take up hunting. It's almost like you know that my life was plagued with violence for so long. I promise.
Everything is different now. Fecal-eyed Nancy put the moves on me when she was drunk at the pub last week, and I told you right away, and you told me I did the right thing, and we shared an intimate moment in the bathroom by normal Norman Rockwell's Mermaid in the Cage, by the shipwrecked sailor and the naked woman of his scurvy-induced fantasies. And then you decided that maybe you won't start hot yoga with fecal eyes after all, and it's easy to grow apart from people. The toast at Blackbird is good, but it isn't something we can't live without, and it doesn't matter that Fecal Eyes didn't actually put the moves on me. I don't like her, I don't want her in our life, and it's just better to push her away, because I promised I wouldn't kill anyone, and I didn't kill anyone for you, and I want things to stay that way. I want to honor my first vow to you, the one you don't even know about. The meerkat bursts into the room and groans. Enough with Taylor Swift. You're the one who keeps playing Lover all the time, and I get where the meerkat is a little sick of it, because love can be repugnant when it's not yours, especially when it involves the woman who birthed you. You do the right thing. You tickle her. Never, you say facetiously. And then you promise you'll take the song off the playlist after the big day, and the meerkat snaps her fingers. But it is the big day. Yes, it is, you smile. But the big day's not over yet, honey. She groans, but she's not really mad, and we're getting married in a matter of hours. Yes, I'm a good stepfather, and I kill the Taylor Swift, and the meerkat is droll. Thanks, Joe. Anything for you, kiddo. It's Saturday, and there aren't many Saturdays like this left. The meerkat will be away at college soon. Take that, Ivan. And it's the 3 of us now. We're the family boarding the ferry, and there are no sharks in these waters. I don't ignore you the way your rat did, and the Gilmore girls found their Luke. And we spend the whole day in Seattle, roaming around looking at tchotchkes. Tchotchkes we don't buy because I'm here to remind you that they're tchotchkes we don't need. And I love your friends who own the record store, and they love me. They found all the records I was looking for, and that is my wedding gift to you. A jukebox, the old-fashioned kind with actual records, the one that you told me you always pictured in your empathy bordello. You're right, Mary Kay. I do remember everything, and I took a hit from Oliver first, really dibs, but I do have a nest egg, and we are making plans for our bookshop, sending each other links to potential locations on Zillow. I still volunteer, and you still work at the library, and the summer days are long, like days in a Sarah Jayo book, and sometimes it's a shame that your friends weren't good enough for us, because happiness is contagious. It would be nice if R.I.P. Melanda were here to envy us, if R.I.P. Shortus were here to build us a love seat, if your rat were a big enough man to sit in the audience and force a smile when the love of his life chooses better. Alas, we can't control other people. We can only control ourselves. We're such a good, really family, that I want us to go on Family Feud, because we win, even if it was just the 3 of us, because it was just the 3 of us. You laughed when I said it last week, that'll be the day. But when I went on your computer and looked at your search results, there it was. How do you get on Family Feud? I knew it. I knew that once I proposed, we would all be in a better place. We are on the roller coaster now, and there is no jumping off the ride. Our life is the photograph that rich dimwits pay for at the theme park because their memories alone are inadequate. We took the leap of faith, and the coaster was slow to start. Amusement parks are all aging and dangerous, but we took our chances. We boarded, we strapped on our seatbelts, and now our hands are in the air and we are coasting.
Our guest house is for guests. Ethan and Blythe can't make it to the wedding because Blythe caught a parasite from a piece of sushi, but there will be guests eventually. I like it better this way. We're nesting, and look what I did for you, Mary Kay. You aren't the town widow who got taken advantage of by her druggy husband and her sleazy brother-in-law. You're my fiancé. You stashed my guitar in the closet. I don't want to go down that road again, you know. And I do know. I'm not Rip Phil. I don't want to be a rock star. And it's like you texted your semi-friend Aaron, who is vying for Melanda's position in your life. I always heard second marriages were like this. I know we're not married yet, but Jesus, every day I'm like, oh, so this is how it can be. So yes, bring new guy to the party. Believe in love. I didn't sneak into your phone or invade your privacy. You changed your settings, and when you get a text, the words are right there, because for the first time in your adult life, you have nothing to hide. From me, from R.I.P. Phil, from anyone. I only look at your back and forths when you leave your phone open on the counter because you have to pee. And a lot of people look in their spouses' phones, Mary Kay. I'm sure you'd do it to me too if I were more like you. But I'm me, and you're you, and we're not going to be those unbearable in-your-face jerks who create a Mr. and Mrs. Joe and Mary Kay Goldberg account. We're not in denial about our individuality. But in a good relationship, you respect your partner's needs. You're a worrier, so you don't need to know that I just blew $5,000 on a vintage tabletop centipede video game formerly owned by a really Pizza Hut. You don't need to know that Oliver still didn't sell his show, issues with Johnny Bates's likability, but continues to peddle it around that vile, no-good city with his agent. To be me is to be aware of all the mugs of urine in the world, in our house. I know where you keep your diary, up high in the closet. That's yours now, but I haven't opened it once, and I dip my razor in the sudsy sink and the shaving cream clings to the blade. Perfect. I pull my skin and the razor does what razors do. It removes unwanted tiny hairs. I don't want your face to burn when we get in bed together. And all is right in this world, in this home, on this razor blade. And you knock on the doorframe. I'm just so really happy. Is this how it's going to be? I dip my razor in the suds and once again, perfection. Yes, I say. You nod. You wear socks. And I tick. My floors are hardwood, slippery, and your floors were different. And you can't wear socks around this house and walk safely. And you are stubborn. Socks are your tights in summer, and you are always stumbling and sliding. I want to protect you. I nag you to wear shoes or go barefoot, but you think you're Tom Cruise in Risky Business. You imitate his famous sliding dance, and I shake my head and tell you what I always tell you when you walk around in socks, that life is risky business. Young lady, I say, you need to put on some shoes. You take a step closer, and you are over it. Are you almost ready? I like our nagging because it means we are a real family. We're being ourselves. You had PMS last week, and I surprised you with OB tampons, and you laughed. Thanks, I think. And you ate the leftover pizza I was planning to eat for breakfast, and I was annoyed. I told you one pizza wasn't enough for 3 people. That's TV nonsense when they do that. And you were annoyed. You try getting PMS every month and see how you deal when your own body turns against you. And the meerkat was annoyed. Mom, can you please not talk about your period so much? And it was really awesome, because it means we're like Seinfeld and company on Festivus. We're airing our grievances instead of letting them boil inside of us. There are weeds in our garden, and they complement the flowers, and that's how I know this is real. The flowers and the weeds, I can't tell them apart, but at the end of the day, I love them all. We're not afraid of Virginia Woolf in this house. When we tussle, it's a fair fight. Clean.
You blush, attracted like the fiancé that you are, and you tell me that you'll be on the deck, and I breathe you in, and you kiss my cheek, and shaving cream covers your lips, and I wish it was whipped cream. You giggle. You reach for me with your hand, and the door is wide open, but you are a fox. You like the risk, and this is who we are now, lovers. You want my hand in your hair, and I do what you want, and there is no reason for you to know about R.I.P. Back or R.I.P. Candace. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. What we have is real. It's now. You stand, dizzy, dizzy. You are bashful, avoiding your own reflection in the mirror, as if what we just did was wrong. You swap me with a washcloth. Bad Joe. Good Joe. And I throw up my hands. Guilty. I tell you that you make me feel young, and then I take it back. That was the wrong word, I say. You make me feel better than young. You make me feel old. I always liked the song Golden Years, and I know we're that old, but I get what Bowie meant in a way I never did before. You like that. And you laugh. Fun fact, you say. When Phil proposed, I was sleeping. I'm used to this by now. When I make a rock and roll reference, you respond by talking about your R.I.P. husband. And it's good, Mary Kay. It's healthy. You're remembering all the little things that made him fallible, because nothing compares to me, and I really love it when you see the light. I'm excited for the rest of our lives. And I grin. No. Oh yes, you say. He put the ring on my finger and left the house, and it took me a long time to notice it, and he was so mad. I do not speak ill of the dead, but wedding days are like this, you reflect. I kiss your forehead. I love you. You lean your head into my chest. Yes, you most certainly do, Joe. And then you playfully tap me and remind me that we have 50 people waiting downstairs, and I salute you. Aye, aye, Hannibal. And then you change your mind, and you close the door. Or do you prefer Buster? I lock the door that you closed, and I press my body into yours. We came together, in passion. It's a shame that R.I.P. Melanda didn't live to see this. Our backyard wedding is just the sort of night she pictured for herself when she read Sarah Geo's Violets of March. And your high school friends are irritating, and the Seattle freeze is on. One jerk showed up in a Sacrifill t-shirt, as if Nomi needed that today. Because this is our wedding, our celebration of our love. The Sacrifill jerk pats me on the back. He'd want her to be happy, he says, but, you know, it's still weird for some of us. The jerk is drunk, but you come to my rescue. Paul, you say, you look like you're freezing. We put a pile of fleeces by the bar. Why don't you grab one? He gets the hint, and you save this moment. You save me. You save everything. You kiss me. We did it. Yes, we did. You are my conspirator, and you rub your nose into my nose. And wasn't I right? Isn't it kind of more fun this way? I tell you that you were right, because you were right. We messed up a little. We didn't get a marriage license yet, but you told me that you want us to make it official in private, after all the pictures and the partying, because in the end, it's nobody's business but ours, after all. You squeeze me and whisper in my ear. If Nancy tries anything funny, I got your back. Technically, you have my rear. You squeeze harder. Semantics. And then you're in circulation, as a bride must be, as loving and warm as you are in the library. Only this is our house, our life. Everything is in place now. Brand new Erin truly is the best replacement. She isn't horny and snooty like Fecal Eyes, and she isn't a toxic fossil from your past like Melanda. It's sad, but ultimately good that R.I.P. Melanda isn't here to take pictures of you and put hearts on the unflattering ones, to call out the music for being problematic. Well, she was just 17. And there's so much love in the air that she might have gotten weak and wound up sharing intimacy with R.I.P. Shortus or Uncle Ivan. Not that he. But you don't miss him. You say you'll never forgive him for ignoring the invitation. And if you were here, he'd fall off the wagon and start recruiting Nomi's new friends and that frustrated fecal-eyed mommy into some new, really inappropriate group. I spin you around the tiny dance floor, and you turn a little sad as Golden Years ends. But that's the way of all songs, all weddings. And I wonder what ever happened to Chat and Rose, the newlyweds in the woods where R.I.P. Beck went to sleep. I kiss you gently. What's wrong? I'm okay. It'll pass. Just a little emotional right now. I kiss your hand. I know. It's weird without my core people. Rotten to the core, all of them. And at the same time, I'm remembering why I lost touch with half these people. Otta girl. And I kiss you. And we don't need to start having game night as you've threatened every now and then. It's strange, you say.
But in a good way, you know? Whitney Houston comes to our rescue, and you want to dance, and it's not easy to dance. The floor is small, my yard is small. Boring third-tier friends form a messy circle around us. We are Chet and Rose, and it's us in the center. These people aren't our people. They're warm bodies on a late summer night, and none of them will be popping by tomorrow, not even brand new Erin. And Nomi taps your shoulder, and we bring her in. And we are that family now, that family everyone else wishes they could be. And then the song ends, and we aren't the center anymore. A slower song begins, really reggae, somewhere between dancing and not dancing. And it's too crowded, and people are drifting, and the three of us keep dancing. And you ask Nomi if her friends are having a good time, and she shrugs. And I tell her that her friends seem cool, and she laughs. Don't say cool, you sound lame. We have a family chuckle, and it's just as well, because her friends don't really seem all that cool. They're sulking down by the dock like Phyllis Stan fangirls who don't want to dance with a bunch of old people. But as we know, friends are important, and Nomi finally got rid of the little round glasses. She was growing up, all of us. The reggae fades into shout, and fecal eyes and women from your book club are calling for you. Mary Kay, come do a shot. And it's the part of the song where you slowly get down. And what a sight this is, middle-aged mountain bike people trying to twist. We can have game night, fine, but we won't be having any really dance parties, that's for sure. Nomi loses her balance and grabs my shoulder. So Melanda texted me yesterday? Impossible, she's dead. And Shortus told the same lie. And I stumble, but I don't grab the meerkat's shoulder. Oh yeah? How is she? It's the part of the song where we work our way back up, and Nomi's talking about Melanda like she's alive. This is my stepdaughter. This is a child. She's 18, but she's a young 18, and she grew up in a should-have-been broken home, so I shouldn't be surprised that she's a liar. She lied for the same reason that Shortus lied, because lies make us feel better about ourselves. The meerkat pulls a strand of hair off her face and builds a better world. She tells me that Melanda is so much happier in Minneapolis than she ever was here. She's still mad at my mom for not having her back. In Nomi's fantasy, Nomi is the glue, the secret, the one with all the power. But I get it, and honestly she does too, because I mean, that kid was a kid, you know? I do know, and I nod. Anyway, mostly she's just really happy about how you helped me get back on track with NYU and stuff. Well, that's great, I say, and Billy Joel picked one hell of a time to start singing about loving somebody just the way they are. I stuff my hands in my pockets. I won't slow dance with my really stepdaughter. She wears a bra, and those father-daughter Facebook dances are perverse. That's your daughter, you jerk. Alas, Nomi's father was dead when he was alive, the end of all your fun, and she puts her hands around my neck.
She wants to dance, and this is wrong. 18 is too close to 17, but she leaves me no choice. I rested my hands on her hips, aware of the proximity. She looks up at me, and there is moonlight. Are people looking at us? And she smiles. I owe you. Don't be ridiculous, I say, and I wish Billy Joel would shut up, and I wish you would come back. You don't owe me anything. No, she says, the only reason I get to go to New York is 'cause you helped me see that Ivan was a jerk. I lie to her and tell her that Ivan isn't necessarily a bad guy, that good people go through hard times and that life is long, that Ivan will go back to being good. Her smile is too bright, and we need to find this kid a boyfriend, or a best friend. These new friends of hers are no good. 2 of them are pouring vodka into red plastic cups, and Nomi looks into my eyes. No. And I search for you, but you're busy by the fire pit with your really friends. The meerkat has fingers. Who knew? And she runs the tips of those fingers through my hair. I pull away. She claps her hands. She doubles over. She's laughing at me. Oh my God, you are so paranoid. And she's teasing me. You really do watch too much of that Woody Allen stuff. And then she turns serious because I am too serious. So I muster a laugh. Sorry, you just had a bug in your hair. I was pulling it out. I scratch my head the way you do when someone reminds you that you have one. Thanks. Don't worry, she says, stepping back, on her way to her bad influence friends. I won't tell my mom about your little freak out. I'm not stupid. None of our wedding guests saw what happened, and maybe that's because nothing happened. I fix a drink, I am of age, and I search the air around me for bugs, gnats, fruit flies, anything. I see nothing. And then you are here, by my side, following my sightline into the abyss. We really hit the jackpot, huh? No rain. You make everything better, and you stare at the stars above and you sigh. I saw you dancing with Nomi, you say. That really made me happy. That's when it all kinda hit me, Buster. We did it. We really did. We all know the rules. If you see something, say something. You saw us dancing, and you saw nothing. And this is the good part of my life. So I go with it. I go where you go, because I can, because I have to. Yup, I say. It made me happy too. Better safe than sorry, and I am playing Centipede just like Oliver and Minka. I play alone. You don't know about my game, and I am winning. The goal is simple. Do not be alone with Nomi. Kill that centipede every time it appears on screen. Except, in this game, I don't kill her. It's in her nature to want to be with me, and there are bugs. She might have been trying to take a bug out of my hair. But you just never know, do you? And the centipede isn't evil, and we're all just prone to root for the soldier, the player, because the centipede is presented as the enemy. I am like you, a future co-founder of the Empathy Bordello, and I am able to see things from Nomi's perspective. She lost her father, her uncle's a jerk, her fake uncle died in a hunting accident and proceeded to be torn apart by wild animals, and now she has a stepfather. It's confusing stuff, and the centipede is on a mission to get close to me, and it is my duty to do what is best for the centipede, to stay really away from her. This is no way to live, being endangered in my own house, but in 4 days she goes to New York, and that means no more really centipede. At least, not until the real centipede arrives, the 2-player tabletop I bought for us. You walk into the kitchen, and I pour coffee into your mug, and you say you don't have time for that. You have to catch the ferry. Aaron is meeting you in Seattle to see a designer. I push the coffee across the table. Oh, come on, I beckon. You can do that later. Stay home. You sip the coffee. You are a very bad man, Joe. I smile. Yes, I am. If Nomi didn't live here, just 4 days and 3 nights to go, I would have given in to desire with you. But Nomi does live here, and she's here now, rummaging in the fridge for a Red Bull. You nag her about her beverage choice. That will poison your brain. And she barks defensively. It's no different than coffee. And I play my video game, casually moving my position so that I am on the opposite side of the room from Nomi. You don't know about my centipede score. You haven't noticed a change in my behavior since she touched my hair. But I am the top scorer in the game, and I have not been alone or within touching distance of your daughter once in the past 4 days. When you yawn and say you have to go to bed, I follow. When the centipede, not a meerkat, not anymore, pops by the library and sees me packing up and asks if I want to walk home, I tell her that I have to go to Seattle to see about a book. When I am outside flipping steaks on the grill, no more lamb shanks for us, and you are inside chopping vegetables, and the centipede opens the door and asks if I need help, I smile, polite, and tell her I'm all set. The meerkat has daddy issues, and because I am such a good stepfather, I don't want her to find another bug in my hair. I don't want her to beat herself up for anything when she's in New York, starting over. You peck me on the cheek, and Nomi is in this house, and you are leaving this house, and I have to stop you. Wait, I say, you're leaving now? Nomi laughs. You guys are so gross. You tell me that you have to get the ferry, and the centipede hops up on the counter, and she's wearing shorts, and her legs dangle, and I tell you I want you to stay, and Nomi groans again. I can't take this anymore, she says. I'm going to the beach with Anna and Jordan, and please don't bug me about dinner later. That's what happens in video games sometimes. The enemy appears on screen, and you're out of position, you can't evade the bullets, but then it slips off screen, and you worried for nothing. You feel my forehead. Such a mother. Are you okay? You look a little red. I pull you in because I can do that now that the centipede is outside. Game over. Stuffing a towel in her bag. Bye, guys, she calls from the driveway. Come on, I plead. We have the whole house to ourselves. You can see the designer any old day. You kiss me, but it's a kiss goodbye. Aaron's waiting for me, Buster, so come on, let me go. In 4 days, this is how it'll be every day. In 4 days, a bomb might go off, and we might all be dead. You sling your purse over your shoulder, and I think I'm the paranoid one. I tried once more. I tried to draw you closer. Come on, Hannibal. Your eyes are 2 foxes. They have teeth sharper than mine. No, you say. And honestly, can we cool it with the Hannibal stuff? That hurts my feelings. But in any relationship, there is growth, and I'm not a really nickname person anyway. Whatever you want, Mary Kay DiMarco. You walk to the door and blow me a kiss. Be good. I blow you a kiss. See you in 20 minutes when you change your mind? Your eyes land on the sofa, and you fight a knowing smile. And you love me, but you leave me. And I sit on our in-house red bed, and I turn on the TV. Everything is fine. I'm catching up on Succession. You were right, it is good. And there's a nickname that you do like, Ken Doll, but I can't focus. I need to zone out, so I turn on Family Feud. I'm not paranoid, but this is a challenge for me. Things are working out for the first time in my life, and sometimes I think about New York, or I think about LA, and I hear Amy Mann in Magnolia warning me that getting everything you want can be unbearable. I am so used to never getting what I want that I don't quite know how to sit on my sofa and be a basic Bainbridge hubby in khaki shorts, killing time while his almost wife, it will be courthouse official on 8/8, you like that date, searches for curtains, and my stepdaughter hits the beach with her friends. The door opens and I turn off the TV. You knew I needed you today, and you're here, kicking off your shoes in the foyer. Did you miss me, Mary Kay, soon to be Goldberg? I look up from the red pillow I just moved to make room for you, and it isn't you.
It's the centipede, and this is a new level in the game, a dangerous level. And she pulls a can of spiked seltzer out of the fridge, and she's 18 years old, and it's 11 a.m. She closes the fridge with one hip and shakes the can before she pops it. She giggles. Finally, right? My God, I was going crazy. I clutch my pillow, my armor. Nomi, you shouldn't be drinking. She jumps on the couch, and I get off the couch, and she is the centipede, on her side now, legs for days. And who knew she had legs? And what is she doing? She's sipping her spiked soda, spikes on a dark road at night, spikes that flatten tires, and she's propping her head on a red pillow. Whatever, she says. These things have like no alcohol. Don't worry, I won't be drunk or anything. I hold my red bed, red pillow, and the centipede isn't moving with her body, but she is moving in other ways. Running her hand over her collarbone, and the collarbone isn't yours, but it is. It came from inside your body. Joe, she says, relax. She's gone. She takes a sip, and really, you, Woody Allen, you. She's a virgin, isn't she? She isn't old enough to know what she wants, but she says that I know what she wants, and she licks her lips. Seriously. She and Aaron, they live for stuff like this, shopping for curtains. She sighs. Nomi, you shouldn't be drinking. And you shouldn't be getting married. Jesus, Joe, we were set. The centipede broadsides me from afar, and I lose a life and stutter. There is no we. She laughs, and did she always laugh that way? I get it, she says. You do things the hard way. We were so close. Close as in the centipede is winning. Mom was all set to be a really difficult person and go off with Ivan. No, you were not. But you go and bring him down. No, I didn't. And then you go hunting with my ex-boyfriend? He told me he was going to teach you a lesson for trying to steal me away, like it's not my choice. Such a jerk. The game table flies into the air and I duck for cover. She said ex-boyfriend, and it was her in the woods with Seamus, not you. Nomi, he wasn't pining for you, and he was a pedophile, and he thought I was a pedophile. Same way.
R.I.P. Melanda thought I was a pedophile, and I am not a pedophile. The centipede isn't alone anymore. There are bombs falling from the top of the screen, and my control panel is stuck. Does she know about the bunnies and the buckets of really blood? And I want to punch the console and scream. You and Seamus? She shakes like her body is covered in ants, and she screeches. Don't remind me. I know. He wasn't exactly smart. He barely read. But don't be a jerk about it. I was young. You are young. She blinks, and I wish she still wore those unflattering little round glasses. He could be sweet, though, like driving to Seattle to pick me up from Peggy and Dawn's to take me to his cabin. I don't think I would have gotten through high school without those weekends. The cabin. The girls weren't 20, really 12 like you said, Mary Kay. The girls were Nomi. And I beg her to stop, and she sighs. Don't be that way, Joe. Don't be jealous. The cabin was freaking boring, and it's not like I was ever in love with him. Nomi, please, stop it. But kids here, they're like kids everywhere. They suck. Seamus was just... one day I was bored hanging out by the creek near my old middle school, and there he was. CrossFit is across the street from that really middle school, and I snap. He's a rapist. Now she sits up. You stop it. Nobody raped me, Joe. It's called statutory rape, and it's wrong. She crosses her arms, all 100 of them. Oh, really, Mr. Morals? Mr. Hiding in the woods watching me? I was not watching you. Right, she says. You just happened to be there with all the time in the world to take this long, leisurely walk to the grocery store with me? The screen turns from orange to green, and I am dying. I did that, but I didn't. Nomi, please, that's not what that was about. Now you're gonna tell me that you didn't push me to watch your favorite movie? I hate that this is true. I did that. I pushed a teenage girl on Woody, really, Alan. And I am one soldier, and she is a reptile on fire. Come on, you were worried that I was one of Melanda's little pawns. So freaking cute. You actually believed that I never saw a Woody Allen movie. I live on a rock, but I don't live under a rock. And I know when someone is watching me. I was not watching you. Right, she says. Same way you didn't literally go to my house in the middle of the day when I was cutting school. I was dropping off a book. It is true, and it isn't, and the centipede moves swiftly. Nope, she says. You were waiting for me. And you didn't rat me out to my mom, which is how I really knew we were in this for the long haul. Nomi, I am sorry that you misinterpreted things, but you are dead wrong. One word, she says. That word. That word. The only word worse than centipede, and I shoot her down. No. That whole time you helped me at the library, you were making eyes at me, all nervous about getting caught, and you keep looking to see if my mom noticed. You were so cute, Joe. So cute. Nomi, I wasn't making eyes at you. I was making eye contact, and there is a difference. Oh, come on. You can be real with me now. Don't fight it. Nomi, I'm not fighting anything. You misread things. Ooh, I thought of another one of our little moments. That day you almost ran away. I saw that box in your car, Joe. I knew you were gonna leave. But then you saw me. No. And you were so cute, worried that I thought of you as one of those old people in the library. No. I had no idea that you were so self-conscious about your age, and I promised to be more sensitive. No, that is not how that went down. And you stayed. She clutches her heart, the absolute sweetest. The bomb almost hit me that time, and the game is rigged. Nomi, this is all a big misunderstanding, and you've been through a lot, and I'm really sorry, isn't the word. I'm horrified by what Seamus did to you, but I am not like that. She shrugs. He didn't do anything to me. I like older guys. You and Seamus like younger girls. Almost all guys like younger girls. There's nothing wrong with that. That girl in New York you went out with, the dead one? This time, the bomb hits me. The game is over.
How the hell does she know about that? I put another quarter in the machine in my mind, and I will really win. I tell Nomi that she has PTSD. She lost her father. She isn't thinking clearly. I remind her that I know where she's coming from. I had a rough childhood. I know how hard it is when your parents are fighting and you don't know who you can count on. And I tell her that we can get her someone to talk to, someone who can help her sort through this mess. But she just smiles. A centipede with eyes. You remind me of him, you know. Don't say Woody Allen. Dylan, she says. Dylan Klebold. Dylan Klebold is a mass murderer, and I am your common-law husband. Why didn't we go to the courthouse today? You don't just say things, you actually do things. I mean, the way you gave me that Bukowski. Your mom gave you that. She smiles. I know. Well done there. Nomi, I am not Seamus. She looks at me and laughs. Oh, come on, Joe. The way you both hung around my house after my dad died, I mean, it was unbelievable. He wouldn't let me go, and you wouldn't just freaking take the next step. And my mom, you resented your mother, and she resents you. And her shirt shifted slightly. You don't have to be jealous, Joe. I didn't break it off the day I met you, but I mean, he's gone. We're here. Plus, honestly, when I started up with him, I was a whole other person. I was young, so it doesn't even count. Nomi, you are young, I say again. She grins. I know. I missed it. The man was abusing your daughter, and I hear Oliver in my head. There is such a thing as too soft, my friend. Cedar Cove rotted my brain and broke my radar, and the meerkat was never a really meerkat. And kids grow up faster, really Instagram, and they know how to be 4 different people at once. And I took her little round glasses at face value. I thought she was innocent, and she was just playing innocent, but she is innocent because he was a really pedophile. I said the word out loud. Someone has to make this right. And she throws a pillow at me. Don't use that word. Nomi, that's the only word there is right now. She's quoting R.I.P. Melanda. It's not history, it's her story. And she talks about Seamus like he was her equal. He did the salmon egg thing too when he was a kid, and he could be sweet. And I tell her that's impossible. He was a grown man, Nomi. He had all the power, and what he did was wrong. He should be in really jail. She snaps her fingers. That's why Melanda hated you. I thought she was just jealous as usual, but you're better than this. You can't tell me how I feel. I know you know that. I tell her she needs to stop, and she balks as if we are lovers at war. Don't tell me what I need, Mr. Woody Allen's #1 fan. Even Seamus knew better than to talk down to me like that. Seamus was a pervert who tried to kill me, and I am the adult, the stepfather. Nomi, what he did was wrong. She tells me that in a lot of cultures, girls her age have babies, and that I don't get to sit here and take it all back when I've been leading her on since the day we met. It sucked when you disappeared, but I get it. I know it was too painful for you, with me so close but so far away. No, and it doesn't matter, because you came back. You waited for me in the parking lot of the library, and once again, I told you to stay. I told you not to give up. She looks at me, and the centipede burns me alive. And you didn't give up, she says. Yeah, the wedding was a little icky, but we both know that you're not going through with my mom's little 8-8 plan. You're not even really married. I am down to 1 life now. And she laughs. Stop being so freaked out. It's me, Joe. It's me. But then she stops laughing, like the centipede she's become. I almost forgot, she says. You should have seen your face when I told you Melanda texted me. Another classic. This is the part of the game where you kill the enemy, and the screen changes colors, and the enemy is reborn stronger, faster. She says she's not stupid. She knows Melanda's gone for good, and I tell her it's not like that.
You've been through a lot, and if your mother knew, if she knew that that he raped you, Jesus, will you let it go? We broke up. It's over. And then the idiot went and got himself killed hunting. Honestly, it's not the biggest surprise in the world. He was so depressed about being dumped, he was in no state of mind to be off in the woods, going off about what he was gonna do to you. The centipede is staring at me, slowing down, and daring me to move into defensive mode. I am not stupid. I am quiet. Does she know what he did to me? Does she know what Oliver did to him? She crosses her arms again. Don't look at me like that. I know he was spiraling. And he got so pissy about you? He didn't get pissy. He tried to murder me. She's on her feet. The centipede has feet. And she pulls at my pillow, and I hold on to my pillow, and she picks up her bottomless can of spiked seltzer, a drink designed to appeal to children to make them feel older than they are. I tell her she has the wrong idea, and this game isn't for me, because even when I win, I lose. The game gets harder. She appreciates me for holding out, waiting for her to graduate, buying time for us, and I can't beat the centipede, can I? She takes the pillow out of my hands and hugs me, and I am numb. Game over. I think fast, hard. Let her hug me. She won't tell you about this. In 4 days, she'll get on a plane and go to New York and become obsessed with some Dr. Nicky professor type, and you don't need to know about this feud. Shortus is dead. Revenge is impossible, and Cedar Cove damaged your brain too. You didn't see it either. You were worried about your husband, and there are only so many worries a heart can bear, and I would never judge you for that. I have to let her say what she needs to say so that she can move really on. I grab her shoulders. We are close now, so close that I can actually see the innocence in her eyes. She really does love me, and I have been where she is. I have loved people who didn't love me back, and I tell her this will hurt. Jude Law in Closer, and my voice is firm. I don't love you, Nomi, and that's okay, because you don't love me. Her teeth chatter inside of her mouth, and her shoulders tremble beneath my hands. And the hardest thing about a centipede is that a centipede is always moving. That's the nightmare of the game. I stay with her as I fire my bullets, because I wish any woman who broke my heart had been so kind with me, willing to be here for me as I realize that I am not loved. My hands are still on her shoulders when you burst into the room. You kick off your shoes and slip into your cozy socks. All right, you say. You win, Buster. I'm home. It's been a few minutes since you walked in on every mother's worst nightmare, and the centipede is curled up in a ball on the sofa, and she is screaming. He went after me. And you are screaming, I can't take this. And you are in the game too now, but your control pad is compromised because this is too really much. You defend me. Nomi, why are you saying this? And you defend her. Joe, don't say anything right now. And I abide. And the centipede cries. And you cross your arms. Okay, you say. Everyone needs to take it down a notch. The centipede looks up at you like she wants to be hugged. And you don't hug your daughter. You don't run to the sofa and hold her. You don't believe her. And you don't know about Shortus. And I can't be the one to tell you that she's projecting and she's in a bad place right now. I don't love her, and she knows it, and she wants you to hate me, and you don't want to hate me. She picks up her can of spiked seltzer, but the well has finally run dry. She slams the can on the table. Mom, she says, can we please leave already? There is only one player in the game, and it's you. You fold your arms. Nomi, honey, please stop crying. We're not leaving this house. Not like this. There's a foolproof way to make anyone cry. Tell them to stop. She's bawling again now, and I say your name, and you growl at me. I said stay out of it. And then you growl at her. Why the gosh are you doing this? Why do you make things up? Making this up? Mom, I forgot my phone and I came home and you saw him trying to kiss me. Are you blind? Your heart is beating so fast that I can feel it in my heart, and your nostrils flare like R.I.P. Melanda's. And you say it again. Nomi, why are you making this up? She rubs her eyes, part meerkat, part centipede. Mom, he kissed me. I didn't. You don't look at me. You look at her. Nomi, wow, she says. You believe him. Nice, Mom. Real nice. You tell her that you believe you. You trust your gut, and you don't think I would do that? I wouldn't, but Seamus did. And your child needs you, but you don't know what I know. And you are blaming the victim, warning her about the danger of making false accusations. And she springs off the sofa, and the meerkat is possessed by a barefoot centipede. She throws her empty can at the wall and calls you a sicko, because what kind of woman believes her really boy toy over her daughter? You storm by me, and I don't exist. Not right now. This is your family feud, and I am powerless, locked out of the arcade. And you lash out at her. Do not speak to me like that. We have to be honest. Oh, she snaps. You want me to be honest? Well, Mom, honestly, I think you're a really sham. Most women believe all women, and all you ever do is make excuses for every single piece of gosh guy you drag into my life. Stop it, Nomi. Why? He's dead. Dad's dead. This is why we didn't see the centipede inside the meerkat, because the meerkat is like me. She stored all her pain deep inside where nobody could see it. You do that for 18 years. You get good at it. And this chasm was always here. It's the reason R.I.P. Phil was Phil in the Blues every night.
The meerkat hits below the belt. You feel sorry for yourself because you're a mother, and for that you can go away, and you hit back. You make it impossible to be your mother, because you talk to me about nothing, and I sit on the sofa, and all I wanted to do was make you happy. And look at you now. You're crying, and she's crying, and you tell her it's not your fault that he's dead, and you are right. But she blasts you. Like hell it isn't. You were intimate with his brother. And you respond to the wrong part of what she said. Don't talk that way about me. And you don't look at me because you're ashamed. And there is no shame in our love, and I want you to know it. But I can't go where you go, into your nest with your daughter. I am scared for our family, and I'm supposed to be the father, the man of this house. But that's a patriarchal thought, and R.I.P. Melanda would be right to tell me that it's not about me. It isn't. I moved here to be good. I was good. I didn't kill your cheating husband. I didn't kill your lying best friend. And I didn't kill Seamus, the rapist. But I did make a mistake. I wanted to believe that everyone is like us, good. And in that way, I was naive. You were too, Mary Kay. Your daughter says that you ruined her life, and that makes you cry. And I can't hold you. I can't go to you. And you blow your nose on your sleeve, and you won't allow yourself to look at me, to take the love that you so desperately need. Nomi is crying too. Nomi, you say, why do you hate me so much? You are mother and daughter. You stop crying, and so she stops crying, and I remain where I am, wishing I had turned off Family Feud instead of muting it when I heard you come in. She picks at the hem of her little shirt. Well, you don't care about me. Honey, how can you say that? You're all I care about. I love you. I see you. The meerkat is so focused on you that she doesn't point at me to say that you're protecting me. And this is good, I hope. This is healing. You don't see me. You're blind. Nomi, what do you think I was doing all the time? All the time? When do you mean? What do you mean? I remember a line from Veep when the tall guy running for president gets his followers to chant, "When are you from? When are you from?" I fight tears. It's not my place to cry. That's the last thing you need. And the Veep man was right. We don't come from places. We come from time. From traumatic moments that cannot be undone. Mom, she says, why do you think I got all those UTIs? Nomi. Mom, she says, I read Columbine for you. I thought eventually you would force me to go to some shrink, and maybe if I talked to some shrink. No. He told me that you knew. He said moms know it all, and you didn't. You clamp your hands over your ears like a child, and I know it hurts. That bastard raped your daughter, and you cry as if you are the one who got hurt, because you hurt right now. But she wants you to let her cry, and she's mad at you for that, screaming that it was your fault, that you let Uncle Seamus into your house, that you missed every sign that a good mother would see. I want to tell her to stop, but how do you tell a teenage girl to stop talking when she's saying what she needs to say? She slaps you across the face, and you hold your cheek in your hand, and that was too much. But at the same time, the freaking two of you need to learn once and for all that life is what happens right now, not what happened years ago and cannot be undone. I say her name, like a stepfather. Nomi. She stops moving, and centipedes don't do that. They don't stop. You tell her to go downstairs where the two of you can talk in private, and you think I don't love you anymore? And it's the opposite, Mary Kay. I never loved you more. This is it. This is our empathy bordello. And it's one thing to dream about it, but it's another thing to live in it. And you can't do it right now. I feel it slipping away. New York, in November, Thanksgiving. And I don't know how to grab it, because you don't know that I know about New York in November, Thanksgiving. You rub your face, it stings where she hits you, and she pats her hand. It too stings, but you didn't like that, and you huff. So that it then, huh? You blame me for everything, but I got news, honey. Don't do it, Mary Kay. The one you should blame for this whole freaking mess is your father. The centipede is breathing fire. Stop it, Mom. Stop it. He was supposed to protect you. I said stop it. Nomi, do you know why your Auntie Melinda really moved? Do you? No, Mary Kay, don't go there. She thinks Melinda loves her deep down, and kids need that. And do I barge in? Am I allowed? You cluck. Well, I'm done protecting your rock and roll father who never did anything wrong, and your perfect little Miss Feminist aunt. No, Mary Kay, they're gone. You know you should let them rest in peace, but you feel so guilty about missing what happened with Seamus, and you want her to feel sorry for you. I know this game, I do. Well, you say, at some point we all learn that our parents are flawed. Your Auntie Melinda was having an affair with your father, okay? Your father was sleeping with my best friend. So before you go putting them both on pedestals, well, that's what your beloved father and your beloved aunt did to me. She says nothing. You say nothing. You know you made a mistake, and you are better than this, smarter than this. And I know that being a mother is the hardest job in the world. R.I.P. Love quit. But the meerkat didn't need that right now. And you're about to apologize. I see it, your eyes. But she throws a book at you, a Murakami, and you swerve, and the book hits the wall. And she screams, I am the child, Mom, me. You make earmuffs again. And my mother did that too, when she was in the weeds, when she got home from work, and I was on the floor watching TV, and I would look up and say hi, and she would wave, no eye contact. I'm beat, Joe, I'm beat. I know where you are. I see you in your mind, kicking yourself. You never ripped up Columbine and dragged her to a therapist, and you made nice to Seamus, and this is why you cry, the guilt. You want the meerkat to take care of you, and she wants you to take care of her. And you're crying, she's crying, and you both cry like sharks inside of sharks, deprived of fresh air, freedom. You put your hands on Nomi's shoulders, and she leans her head into yours, and your foreheads are touching. Nomi, honey, don't worry. I'm not mad at you. That was the wrong thing to say, and I know it, and Nomi knows it. And she grabs your shoulders, and my floors are hardwood, shiny. You twist like spaghetti, and she hurls you at the wall, and your foot slips, socks, and I'm too slow, I'm too late. You tumble down the stairs, and the meerkat screams,
And I freeze up. Inside, outside. I picture the police report that's coming. Murder weapon? Socks. No, there is no murder, and you are not dead. Time is slow and fast and slow. And Nomi is still screaming. And of course she is. She came home to find her father dead on the floor. And now her mother is out cold. Are you dead? You can't be dead. And Nomi shrieks, Mommy. And it's unnatural for a child to see one parent out cold on the floor, let alone two. Your body is in our basement. No, you're not a body. You're a woman. My woman. And I fail to protect you. And my heart is in flames. And you're the love of our life. And Nomi clamps her hands on the banisters. She's on her way down the stairs, but every step is 10 miles long. And why are there so many freaking steps? She stops on the second to last step. She's not moving. I want to rip Nomi's heart out of her chest. This is too much for her. It is. And I want to rip mine too. This is too much for me. She takes one step closer and stands over you. She's afraid to touch you, afraid to feel your hand for a pulse. Oh my God, she says, and she is wailing, and I know that kind of warbling sound. She thinks she killed you. She thinks the pain is going to kill her, and she thinks there is less love for her in this world than there was 40 seconds ago.
I lean over your body and hold your wrist in my hand. Your heart is beating. Nomi, I say. She's alive. I take a deep breath, an end of the book kind of breath, the last book the author wrote before she died kind of breath. I'm calling 911. Nomi nods, but she can't speak, not right now. She's a meerkat again, trembling and scared. The operator picks up and asks me about my emergency, and Nomi screams, I don't think she's breathing anymore. And the operator is sending an ambulance, and they will save you, Mary Kay. They have to save you. Not just for me, not just for you, but for Nomi. She thinks this is her fault, and you have to survive so that you can wake up and tell her what she needs to hear, that this is not her fault. You try to love, you try to be good, but ultimately you wear socks on hardwood floors, and Ivan was right. We deserve better, all three of us. Your lips move, and Nomi's desperation transforms into hope, and she feels the pulse on your wrist and looks up at me. She's alive. I stay on the phone. I am the adult, and I give my address, our address, and I follow their orders. Don't move her. And I say all the right things to your daughter. It's okay, Nomi. She's gonna be okay. And I hold your hand and whisper all the right things to you as well. You are lost at sea. See the boats go sailing, and my voice is your lighthouse. But I can't say everything I want to say, and I can't give you my full, undivided attention. Your meerkat is too close. It's not what Nomi said. She's alive. It's what she didn't say. Thank God she's alive. And was she? Did she want you to be gone? Once I saw her push Luscious off an end table. He landed on his feet. But you, I know, Mary Kay, this is no time for doubts. When you wake up, and you will wake up, it's gonna be you and me against the world, I promise. Your eyelids flutter. I think, I hope, I wish. We were alone, and I stroke your hair and say it all out loud. I love you, Mary Kay. You fell, I know, but now you're gonna get better. I'm gonna take care of you every day, I promise. You got me. You're my love. I'm here. The meerkat is a centipede, quiet. I left America. I had to. How much tragedy can a person bear? Okay, so I didn't cross the border, but my new home feels like another country. I live in Florida now, smack dab in the center, close to the kingdom, yeah, but I'm not close as in closer. I can pretend it doesn't exist. I am alone, safe. And I get it now. I'm better off on the wrong side of the tracks. You were special, Mary Kay. You saw something in me. But in the end, you turned out to be like my past coastal elite loves.
too tangled up in your blue roots to pave a new road with me. No more hackneyed American dreams of a love that conquers all for this Florida man. The shop is closed, as they say, and I turn on the lights in the empathy bordel. It's too dark and it's too bright, and I'm trying to move on. Last night I watched a documentary about R.I.P. Sam Cooke. He gets me. And I wanted to know more about his music, but it was mostly just speculation about his murder, as if that's all that matters. I am so sick of this obsession with death, Mary Kay. What about what we do with our lives? Licious meows. His brothers are back on Bainbridge, and you were right. He is the best cat, a baffled king on a perpetual victory march, as if he always just composed hallelujah. And if you were here, you would say that every suffix needs a prefix. And I miss you, Mary Kay. I do. I wanted to build a life with you, and I did everything right. I was a good man. I volunteered at the library. I opened my heart to you, and I believed that we could be happy in Cedar Cove. But, like so many sassy American women who trust their feelings, you spoke your truth and got thrown down the stairs. My heart is broken, permanently. I can't talk to you, so I play a Sam Cooke song, the one where he's sad about a woman who left him. She broke his heart. She stayed out all night, and he begs her to come home. He offers his forgiveness. You can do that when the person you love is alive. You got pushed. Life does that to us. But you lost your footing and fell down the stairs because you were wearing socks. I warned you. And now you're in a coma, and you can't burst into the bordel to tell me you regret leaving me behind. You're like every woman I ever loved. You didn't walk away. You didn't stay out all night. You left the really planet. You wanted this bordel before you ever met me, and I wanted us to have Christmas together and leave the lights up all year. And now you can't even see our jukebox. You can't do the most important thing we do as people, evolve. Apologize to your child for being human, for being a mother, for letting empathy make you go blind. I look at my phone just to make sure it's real, and it is. They're pulling the plug tomorrow. Thought you should know. Nomi didn't even call to tell me about you. She texted. And I flipped the switch on the pink neon open sign in my bookstore, where I serve cocktails dreams alone. You didn't help me build the bordel, and I can't blame Nomi for being cold. And I know she'll be fine in the long run. She's not one for empathy. I still see her hovering over you. I still hear those words. She's alive. And it's not her fault, Mary Kay. She's moving on with her life, studying our really messed up environment at NYU, and young, wounded female victims thrive in New York City, and I should know. I've been hurt by more than a few of them. I try to stay upbeat. There are people out there who do love me. Ethan might visit, but he would bring Blythe, and here I go again, replaying it all in my head. I loved you like no other. The EMTs arrived, and they gave me hope. The United States injustice system cooperated this time around. Cause of injury? Accident. And there was no biased investigation, no online crazies trying to blame me for your fall. I tried to be the guy with a girlfriend in a coma. We have that book in stock at the bordel. And I was dutiful. I was there. But every time I went to get a soda, I came back to find one of your friends in my chair by your bed. Erin disappeared, and Fecal Eyes swept in with her multi-generational family of looky-loos. And I know you wouldn't want me sitting there with that woman who brought out the worst in us. I loved you, but my love wasn't enough to save you. Now you sleep in a mechanical bed while a machine does all the heavy lifting. I was the man of your dreams. I didn't think someone like you existed, and you always wanted to dance with somebody who loves you. And I did love you, and we did dance. But from the moment we met, we were stuck in the middle of the circle. Your friends and family were holding us hostage every step of the way because they didn't want you to be happy. And look how that worked out for them. Your best friend Melanda is watching movies at Fort Ward. Your husband Phil is snorting heroin in heaven. Your brother-in-law Ivan is blogging about his new gambling addiction. Your buddy Shortus is in hell doing CrossFit. And your daughter Nomi is alive but motherless. I play our Lemonhead song, and I can't believe I'll never see you again. And I wonder what you would think of the tabletop centipede game by the back wall of the bordel. But I'll never know, will I? Acid shoots through my esophagus, all that leftover love with no place to go. I lug a barrel of empty bottles out back into the dumpster, where the air is thick as bread, and Florida makes you believe in the ether, the unknown. Sometimes I get paranoid. I picture you haunting me from within like a ghost I can't escape, the shark inside my shark. But there's no such really thing as ghosts. I'm getting older and you're not, and it will take some time to adjust to this living arrangement, the one where you're dead and I'm turning on the TV, because the music hurts but the news helps.
Naked Ocala woman urinates on customers at Popeye's Broward County. Husband tells police, "My wife called my girlfriend a whore. It was self-defense." Father and son arrested for selling meth at school bake sale. And then an ad for a new show on Fox. Johnny Bates, the man you hate to love. After you fell down the stairs and our family splintered, I thought about going to Ray, trying to get my son back. But I was right about Ray. He has cancer. And if there's one thing I learned from my time with you, it's that Dottie has enough on her plate right now. She's taking care of my son. She opened an Instagram account, and I followed her, and she followed me right back and sent me one important message. Shh. She doesn't post as much as Love did, but it helps to have an online family museum, and I'm happy my son has more privacy now. I also have a Google alert for Ray Quinn and Obituary, and that's a thing that keeps me doing. The door of the Empathy Bordello Bar bookstore opens, and it's only 11:32, and we're usually dead until no one. Even in these parts, people are shy about morning juice, and I have a customer. She's not a person to me yet. She's a blur in the doorway, and she holds the door open with her hip. She's sending someone a text, and I can't see her face in the white light. The AC is on, and the cool air is pouring out, driving our planet into despair. If I ask her to close the door, I am rude because she's talking to someone, her boyfriend? And if I let her stay there like that, I am complicit in the destruction of this planet, of my heart. She moves her hip and the door closes, and we're alone in the dark that's not as dark as it seems. My eyes still can't get there, and I'm blinking, squinting, as if your eyes cover my eyes, warping my vision. I want to see this woman. I am alive, and I don't want to see this woman. They all leave me. They leave me behind. But it doesn't matter what I want. Eventually, my muscles adjust, the holes in our faces have free will, and like it or not, I see the world clearly, the woman who just sat down at the bar in my bordello. She says hello, and I say hello, and it defies all logic. I lost everyone I ever loved, everyone, but somehow my heart is intact. It ticks madly, just like hers.